confidence in the fairness. She does not identify with sufficient specificity that the evidence, if presented in a public proceeding, would create a realistic likelihood of prejudice to defendant's right to a fair trial. Despite receiving notice of the state's witnesses and exhibits for the preliminary hearing, the motion raises generalized concerns regarding hearsay and the expert reports without identifying particular evidence warranting closure. Furthermore, much of the evidence the state indicated it intends to offer during the preliminary hearing is already in the public arena and was identified in the information and probable cause statement. The possibility that evidence introduced at the preliminary hearing may later be ruled inadmissible at trial does not stand alone on the public from the courtroom. The court, however, acknowledges defendant's pending motion in limine to preclude 1102 evidence, reserve ruling on that issue until the matter has been fully briefed and heard. Even assuming specific evidence has been identified that could present a risk to defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial, if publicly disclosed, the motion does not establish that a no less restrictive alternative remains available. Several methods remain available to protect the defendant's right to a fair trial, including enlarging the veneer of potential jurors, utilizing detailed juror questionnaires, and conducting thorough voir dire, all methods routinely used to safeguard a defendant's constitutional rights. For these reasons, the court respectfully denies defendant's motion. This is the order of the court. Counsel, I will go ahead and sign these orders, and it will be uploaded to the docket today. And with that, I believe we have our next hearing on June 12th, starting at 9 a.m. And that is in person.
The court one scheduling question.
Absolutely, Mr. Mineta.
So we have these two matters on June 12th. One is argument on the motion that the court just referenced, and one is the order to show cause hearing. Did the court have a preference for which of those two matters it does first and which it does second?
Let's go ahead and do the order to show cause first and the evidentiary hearing, and then we'll turn to the second matter. Thank you for that question.
That's fine.
All right, anything further from the parties?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you to all parties. I wish you a good rest of your day. Court is in recess.
This is an unusual place for a man of your stature.
Come on, lads. We're in the presence of a mighty warlord of the sea. Show a little respect. Afraid I'm not in the mood for a duel today, Hawkeye. A wee bit hungover.
I'm not here to fight. Not when you're half the man you used to be.
I can still take it. And with one arm tied behind my back.
I recently ran into someone who might be of interest to you.
You really did it? No way! It's Luffy! He's a pirate! He's a captain! Bring up the reserve booze, boys!
Thought you were hungover.
Oh, lighten up, you somber old son of a gun. Drink with us.
I suppose a drink wouldn't hurt. This is an unusual place for a man of your stature.
Come on,
The most dangerous person.
bro, no way! I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, lord of resurrection. from the house of death. Only two divine hearts upon your pillow. Who keep watch over the universe. They who company of the earth to the house of rest. Who kindness from Lord and mercy onwards to the heights of thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. It could be just a normal kid, a normal temperament who just was like raised badly. Not really.
what's wrong with Southwest? Why don't you like it?
Everything okay, sir?
Is here the part where I said plastering is harder than plumbing? Did y'all think that would be the case? That sounds a little counterintuitive.
No, well, thank you for it. No, thank you for the information. That's what we were looking for. Spirit has thought about you. And he said, where's concrete when you need him?
Yeah,
Ask the question and answer. It's all good. It's
you said
good.
a plumber told him to learn plastering.
No, nobody did
No,
that.
I'm just telling you, if
Oh.
case, just because it's two different skill sets, you might have suicidal ideation.
Damn.
Is hell.
Wow.
Plumbing, which is easy as shit.
That's the second time you've repeated that. But that's fine. I'm okay with that.
Plastering is hard and plumbing is easy.
That's the third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what repetition does, right?
What it do?
It helps to like doctrine.
Well, thank you. I remember now.
I might join at a later point in the day.
Okay.
Unexpectedly, right?
And I might have forgotten about that. So, if it shall come up, it'll be the 4th. Okay? All right.
I might do it when you're not in the room so you can lose count.
Oh, that's fine. Somebody update me. It's okay. But guess what? It still will be my truth. And my truth would be when I hear it, I can count 4. You understand? It doesn't mean that you haven't said it more than 4. All I know, what I witness is 4. Okay? There you go.
Hurricane, sorry, you asked a question. I was too busy running around as the plumbers nipped the line looking for the main to shut off on my home as my kitchen is being flooded like Noah's Ark. What was your concern?
Oh, I was saying, why don't you like Southwest?
Oh, no, that's too complicated. It's not for me.
But why?
I'm sorry, it's not for the person. I'm sorry.
Oh, I said, why don't you like Southwest?
Well, the person?
No, the area.
No, I mean, why doesn't the person like Southwest? It's not me.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, why does the person not like Southwest?
Oh, no, it's not his, that's not his things.
Yeah, but
His things.
But why?
You have to ask him, send him a text. If you know him.
Okay, I don't know.
You said he's not interested. That's not his thing. There's no action. No action. That would be better. It's just it's up and coming. Work is down. I don't give a shit. I want to go to your poetry reading / book signing / pottery spin class / yoga Lonnie's with a white man in the back singing Nina Simone's 4 Girls.
That's happening all over the place in DC now. At the different busboys and poets, including the flagship one that moved from its glorious location to a much less glorious location across the street. They have open mics now. The white boys be up there, doing their real poetry.
I've actually been to that place. I like that place.
But the best,
Do you mean the old one, or
I think if I was there 2 years ago, it would have been the old one, right?
no? It's
3 years ago?
No, I think the old one. They moved from the old location maybe 4 years ago, but don't quote me. The one that you went to, did it have a spiral staircase in the middle, a winding staircase in the middle?
I remember there being like a kind of open kitchen in the back that you walk through to get to, I think, outside or something.
Was there a staircase in the middle?
I don't remember if there was a staircase or not.
if you don't remember a staircase, you probably went to the new location, which
It was okay. It's still in like DuPont Circle area ish.
no, it's oh gosh, it's close to. It's an area called City. It's close to the Mount Vernon area. Is what it's close.
Oh,
to.
that's the Carnegie community. Carnegie, where the Apple store is.
No, it's not far from there. It's not far from there. It's not quite Mount Vernon. No, Connie, we're talking about the original Bus Boys and Poets that used to be at the corner of 5th and K.
Oh, it's no longer there?
No, across the street.
Well, what I wanted to tell you all is but the best art galleries are in DuPont Circle, and most of them are gay owners.
We know.
They're the best.
Well, the
And nationwide too. Nationwide. If you really
I don't
want
know about
to get that,
nationwide.
they're pretty the tops. They're the tops though. In DC and throughout the
Are you
world.
sure they're the tops? You might want to think that through.
Well, they're good enough to be the tops. Everybody's not going to agree on everything, but I think they pretty much.
Connie, are you sure the gay owners of galleries are tops?
She said
They're
nationwide.
oh God,
Nationwide.
Jesus, let me go off the mic. I'm here being proud of our city and community and what the people, the owners do for us, the world. Oh God,
I'm sorry, Miss Connie. I apologize. Connie, are you there?
I'm there. I'm blushing right now.
You know what?
Probably thinking about art and you went somewhere else.
We're just joking with you. Last question. I can take a phone call real quick. Do you know a lady named Connie who was invested in the reparations movement?
No, because this is actually part of my middle name. So no, I don't. But I like to hear about it.
Connie, how old?
How you gonna take Victor down, Logan? None of that stuff in Africa. Yeah, I remember Africa. What about it? Damn. Zero said something about an island. Does that mean anything to you? Or maybe Dukes knows.
It's AI, but it's relative.
Hold on. You develop a bit of eating disorder. We all got our coping mechanisms. Whatever you do, don't mention his weight. Come on, friends. You want to get shit? You gotta move, man. Totally gotta move. Red Boots. That's how that creature ate from Dukes.
Hey, Fred. So remember that girl when she was about 85 pounds, huh?
Oh, that's funny. You're so funny, Logan.
You know what Victor is?
I'll let the door hit you on the way out, Logan.
I ain't really if you tell me what Victor is. For old times, you just call me.
Never change.
Go on.
That's the secret.
Why'd you call him Blah? I didn't call him Blah. I said, well,
This is your idea of an idea.
I'm trying to help you out. Look, Dukes don't like you that much. You know. You don't ask him, man. I'm sure. You don't worry about being out here on the stretch. I'm here, asshole.
Oh, that's good. The striker one was on the island.
Because
They
then I would walk into
they run it together.
I know
Yeah,
someone
They do
else.
be striking.
You know, I never
Yeah.
dated.
What's the island?
Striker takes you after Victor's call.
Takes you.
Mutants. Hunger is that Striker's doing experiments on them. They're
Where is Logan?
Striker kept it real secret. And prisoner escaped there once. His name was Marion Bobo.
There's no redemption.
How you gonna take Victor down, Logan?
And it worked. But I don't ever have anybody coming back to me saying, you did something, because I know.
Are you interested in a date? Would you like to have a date?
My schedule is horrible right now, so no.
Well, how much time do you need for a date? It's like 3 hours.
Well, we just got finished bidding on our contracts, and I had to sift through everything to see what it was I want. So I'm sleep deprived right now, and I'm on a CPAP machine. So that's why I said now it's not a good time. I need that time to go to sleep.
I'm into mounds. That's why I want to date. I like mounds.
How would you go to a sweatshop with you? You just to turn that into a story.
So you would not have a in order to stay on your CPAP machine.
What I'm saying is, once I catch up on my sleep and I record that sleep, I would say I can come out and play in a couple of weeks, but I'm just behind. I come in, I have 4 hours to lay down, deal with my son, clean my machine, and go back to work. It was crazy these last few weeks. So that's what I'm saying. Right now, I would not, by August, July, I think I would be able to have a lot of more free time for me, because I'm a thing more energy off of me, so it generally leaves me. So I like to, really people like right now, they're racing about
So Hurricane, are you there? Hurricane?
Yes, what's up?
Yeah, so I tried to get you a date with Connie because you turned straight. And Connie said as soon as she catches up on her sleep in her CPAP machine, she'll be available in a couple weeks. She's out in Montgomery County. Take her to the Ruth Chris in Silver Spring. Does that work?
No, because the fact that I think that middle-aged black woman like me doesn't necessarily mean that I like her. I'm looking for something different. Now that I've turned straight, I would like
Bro, no way! You found my channel.
loving parents and grandchild, so I need somebody.
Bro, no way!
Carry my seed,
And I like one.
And I'd like
Not
to
that
be
I
a
want
Yoruba.
Hurricane, not that I want.
I'm a man here.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Anyway, like I was saying before, this woman interrupted me while I was speaking as being that I am. I would like my wife to be Yoruba, so that way I can increase the likelihood of having twins. I'd like twins. I'd like to name my twins Kainde and Taiwo.
Well, I'll say this. Not that I want to. I have 2 children of my own, but you can. As long as you I take tests every so often just to see how many eggs I have left for perimenopause. So it can still happen, but I would.
I know, right, Connie.
I'm right.
No, right. Don't say
Connie, I'm so sorry. I don't want rotten eggs. I want eggs. Wow. I don't want no rotten eggs. Come on, that was unnecessary.
Here is cursed to run. But the thing I'm saying is, Hurricane, I would never work because, for one, I don't want to share my green card with a foreigner, and 2, I am so yeah, we will never work.
So Connie,
What their friends are trying to hit up on.
Connie, your assumptions are incorrect. Despite what Donald Trump might believe, I'm a birthright citizen.
You lost that. You heard what
But
she said.
no, you're not right. But I'm the original.
Thank
They
you,
can still
Connie.
move their ass from out here. Okay, I'm the lord of custodian of this area that you live in.
I understand.
Okay,
But
you
we both.
can be removed. I can never be removed.
Oh my
And you
God.
can move faster from me with that Yoruba. I'm just fucking with you.
How did you choose to hit me with that diaspora?
It was good. They think you're Yoruba. You're Yoruba. Darkwing Duck, are you here? Darkwing left. All right, first aid.
You know, this reminded me of a funnier version of what happened yesterday, where that woman came in about the UBI and Andrew Yang and all that with brother.
Oh, no, that was equally funny. No, that was funny. That was hilarious. Brother got packed. We enjoyed it. That was Chang. That was Miss Chang.
Okay, yeah.
Wait a second. Somebody packed up brother and I missed it. Why did people pay me?
Well, I sent you the tracking number. You can go online, fedex.com/tracking. Just put in the numbers, you'll find it. He got Miss Chang packed his ass up.
I am so glad because, you know, Messi's been coming for about a year on this app. And I've been praying for him to get packed up, so I'm happy that he got packed.
No, he got packed a couple of days, but it was, I think, he got packed by Ashley. I think he missed that one as well.
Oh my God, that must have been epic because we know Ashley can lift weight now.
Oh, she packed. Oh, you missed all that. She packed brother and then Brent. You missed that?
I did.
Oh yeah, but yeah, Brent crashed. Brent was you know how you just learned how to swim and you're treading, and you know if your older brother or your dad doesn't save you, you're gonna drown. That's how Brent was. She was trying to get back above, so she just started talking. So yeah, Ashton packed Brent and brother up.
Oh, you know something? Speaking of swimming, this is personal, but I don't care if I'm not a video. I'm gonna start doing swimming lessons in the future at the first YMCA formed by a black man in the United States. I'm very excited.
So we had this conversation with you 5 years ago. So it took you 5 years to finally get your swim lessons. At least you did it.
Yeah, I decided to conquer a new fear. Conquer a fear this year. The fear of water. Yeah, it's gonna be a month, you know, two months long, and all adults who don't know how to swim, who are trying to conquer their fear of swimming, and we'll be doing it. It's gonna be fun. I can't wait.
It's going to be harder for you than other people, Hurricane, because the density of your silhouette doesn't float as well as somebody who may have a little more fat around them. Because of that, you are going to sink, and it's going to be very hard to stay up. So just be aware of that. It just takes time.
So here's a question. I've heard that, but I've also heard the opposite. So I don't know which is true and which is pseudo. Do you know if yours is a pseudo?
What I said is true.
Okay. I mean,
But can you tread water? That's the question. Can you tread water?
I can't do nothing. I do not know how to swim.
Once you tread, like, and you know what I mean when I say tread water.
I'm not sure. So when I go in water, I sink to the bottom.
Exactly.
Start flailing my arms and all of that stuff.
Yeah, you gotta calmly tread the water, circular motions of the hands, circular motions of the feet, and keep your hands in the water. The fastest way to sink is to take your hands out of the water. So hopefully you hear my voice when you get in the deep end. And know that it's a bit easier to swim on a calm beach in the salt water than in a pool. There's a little more buoyancy there. So once you're good in the pool, you're gonna kill it at the beach. Good luck.
Yeah, I've been scared for so long of swimming, and it's good cardio. I think it'll make my workouts more efficient because I'll be getting more cardio. I'm just excited about it. And once I learn how to swim, I'll probably be swimming several days a week because I am looking for a new form of exercise. I've been swimming.
I mean, definitely a good workout. Like anytime I go to the beach, I'm done when I get out the water. Like I'm like a baby. It's nap time. It is the best workout because you're working every muscle in your body when you're fasting.
That's pretty good without water defying you. Come on, man. You'll be into water sports too, Hurricane.
until you rode a jet ski.
No, that's your generation.
Tell you what, everyone could come down to the Virgin Islands. We'll have a big, huge party. Take it easy. Go swimming in the water. It's aqua blue. Yeah, all expenses paid whenever y'all ready. Politically correct.
Have they developed Frederickstead anymore than when I was there like 15 years ago?
No, not so much. Christensen's always been the major town. There's plans that they're putting afoot to try to change it, but
Hi, I hope you all have a fantastic day. Thank you. So, I'm actually from Iran and living in Iran now. I see the topic, it's about Iran. So, I want to know actually
Not really.
Not really. Okay, I want to ask you guys, what's your thought about Trump? Do you like Trump or not?
I think that we didn't really have a choice. So we were just like juggling our hands.
Oh, you didn't have a choice, huh?
I think that's how we feel.
Can I tell you something?
And then also you have to look at the powers that be that actually control the decision making as well.
Yes, but actually you talk you guys not even in these days there are so many people think that they are saying I'm from Iran too. Actually I don't have any problem with Islam, Muslims, Christians or anybody. As long as you don't have a danger to another person, I love you. But now in Iran, the government actually killing our people like we are, I don't know what to say, like we are NPCs in GTA game. And this is actually the truth. Are you Iranian?
No, but I play GTA.
Oh, bro, they actually kill us like that.
How many people have they killed? How many?
Well, I'm sure more than 40,000 people. I cannot tell you a specific number, but I can give you an address, Instagram link, or I can send you myself videos of people. When you have a little bit of brain, you see that these videos are not live. And it's not about Islam or that if you're a Muslim, welcome. But I, as an Iranian, I just my country like Turkey. I want my country like an Islamist country that my mother can freely go out however she wants. And no one killing her. And it's not possible now with IRGC. Because Iran is now the center of the Islamic Republic in whole world. And you have to be Muslim in Iran. Or other than that, you did. If you talk about government, if you talk about that we don't have money, we don't have so many oils, we are dead, bro. We are dead. Do you know how many missile cities we have in Iran? Missile cities. It's like an underground city full of ballistic missiles. You can search it in Google. But our people don't have money to eat food, to work. A father don't have money enough to feed his children. The people from audience, bro, your name is Brooklyn. Why are you reacting me like that? من ایرانیم. من میتونم با تو 1 ساعت و نیم اینجا ایرانی صحبت کنم.
Don't curse her out, man.
In Iranian, I'm saying now in Iranian, I'm Iranian, my father is Iranian, I'm 32 years. All of my generation are Iranian, I'm Iranian. Why saying this? You don't know what am I talking about?
because we were having a conversation about something else, came in here, you didn't wait, you just interrupted. You could come in, listen. You could have come in, listen to what we were talking about in the room first, and maybe contribute to that conversation, not just switch the subject like you just did. That's why you got the sticker. Do you understand?
No, that sticker. Did you send that sticker?
Do you understand that you changed the in the room?
You came in there with the propaganda. We were having a conversation.
You're changing the tempo of a conversation that you already having, which is being rude. You understand that? That's right. We're talking about that right now.
I'm talking about that. If you
Right. We were having a conversation. Do you understand? You interrupted that conversation that we were all having.
No, I just
Okay,
asked.
so if you don't understand that you're interrupting the conversation, you should put it on mute and listen to what the rest of us were talking about first.
Can you let me talk?
No, not if you're going to change the subject. It's rude.
You are propaganda, bro. You are propaganda. Because I'm telling the truth and you...
No one said you're not telling the truth.
Okay, but I asked all the people, can I talk? And they are all closed their mouth.
No, we were all having a conversation before you
Okay,
got
have
here.
your conversation. You see, you are the propagandas. As when I mute my mic, you are turned off your mute.
Why don't you just wait and be patient?
I was 20 minutes down in audience. I didn't see you. You didn't.
It was not quiet for 20 minutes. What are you talking about?
Bro, are you for real?
No.
Are you saying
for real?
stage was quiet for 20 minutes? That's where you're going to go with this?
Did I say the stage was for 20 minutes silence? Anyone here? I'm saying that.
Okay. Point is, we were having a topic and a
Okay,
conversation. We were talking about that. Listen to what's going on, and then contribute to the conversation that's happening.
Continue what you were saying. Continue. I will mute myself. Continue what you were. Okay, you must let me when I open my mouth.
Are you done?
I'm on.
You done? Hey, bitch ass nigga, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, let the folks know, man. I'm in an apologetic phase. Like the woman you made me do it. Don't add.
You don't care about 500,000 black people take my picture.
They're not black.
Don't move.
Mute me, bro. It's okay, mute me. I don't care about you. You are all dumb. When you mute my mic, I say 5.
Well, shut the fuck up then.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
What's they highlight some more that you know.
It's cold.
What's that more that it? You know, to have battle kind of thing. More like that's it.
What's happening? English.
So what type of more that they because but your mother English.
Love each other.
Don't be one of y'all rooms with that bullshit.
Happy Monday.
Good morning, everybody. Hi, what's happening? Good to see you. I just can't. I hate Lisa. Hey, Lisa, we say hi. Hi, sweetheart. Hi. Hello, Lisa. So much, Lisa. Hey, Britt. How are you?
Misa. Hello, Misa.
I just came on the stage. I just came on the stage to say that this is the extension of the conversation from yesterday. Hi, Patty. Hey, Lisa. There's nowhere that we can turn and tell people about what just happened in this room. That politically correct allows for people to fight a war online. That's what happened. Now, no one will believe us, but that's what happened. We gonna change what's happening in Iran. We heard you. God damn.
You don't represent Black America.
You don't either, nigga.
Oh my God.
Stop speaking for us.
You don't represent Black America at all. I do.
Well, hell no, you
You
don't.
guys just noticed I put hearts around Ben's face.
I took it.
I'm gonna need another drink.
I took it.
Wait, you got in here in the 47-year shit. Y'all was having a decent conversation. And he came to change the whole mood. Now we stuck about the fight. Because if you say something else to me, concrete, I'm going to fucking curse you out. I'm sick of you.
Oh, you guys are still going on.
They are.
My
Because
God.
he always want to take up the person that I'm against. This is a very
Back and it's still going on. Love.
Minding my good, clean black business. I keep
Concrete,
being
you would make a
accosted by
good
neat
older
niggas.
brother.
Oh, here. It's a man here.
Oh,
Always
thank you for saying that. Awesome.
Older brother.
He's a younger brother. Stupid brother.
not me, but just
I'm minding my good, clean black business.
The Tyler
And
brother that's
I
always
keep
in the
getting
mess.
accosted by random negresses. Right? It's okay. It's okay.
I forgot what I was saying before I got the phone call, but I'm glad I kept breaking silence.
Is Divine here?
No, he left.
Oh, shit. I mean, Ed or Divine.
You're right
Or
there.
maybe Arthur.
But what about Duck Goose? They're right there next to you,
Stop
man.
talking. The dark one Doug came up with it. I was see what it said. Oh, Divine, are you there?
I said he might be there, but he's not there.
Oh,
He
he's
can't
not.
talk.
Arthur, are you there?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Oh, it is here. Perfect. We got breaking news. Everybody, clear your calendars. The Johnny back in the Super Bowl. They just re-signed Odell Beckham Jr. That'll do it. An old aging receiver going back to the
Not
Giants.
Odell Beckham.
Listen. Scatterboo's coming back, and alright? Scatterboo, help along with Odell. And we're gonna get the
Black
ring.
man. You're a black man relying on a stumpy white man running back. Stop that
Listen.
franchise.
Listen, Stumpy, however you get done, get the job done, man.
Fuck the New Jersey jump.
Imagine somebody calling you the wrong name when you send an email with your right name on it, and they respond with a completely different name. Imagine that.
Someone put second lady in the email? What they put?
They didn't even put second or lady in it. It was just crazy. My name starts with a C. The name started with an A.
Anthropic IPO next week. Or whenever it comes out.
How much is it?
That's probably, I'm seeing here,
$1,200?
$1,300, I think I'm paying.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a couple.
Oh, okay.
I think it's gonna be, shit, that bit's gonna be like, hold on, Concrete, you don't know how much it's supposed to be? Or CEO, y'all know this better than me. How much is Anthropic supposed to be? I'm gonna get like 3 shares. Hold on to it.
in like 10 years. It's in like 5 years, it's gonna be worth like $25,000.
Damn, you think so?
Yeah, it's gonna be like
A piece?
No, combined. I think it's gonna be like it's gonna be crazy. Oh, man.
Yeah, what would Delroy do?
Can you stop saying, what's going on? You okay?
My cousin next to me.
And then Lily did.
Yeah, I'm getting
Oh, the other news is on the Hill. Trump met with Johnson about the fund for the January 6ers. I told John I wasn't gonna go through. That was an insane play.
I feel like he shouldn't be giving reparations to them if you're not going to give reparations to other people that were impacted by the government. And, all the other ethnic and nationalities have pretty much received some or all of the reparations they make available. So that's the only problem I got. But, from what I'm understanding, the supposedly leaders of communities go in and, flip it over. That's why it hasn't gotten anywhere. 40 acres of
No, let me answer your mom. No, I have not. But my workplace or near my workplace has a 4 or 5 times a week mass. So I take care of business there. But no, I have not been over there. I was over at the Sisters of the what's it called? The Madonna. I was over at the Madonna House. I was over there a couple weeks ago. The Madonna House was on C Street. 220 C Street. I was over there. First lady, are you there? Okay. Is the stage quiet?
Yeah, very.
Yeah, sure. I can tell by this room that I'm the only person in here who's taking communion in 2026. You people are full of the devil and evil, and you should go to your local alligator to learn right from wrong.
What? I just came back. What happened?
These people are evil. We should go around the room. Who on stage has taken communion in 2026? I bet you I'm the only one.
I'm taking it.
Your mama? I might have given it. What's going on with her?
That doesn't count. You cannot allow to get me, your mama, and Connie, the 3 old Negroes. Who in the audience is taking communion in 2026?
Well, I had to think about it because I did go visit my mother's church. I'm just not sure. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know we did, but I'm not sure if that was in the end of 25 or the beginning of 26. So that's why I was trying to think.
So, go to your local Catholic church mass this weekend. Well, you just take it for the communion. Just go take communion.
I can't take communion. But like, what?
You read the Bible. You ask why you have to take communion. You just ask that.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful part of the service, First Lady. It's like one of the most,
I think I'll take like communion.
No, I'm talking about any youth. I'm talking about especially, any, I'm talking about any, not just the Catholic one. It's just it's the most, it's the time, it is the most, let me see, I think that communion in general, the Eucharist service in general is one of the most emotional parts, silently emotional part of any Christian church service.
I think my biggest problem.
Excuse me, ma'am. I was gonna respond, Miss Connie, one second. I think I've been to plenty of them in different denominations, but the remembrance of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ is definitely something important. I break bread daily, give thanks, but I take your point, and some people enjoy that. For me, it's a little traumatizing because our community service used to be about 10 hours long. At least it felt that way. If you've ever been to one of the ones when I was growing up, they would take the white sheets and they would put it up as they were preparing the whole thing right there in front of you. Then they would go to each row, pass down the cracker, people take the cracker, then they'll pass down the juice, and you had to sit there and we sung every last hymn in the daggone book. You hear me? And then, after everybody got served, the parishioners would take theirs first, and then they would turn to the No, they would do the washing of the hands. That was okay. Everybody got their thing, then the pastor gets up, and it's like we go to preaching all over again, and then it's like, then we read the last words, and, it was a lot for me. So, I get it. I understand. I appreciate those that appreciate it. Thank you for sharing. I'm sorry, Miss Connie, I cut you off.
So I was just saying, I get, just by the architecture, I get Episcopalian mixed up with Methodist, like that. And so, I only one Methodist church that really sings gospel, good, get you moving music. But I know in all the religions and empires they used slaves of different nations and continents, but Methodists definitely used them more than anything, and their architecture is amazing throughout the DMV. So then when I really have set my eyes on that, I don't like going to Methodist churches. Now what I do is if I don't have time to go to church, I buy those Jewish wafer crackers and some grape juice. Now, if I go to Torah study, they actually give you wine and bread.
That's not communion, Miss Connie. That's not communion.
That's Judeo-Christian. It's Judaism. It's picking up. It's a mixture. It's like picking up from the original way.
You're talking about Jews for Jesus?
No, because if you do Messianic, when they break down their philosophy, it's not stronger than Islam. But as an evangelist, I'm stronger than that, and I can stand on why Christ fulfilled the Nicosean Bible. There's a lot of too much to even hold in any home or library. But that is what I'm trying to explain to you. But that's what I do. So it doesn't matter. That's what.
I know. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying, but isn't Messianic Jews for Jesus?
You got to watch the philosophy. It's weak. Philosophy. If you're not really sure, listen. I have my bad days. I don't mess with anything that can weaken me. Boy, so that's all I'm saying. But I sat with a Messianic group. They were renting a space in a hall basement of American University up there on Nebraska Avenue. And so it's, you would sing everything in Hebrew. And everybody always complimented me when I did pronounce or read in Hebrew because, I can't translate. When I was younger, I could do well with Spanish, but my brain is not the sponge it used to be. So that's what I do. You know, I get those Jewish crackers and some grape juice, but if you go into a synagogue, they actually give you wine. And some places,
Okay, you said this already.
So babe, the answer is they're sort of kind of, but it's like they call Jesus Yeshua. It's very similar to what now is a popularized Hebrew Israelite, but more contained to like traditional worship, traditional services, Jewish services. Yeah.
Oh, I see. First lady, are you there?
Yeshua.
Let me tell you why I asked the question. You're not going to be able to sit up under me and sit next to me on these stages, pretty much going forward for much longer, until you get the body of Christ and the blood of the Lamb. I'm telling you.
Okay, well, I don't want it.
I'm not your kind. You're fine, Connie. First lady, you're not going to be sitting next to me holding court, co-money, for much longer until you get the blood of the Lamb. Because I can hear it and I can smell it. You need to be washed in that Last Supper, okay? So I need you to.
Doesn't need washing. We all could. She may need to be sealed. That means that your faith is sealed and you are born again and you will have everlasting life. There's nowhere in the scripture where they have to. You have to have a baptism, and then you don't have to do it twice because then you're reaffirming that you didn't get it the first time. But yeah, always get the recommend being sealed. That means tight.
You don't think First Lady is sealed? You don't think she locked
I
up?
don't know. I'm not saying you're supposed to get washed. I said you tell her to get sealed.
You have information on First Lady? Is she not sealed?
I can't judge. Only she can answer that. I can't judge.
Ms. Connie, let me ask you a question. Have you had a mikvah bath before from the Jews? Have you had a mikvah bath?
No. I wouldn't, because at the time that I was hanging out during my genealogy study, we were getting constant threats. You know, like even the Catholic chimed in and said the Red Sea didn't happen. Tell her to come down here because they were about a block away. So we didn't go through with the rest of it like that. Because I always want to align with my ancestry to a point, but no, we were getting a lot of threats.
Where do y'all get these people from?
Oh, Miss Connie.
No.
Wait a minute.
And I just heard a bunch of shit, and I'm just listening. I don't know.
Miss Connie, did you vote for Miss Harris?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
The chillism room, they had a mod who stopped coming online once she lost. You know, because she was in her sister's sorority. I was like, dang, she took that shit hard. I wanted to, but as that Iranian guy in the National Resistance Coalition, probably. And I've been, vibing with them since I was 9 years old as well. That's another reason why I didn't convert, because, you could get hurt like that. They don't see eye to eye all the time. And I didn't want to be put in a predicament where I had to pick. And so, basically, what I'm saying is that I know, just like I said, when the Iranian guy came, I said we had to pick, and I just juggled one, and one landed in my hand, because I felt like they were both candidates, and that's how I looked at it.
I'm gonna just tell you something, Patty. This room is amazing.
Yeah. Thank you, Mama. Appreciate it. Hey, Tyler, how you doing?
It should sound like the waiting room when I came in.
The waiting room to the psych ward. So First Lady, you didn't respond, but I'm not joking. You got I'm gonna give you till the end of the spring. That's June 20. And when that comes, you need the blood of the Lamb.
Go to the Catholic church, like he said.
Why do I have to abide with this man? What's going on?
See, that's why you need the blood.
Do anything.
That's why you need the blood. That's exactly why you. That's why. Well, first of all, I spoke to alligator earlier today, and he told me as a Catholic alligator, he took.
Going through my notes, I'm not sure. I may have attended communion this year.
Ask your mom.
She tried to get me to come down yesterday. Not this year.
But ask her if it was this year, because we need the answer. Because something's off in your spirit. I can tell.
What in the hell's going on?
Well,
What's
first
wrong with you?
First lady, the first Sunday is coming Sunday. So it's
Listen, I will not be pressured. I will not be
no pressure. No pressure.
Man, I'm not
Okay, I'm out. Okay, I'm out.
What is the body and blood of why is it like important to take it at least once a year? I do know like some I got the Catholic school, I told y'all I went to Catholic school. But why is it important that y'all have to take that
It's once a month.
No, it's every week.
No, Catholic is every week, but for us, the Protestants, it's once a month. Well, First Lady, it's not us, Patty, you see. It's First Lady. You see, she has been, her spirit has been off, and I can tell that she's just not in a season of forgiveness. She's not in a season of justice. And so what I realized, I'm talking to some good alligator down the street. He said, well, did your friend take communion? And that's what it is. And that's what it is. She needs to give thanks. You know, there was a time when First Lady would say thank you, gratitude. There's a time when she would be nice to concrete. There was a time when she would troll Divine. I said, why is this lady trolling Divine? It's the blood of the Lamb. And personally, she knows she's supposed to do it. What did Jesus say? Do this one in remembrance of me. And she, in her actions, have not been very remembrance of Jesus. Beautiful.
Trolling them like Ali trolling white folk back in the day.
You think taking that body, whatever, Eucharist, you think doing the Eucharist is gonna help her?
Patty, I've been taking bodies since I was 16 years old. It helps me every time.
Our lady left. She's mad. Give me a second.
She ain't mad. Gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah, but the Catholic one ain't that long. They used to have to do it every Wednesday. Go to church every Wednesday. You went to private school. And it's like 45 minutes out of the school day.
Hello?
The kids go to a Catholic private school, they don't make you. They don't care what religion you are. You're going to go to that church.
Yeah, well, they told me to stop doing it.
No, you don't take. I'm not talking about taking them. I'm talking about just they have you show up and you see what they do.
You're right, Patty. One day a week he goes to Jesus class with the priest. I don't know what they do in there because I never went in.
They just do a basic mass for a bunch of kids.
Yeah, the whole school. regardless of what your faith is, actually.
Wait, how did this connect to Jews for Jesus? Did I miss that part?
No, we were just saying she should maybe go to a Catholic one because they don't last that long. Since she doesn't like the long. She said they be in there for hours.
Oh, Spiritist, can you tell me why Nadami didn't want to march in the parade? Because I just see clips and I haven't bothered to actually dig into it. Just
It's a big nothing. It's just a big nothing burger, in my opinion. Because there's so much conflict anyway between him and.
What did he give as a reason, Spiritist? I just haven't
I don't
opened
know.
the article. The reason he said is he's going to do a $27 million guaranteed fundraiser. So I guess that, but then he started acting weird and I guess maybe hanging around people that were saying bad things about Jewish people. So now Jewish people are thinking that's on the table now. Would that really happen?
Let me break the news. This is big sports news. Myles Garrett just got traded to the Rams. Let me give the compensation. Sorry, Miss Connie, you mind if we talk football for a second?
You're fine because that's all I had to say is $27 million.
All right, that's all good. Let me just you you all good. Cleveland, Myles Garrett, best defense playing football. I think we all agree probably. If he's not number one, number two. He's going to the Rams for a first round pick, other draft compensation. The Browns also get Jared Verse, who can play. I mean, Jared Verse had 7.5 sacks last year. Jared Verse is pretty good. He's good himself. I think this is good for everybody. The Rams will probably win the Super Bowl next year. They doing what they got to do. That's the news. This is very big news. All you Ravens fans, Steelers fans, Cincinnati fans, early Merry Christmas. You got a early Christmas morning for y'all. But this is a good trade. I think this is a good trade for everybody except Jared Verse. Jared Verse got kind of fucked. Anyway, that's the news.
But the Browns need to keep doing this shit, though. It's like they're consistently rebuilding.
They had to get him off the books, though. Because Jared Verse is worth. I'm sorry. Excuse me. And they got a first round pick. Excuse me. I don't know what the other draft is, especially if they throw a second in there. I think it's very good. But yeah, the Browns. Well, I've been following the Browns training camp. I don't even know who the quarterback is going to be. So I don't know if anybody knows.
We know it's gonna be. It definitely won't be Sanders.
I know that.
Deshaun's gonna be the quarterback, man. He's a seasoned veteran. When he's on point, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, especially when he was in Texas. So everybody's leaning towards Deshaun.
That would be insane.
Why? Because he's almost a convicted.
No, because he's washed.
Well, they say he's resting himself so well and his rehabilitation went so well that he's performing like a new man.
I'd like to get rested like Deshaun Watson a couple times a year.
That's what they say. They say he's like
shaved
a couple of years off of the wear and tear of his body, and he's kind of healed all wounds. I don't know. We'll see.
I think he may have rested too much. He hasn't been good in like 8 years.
I wouldn't say 8, but
definitely since before COVID. I think.
When did he get hanged up with that whole massage shit? That was COVID.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So he hasn't been well. Yeah, that's true. I'm thinking COVID was yesterday. It's been 6 years.
He's over 30 years old. Yeah, he's older than. He left Houston in 2021. Yeah. Then he had the year off, I guess. And then you gotta go, Shador. I mean, you gotta go. But Deshaun, his cap hit is so much money. You don't want to sit on the bench. Next year, the cap hit is $45 million. Oof, Lord God.
And I don't think they could trade Watson until he shows that he can play.
They can trade him, but nobody won't take the cap.
No, exactly. Nobody's gonna take him. Well, it's gonna be a pretty good season then. I'm pulling for the Browns. Do I can do something? But
ESPN says there was a contract restructure where another $86.2 million in 4-year money from this year gets moved to 2027 and 2028. Okay, he's gonna be in the Browns forever. Anyway, that's the news. Y'all go back to the room, y'all. But this is in football. This is like a really big football story. Some people know it's a really big football story. It's a big trade. Myles Garrett is the best defensive player in football, so yeah, it's a big trade. But I think it's a good trade for both sides. I think Cleveland got good value. I think getting his contract off the books is good. I think getting Verse, who's a second round talent, borderline first round talent. I think getting a first round pick, getting other picks, I think it's really, really good trade for everybody. Kevin, are you here? Oh, yeah, cool. Kevin, what you think of the trade? There you go, Kevin. Kevin goes sports better than me. Let's get him talk.
Hey, what's going on, man? What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, brother? Congratulations on the finals.
Yeah, let's finish the job, though. But that Gabbard trade is huge. I think it's good for both teams as well because he didn't want to be in Cleveland, and obviously he's getting older, so it's an opportunity for him to win a Super Bowl versus a solid player. He's younger, bring him into a younger group, and they get the first round pick. Even though the Rams' first round pick will be in the high 20s or 30s, it's still a first round pick next year, and they got other compensation that they got to finalize. So, you're stacking picks. The Browns already have 2-1, so this is the third one for 2027. So they're lining themselves up pretty well, even though they've constantly done this. They have a GM, new head coach. I mean, not new GM, same GM, but new head coach. So let's see how it plays out.
They'll pick. I mean, to be fair, they'll probably win 5 games, 6 games max. They'll pick in the top 5, and then the Rams will probably pick somewhere between 28, 32. And then they pick again. So let's say the Rams lose in the Super Bowl. So they'll pick at 5. Let's give the Browns 4. The Browns pick at 4. The Rams they'll get the Rams pick at 31. And then they'll pick again at 36.
Right, and they have another first round pick from from the Travis trade. Remember they moved down last year? They moved back to 5, and they took the kid from Michigan.
That's right.
Got 3 1s.
They got 3 1s. This is good stuff for Cleveland. And to your point, you see what you got in Shador this year if it flames out in the system.
Right, you at least know what you got. So if Shador has a decent year, hey, you know what? We got a bargain basement quarterback. Now we can go take those 3 1s and go fill other areas. But if you don't have it, then hey, all right, Shador experiment's over. I go draft. Maybe they can put a package for Manning or whoever they want. They got 3 1s. They can do anything they want.
Yeah. Who is Manning and who's the other big QBs? Look at the list.
Manning is on there. You got the kid's name from
The one kid from Notre Dame. Can't figure.
Yeah, he's
Dante Moore. Dante Moore's the other big one.
From Oregon. Right.
Ohio State, Julian Sands.
Yeah.
CJ Carr is the Notre Dame guy you're talking about.
Yeah, CJ, right.
Oh yeah, it's a big Lenore Sellers and Jay.
I like
yeah, there's actually a lot of quarterbacks next year.
Yeah. The kid that was at Duke that's now at Miami, he's solid. I mean, it's a big. I mean, obviously, he said last year was a big quarterback draft, so we see how it plays out. But right now, on paper, it's a huge draft. Mensa, yeah, Darian Mensa, yeah, he's solid. He's good. But the Rams, listen, they push things to the table. They got a 38-year-old quarterback that just re-signed for 2 years, so they push their chips in the middle of the table. They're going for it.
Anyway, that's a sports break. Y'all can move on. Y'all want to move on with sport. That's a sports break. It's really good, man. This is really good stuff, man. I just like Shador Sanders, so I watch the Cleveland games now. So, but the NFL, so the Rams are the favorites, right?
Yeah, they're not.
that's their favorites now, no question about it. I'm sure the odds have already gone up.
They did. Oh, big time. Oh my God.
Yeah, I can imagine. What are they?
Oh my God, they at plus 650. The next closest is the Seattle, Buffalo, Baltimore plus 1,000. Wow.
They don't have any weaknesses anymore. Yeah, they don't have any real glaring weaknesses. They can rush the quarterback. They got the offense. They're scary.
They got one week.
Coaching staff. What's that?
Sam Darnold and Michael McDonald. I'm telling y'all, Seattle's only going to get better. I do not think that's the best Seattle can play. That defense, I just really think Seattle is really, really good. I think Seattle's really good. Who's the other West team? I'm missing the 49ers. They passed.
They're done.
And the Cardinals wasted their pick on that poor boy from Notre Dame. I don't know why they ruined that boy's career. That's crazy.
They got to sell tickets.
They ruined that boy's career. I was so. Yes, I wanted him for my team, but I knew he wouldn't get there. But they ruined that boy's career. They ruined that boy's career.
Yeah, from a business perspective, it doesn't even make sense. Because what are you going to do after this rookie? Are you going to pay a running back? What? It doesn't make sense. You know, they trying to say got to sell tickets. You know, it's a business move.
It's bad, yo. That's bad. But anyway, yeah, man, the odds jumped up. So Buffalo, I don't know how Baltimore's still at 1,000. But the bookies just take people's money on Baltimore. Baltimore's no. But KC is 1,500. So so it's the Rams and then Seattle, Buffalo, Baltimore, then Kansas City, Philly, Green Bay, and New England. Those are the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Brown might be going to the Pats. That hasn't, today's the day everybody been waiting for. So we'll see what happens with that. Odell went back to the Giants.
Yeah.
And Russell Wilson retired.
What? When that happened?
Today, he's joining CBS as a broadcaster.
Who?
Russell Wilson.
Oh, he retired young. How old is that kid? He was like 35.
Something like that. But he couldn't play no more. This is the best move. He'll do well on TV.
Yeah, he does have that TV cut.
Mm-hmm.
But you know who I'm rooting for? I'm actually really rooting for Andrew Berry. I think he's showing that a black man could be a general manager because he's made some pretty astute decisions. So hopefully this decision pans out. He seems to be good at drafting people.
If you look at it from a win-loss perspective, even though Myles Garrett's the best defensive player in the league, it didn't help him win any more games. So you figure like, hey, he doesn't want to be here. Let's go get a younger guy, get that money off the books, and another first-round pick. I mean, it's a business move. Cleveland's not going to Super Bowl, so I think it's a good move.
Yeah, it worked out because when they signed Garrett, Kevin, how many has been on the contract so far? Just one or two? He signed it last year, right?
I think it was 2. They restructured earlier this year. That's when you knew something was up, when they restructured so they can make the trade.
Yeah. So he was on it for 2 years. They paid him for 2 years. That's good. He got good.
And he hasn't reported at all. He hasn't even he didn't even meet the new coach. He never came back to Cleveland, so you knew that.
So they knew it was gone.
It was a wrap, yeah.
I didn't know that.
He was in Korea. He didn't even come back. So they knew it was a wrap.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They just finished the OTAs, and he didn't show up for that. He didn't meet the new coach. It was a wrap. It was already been worked on.
All right, sports corner's over. Y'all got it. Hello.
There's one more. Yesterday. And somebody's in Timberwolves with what's his name?
Wait, what'd you say? He went to the Warriors?
Yes, sir.
He's at the Warriors now.
Who?
Giannis.
That's fake news, bro.
No, that ain't happened, man. That
Oh, you just
that's
said
what
that.
I know. Yeah, that's fake.
My heart jumped. My heart literally jumped.
There ain't no way they gonna make a trade like that on finals week.
No way.
No, let me double check. I'm gonna send the link because I saw it yesterday. Because I was watching I was like, yeah, no, I don't know about that. I know the talk was that way. But
You know who I blame for this, don't you? Dr. Carr. The
Let's see. So that might have been because I don't think the trade is done yet. So it may have been early fake news. You know how they do. You click on something.
The NBA would never make a move like that this week. No, I'm sorry, man. I said the NBA would never make have a trade go through this week with the finals. That would overshadow the finals for a couple of days. They would never do that.
Yeah.
Well, we saw on Saturday.
Okay, so right now there's talks about the trades.
You know, we saw on Saturday where he needs to go, and it's obviously OKC. OKC needs to package Williams, Chet, several first-round picks, and a partridge in a pear tree to get Giannis. That's what they did.
I think moving off Chet after that, and I can see Giannis going in because they got the capital and the players to make the trade.
Yeah, because you got to get Williams. They actually play better without Williams. I'm convinced of that. They actually don't need Williams. So you get him Williams.
Yeah, they did play better without him.
Yeah. Jack Williams and then I don't know somebody else, and then but they got a ton of draft capital. They can get Giannis, and Giannis and Shea, you know, it gives me dynasty. Because I thought they had dynasty vibes before they lost on Saturday. So with Giannis, they should be our favorite.
But they got to do something because Wemby ain't going nowhere. So you're gonna have to add something like a Giannis, have that 1-2 punch. That'd be phenomenal for them.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
What's his name looks spent? I think they overplayed him. Did you think that, Kevin? Shea looks spent.
Yeah, he had to do everything. And he was exhausted. Yeah, he had to do everything.
I've also never seen, I know this is going to sound very cliche, I've never seen less impactful 31 points a game. I was looking at the game. He had 31 points. I was like, Shea had 31 points? Like, what?
Yeah.
That was nasty.
Wemby needs to hit the weight room, though. Because I said, damn, he get pushed around. He's so goddamn skinny. He needs to hit the weight room so he can use his height and stay down low.
See, I always worry about when people bulk up. You know, it's not
being like Superman, but, you know, just get a little more stronger so that way when he's trying to set picks or trying to go low, they just pushing him like he's a featherweight.
But at the height, I don't know. My concern is, like, you know, what does that do to your stroke? Big pause.
Yeah. Push around. That way, he can do like that couple of face plants he did with outside the paint. He just dunked on motherfucker. That would happen all the time if he get a little stronger. Like they would never be able to stop that.
Let me answer Mr. Resist. I have to find it. There's a crazy stat about their winning percentage and efficiency without Williams and with him, and it was pretty compelling. I have to find the data. I can't clean it up something right now, but I'll try to find it. But they actually won way more games without him. And I have to find it. But Williams is not the answer. Was not the answer to this series. I don't think they won the series. But it's hard to tell. But I have to find it.
Them young boys just grew up in front of our eyes. I mean, Spurs got a really young, but that team just came out of nowhere, you know?
They shot the lights out. It was insane. That's why I think the Knicks are going to win. I just can't imagine these boys playing. Yeah, I can't imagine them playing this good. I mean, they played this well and they still needed 7. I
I just can't imagine they can continue this against a well-rested Knicks team. And Cat is really balling too. I know y'all don't like Cat for all that, but I think he is really balling.
The Knicks, they
If they shoot well, they'd be fine.
I mean,
I will say outside, well, Cat's kind of strong though. But so if Cat's on the bench, who else is in the center when he's on the bench?
got Mitch Robinson, and obviously they'll play by committee. They'll probably throw a little bit of.
That's what I'm saying. Whitney got to get in the weight room because those two brothers gonna push him around. So.
And the Knicks are a deeper team from 1 to 10. The Knicks can, I mean, anybody can hurt you. Deuce can get hot. Shamit can get hot. You know, it's again, it's been by committee. Ever since they changed that offense, it's been a different look. But I mean, listen, it's going to be a good series. I just think that obviously when 1 and 2 in San Antonio, I find it hard for San Antonio to win the guard. That place is just going to it's going to be a house of horrors for them. I mean, just that intimidation, the guard is
the lack of who outside of Cat? Shane.
I got hold on real quick, Ty real quick. I'll be real quick about it. So with J-Dub this year, this is including the playoffs, they were 28-10. Without J-Dub, they were 47-11.
Wow.
Yeah, like this year it was crazy. I think it was like this last year, last year too. I have to find it, but I hate to say it. Nick Wright put me onto this. Like this has been one of his things for a long time. And I'll tell you why. He started really pushing it. This was the key to the Giannis trade. He was saying like people that think we have to keep J. Will. He was like, "This get rid of J. Will because you can and get Giannis." So because they're not going to get Giannis without J. Will.
Oh, you got to give to get, but that's a great move. I mean, listen, after this playoff run, they need Giannis, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I felt too. That's what I felt. Although I don't know. This is gonna sound kind of weird. I feel like if they had a center who you didn't expect anything from except 6 hard fouls and some boards, and you didn't feel like you had to run the offense through him, they would have been better. I thought Chet was terrible. I thought he was terrible this season. This is the series. I thought he was awful.
Yeah, he didn't want to shoot 4 shots on Saturday. He didn't even shoot before.
He got afraid to shoot. Yeah, it was.
It wasn't as fine as the album.
It was rough, y'all. It was rough. But I like the team. I like all those brothers. That's a nice team. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about the coach.
Dingwall, whatever his name. Yeah.
So if he goes to Golden State, who's Golden State giving up to get him? What's the package for him to go to Golden State?
They don't really have enough from the money to make that work. Nobody wants Draymond. I mean, what are they gonna give up?
That's what I'm saying. People, Sam just said the thing, and then Ty said, "But what would the package be? I don't even know package." Or Kelly, we can't do that no more. What would the package be?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Outside of what we know about stuff, where's the money don't match? I don't know how they would do that. If they got a third team involved, that's what they would have to do. Have to get a 3-way deal.
So what you're saying, Kevin, they have to get other men involved? Is that what you're saying?
I don't have to get over humans.
Who's the other landing spots that they had?
For Giannis?
Yeah, it's the other spots.
Well, they always, even I don't know how it works, they always say that, every great superstar ends up in LA, right? So the Lakers are, on the table, but I don't know how they would make that move either. They said Cleveland's trying to do some things, move some money, but that's a dream scenario where it will not happen. But
who would be in the package for Cleveland? Who would be like Mitchell? They would get rid of Donovan Mitchell or Harden?
Well, Harden has has an player option, so they would obviously sign and trade him, and when they would have to do something else. I think Jared Allen would have to go because he's making good money, and so is Mobley. So they would have to do something with one of those two or three, and they probably can make it work. I don't think Milwaukee would want Harden. They probably would want Mobley and Allen, because Allen's a solid player, he's an all-star, and Mobley's still young talent. But again, they would have to do some more maneuvering. But I don't know. Like I said, the situation with Giannis is not as easy as it sounds. But in the NBA, you gotta match that. You gotta match that dollar. So I think the best fit, because you got the pieces that Milwaukee would want. And it's like a situation where he would be the shot in the arm they can use to help fight that West. Because that West is not getting any easier. So.
Y'all went quiet? First lady, are you there?
Yeah, man.
Everybody was, they were ready to beat my ass. They thought me messing around with you, he was gonna beat me up and stuff. So I'm glad you came back, because they said they was gonna dump me in the community. They chose you over me, just so you know.
Thank you, girl. But I'm sure they'll rather have you than me.
I don't think so, actually. I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure not. I don't know if there's anybody who has the combination of calming skills, charm, and absolute carnage crash out. When you talk about you are the tiramisu of Clubhouse. What I mean by that is you have a bigger range than anybody.
Also, you got lady fingers.
What is lady fingers?
Oh, those are the cookies. Oh, so they soak it in espresso.
Right.
Yeah, those
But
are
I didn't know it was a cookie. I thought that was a cake.
No,
they're cookies.
they're very light, and you just layer them across.
Yeah.
And then soak them in espresso.
My tiramisu doesn't seem to be
mascarpone.
I don't know about that.
Tiramisu is very tasty. First, like,
What are you saying?
Good.
I love tiramisu. I'm just
What are you
saying.
saying?
Huh?
What are you saying? You don't know about it. That's the recipe.
Yeah, no. I'm saying I did not know that it was cookies. That's all I'm saying. I've had it plenty of times, but I didn't know it was cookies.
So you're saying you've had lady fingers in you, you just didn't know it was lady fingers.
Correct.
Okay.
But they're not really cookies, though.
They are.
They're like what?
They're closer to wafers, to be fair.
Wafers, yeah. As we're going back to communion.
Wait, the same type of wafers that's in
No, don't listen.
banana pudding?
Don't listen to a Jew.
Oh, now if we said that, we'd get fired.
Oh, there's so many things I can't say in here, like you said.
That's fair. That's true. That's
That's
true.
true.
You're allowed to have
That's
a
a
few.
fact.
That's a very good
That's
point.
a good comeback. I tell you,
That's a good
Spirit is,
comeback.
he always matching tennis. I'm
That was
telling you,
very
it's a
good.
tennis match,
You
man.
won that point. I guess I got packed up. Let me go to UPS.
There's something in the back of my mind about this weekend that I can't get a hold of, but it keeps nagging at me. I just don't know what it was.
That's called gas. So let me help you out. Go to your living room.
Let me go.
No. Go to the living room and lay flat on your back. And then curve, like bring your legs up and then curve at the neck so that you then are holding your legs to your chest. Like you're holding it, like a fetal position, but on your back so you can rock. And then rock from side to side. And the pressure on your stomach and your intestines will release that gas. It will release that gas that has been trapped and built up in your system for the past several. I do it all the time. And it just comes right out. And you roll from the spine back and forth, but also on the spine. You go side to side. Side to side. It's sort of like the Cupid shuffle, but on your back, right? And then you have to squeeze your legs to your chest. You have to squeeze them in tight, because what that will do is that it will produce a almost like a vice from the outside, and then you'll be pushing down on the torso. The torso will then squeeze out the gas. You see.
Can I add my
gas
bands
will
in?
come. Hold on a second. It will also remove gas that's in the back, not the back itself, but that is hiding in the recesses of your intestine, of your stomach, of your colon. You see. And why when you do it, we have gas in us that is trapped. It's called trapped gas.
So I'm just saying.
Don't add the bands. This is what middle class people, especially middle class black women, do. You all think that if you have equipment that you buy from some black female influencer on Instagram with tight dreads and smell like patchouli oil and skin look like it came right from God, that it makes it a better workout. You think that if you get it from Amazon or Temu or from Dick's Sporting Goods, no. You were born with the bands. Why? Because bands will make her dance. Bands will make her dance. Dance, bitch, dance. Bands will make her dance. Right? And so you have the band. You were born with the band. It's called your arms. So you take your arms and you squeeze them at your knee and bring it to your chest. Now, some of y'all got big titties. So you take the titty, you take your right titty and move it to the side. You take your right titty and move it to the side so that when you bring your knees up, there's a nestling position right in the middle. Now, for the brothers that like to lay on titties, you don't want to lay on the chest area between the titties because that's a particularly bony area. You want to make sure the titties are squeezed together, but not squeezed so much that if you're taking that one, it reminds you of titty fucking. Or two, you get lost and smothered in the titties. But for this exercise, you take each titty and move them to their respective side. You then take your legs up into your chest and squeeze. And it produces not only a fart, but a low fart. So you know how you fart, you walk in, this kind of fart, it's a lower fart. It gets rid of trapped gas. I do it all the time.
Well, thank you for a minute.
Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, thank you. For a minute, I was like, okay, Van is on his yoga Pilates tip, but then when you moved into the part realm and started talking about the titties and stuff, then I was like, well, no, he's not talking about Pilates or whatever, but for a minute, you weren't talking about Pilates moves, you know.
He almost made me drop the fucking drywall. Oh my God.
Dropping the drywall, brother. Okay, go. So see, this is the thing that Janice likes to do. First, let me back up. 2 days ago, Janice was using the N-word. Yesterday, she was using the P-word. Anyone notice something? It was the weekend. Now that she's at work hours, she has to act demure. She has to act decorous. She has to do her politics of respectability. Everybody knows that there is not more farting than in a fucking Pilates class. The amount of farting that one does at Pilates is worse than a chili contest. That's all people do at Pilates is pass gas. And what Janice was just doing, she was telling you that she's a fart queen. She was telling you in her own way that that's where she goes to get rid of her gas. Everybody knows that Pilates is for getting rid of gas. That's one of the benefits of Pilates.
Now,
Papa, COVID there.
Now, Papa, if that's what gets you through your nights, thinking about me as a fire queen, that's on you. That is not where I was going with it, but I'm gonna let you have that fantasy if that's what helps you sleep.
What fantasy, Papa? Let me ask you a question. Janice, do you go to Pilates? Are you there? Wait, come on, Janice, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Do you go to Pilates?
Yes.
Do you fart while you're there?
No.
Now you're lying. And see, this is why Dr. Umar's program ultimately will be unsuccessful because the black woman is a liar. I'm done.
First Lady, I think you can incorporate the bands in the moves that Ben was discussing.
Thank you, Chinese. I appreciate that. Yeah. If we don't use the bands for nothing else but to tie his ass up, I think that'd be worth the bands. But
well, bands will make her dance. Bust. Bands will make her dance. Bands will make her
not
dance.
those kind of bands. Those bands come with money in between them. These bands come with legs in between them, or arms in between them, or thighs between them.
What's the difference between thighs and money? They both get you where you need to go.
Oh. Spirit, if I needed backup on that one.
First Lady, I have a question. Have you come up with your love number yet?
No, ma'am. I did not take a screenshot because I don't think it was provided with the chart. Because I haven't purchased the book.
I can provide.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I like my excuse to stand and hold. I don't need to remediate my excuse. I'm okay. Let the excuse be the excuse. So what's this? All this talk about Umar? What is he talking about now? Is he like? He's got a new thing going on?
No.
Oh, okay.
Nothing but Sukiana.
Wait, what? Dating Sukiana?
Man, using her on live. He want her. He be on
I
live.
know you're lying. I know you're lying. His is on fire.
No, he be digging Sukiana. That's his thing.
Wow.
He's not the father of the baby, but he has been big up in her and saying that she is
On that
the
ass.
chosen queen of Pan-Africanism.
Do a lot worse.
But isn't Sukiana from Delaware originally?
Yeah, and she looked like it too. She looked just like a descendant of a Delaware.
You know, it's crazy. A lot of people don't realize there's a lot of Sukianas in fucking Delaware.
It is.
Thinking that Delaware, I don't know what, I was like, Delaware got some hood.
It's a ghetto hood country place. It's a hood country place. That's exactly right. Oh my God, I just Googled it. They all over here together.
Oh, damn. She like, stop it. She got her some Chanel bags out for him.
Who the baby daddy of?
I don't
It's
know.
some like rapper guy.
Wait a minute. Not him signing up to be the step happy. He signed up to be the step happy?
She cute.
No, she not.
That's
I
like it.
gotta see what she look like. Let me see.
I like it. I want her to be the princess of Pan-Africanism.
She be talking about switching. And I ain't talking about guns.
Oh, switching what?
From butt to mouth.
Oh no!
What's that?
Mm,
You mean cat?
no. You hit her in her butt and then she put her.
Oh, Patty.
And she be talking about eating niggas' ass. You don't listen to Sukiana's music?
Nah, but
One of my coworkers used to call her English.
are you talking about the Dr. Uma?
They even put the porn category in the chat. It's called ATM. That's what it's called. You put it in the chat. That's actually.
And if you see
I'm trying to figure out what that
y'all
meant.
seen her music videos before the ones that are like rated XXX, she be wildin'.
Wow.
You know, one thing about Sukiana, she's it's what she uses that freedom for. But if more of us who are more justice-minded and freedom-minded and liberty-minded were free, she's a real model for people. Just use that freedom for other things. She doesn't give a fuck.
And she definitely don't.
Yeah, but maybe people can't find people to not give a fuck with versus spreading I don't give a fuck with everybody.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, but you know what? Everybody that she don't give a fuck, if you ever watch her lives or some of these other rapper lives, they be begging her to stay. And she like, yeah, I'm done. She did that to Chaotic. Chaotic was fucking crying on live. She was like taping herself leaving the house. She said, I gotta take myself. She was on live. I gotta leave the house because he acting crazy. It was like, what you trying to leave?
She be putting all these niggas. I don't know, yo.
I mean, well, Rodney said,
Yeah, had Ray J. Ray J took her on a crazy Chanel shopping spree too.
they say she said she 5'4", but my throat is 6'6".
Oh boy.
Okay.
They be having these dudes go crazy, and she don't stay
I bet
around.
so.
She don't even stay around to get hurt. They be hurt.
If she is goat throating it, I'm sure they are Chanel-ing it.
No, but they doing more than Chanel. They trying on live.
She's snatching whole bodies on it.
She's snatching hearts too, because he's not realistically.
Well, she snatched the heart through the gulk.
Oh, that's too much.
No,
it's something. See.
Oh, what does ATM stand for? Let me look it up.
House.
Oh, okay.
That's the porn genre. It's a whole subgenre. That's why when Patty said that he laughed after put ATM. No, I mean, it's not popular. It used to be really popular maybe 10 years ago. There was a guy, old black guy now. He's like out of shape, so he always wears a t-shirt. I can't remember his name. That was one of his specialties. It's an old guy. He always wears a t-shirt.
So put it there and then put it in
Directly.
her mouth.
Directly.
That's insane.
Directly. Yeah.
You're gonna get in trouble like that.
Yeah. She ain't got in trouble yet.
A couple of bucks. Did it one time, got it for life. So after the first time.
This is insane. Somebody please change the subject.
But what is Dr. Umar? Well, do you mind? What is Dr. Umar's attack like? Why does he like her all of a sudden?
She doesn't really say she fucks these niggas, but I think she fucked him or something. I don't know what she did. But he's been on live.
You mean pegged him?
No.
Oh, she just had sex with him.
Yeah.
But he just all of a sudden started, like, nobody knew knew him. He was the one that came online talking like, she's a black queen. She's like, he made it seem like she was the most perfect person in the world. And he was coming out of pocket too. She be going hard. She don't be telling on these dudes. These dudes be telling on themselves. They be coming on live acting crazy.
He said that she's very smart. That what she has kind of going on is the act. That she's very traditional. That she takes care of the kids that she already has. That she cooks home cooked meals. She serves her man. So that's why he thinks that she can bring forth the prince of Pan-Africanism, and that will be the final child for them both.
Child, I don't believe that, because remember, if y'all ever watched Love and Hip Hop Miami, her mother was complaining because she didn't see her kids in over a year. So I don't know about the taking care of her kids thing, but she said she was working. And then her mother said she wasn't giving her enough money to take care of all the damn kids.
But didn't she take her sister's kids that passed away too?
I don't know, maybe so, but it's a lot of kids.
You said I don't know, but it's a lot of kids. How many kids are you talking about?
Yeah, it's a whole bunch. Shit. She can start her own basketball team. She has people to.
I prefer her to the other one.
Yeah, but even with Suki, like for him, I don't know why he say that when she actually has videos where people was busting on her face and all kinds of stuff, and that was her rap videos. Her rap videos, they were actually having sex in the rap videos by the pool. She had videos where she's giving head at the pool.
with randoms. She's just wow.
I think I put it in chat. I think Sukiana is real. I think what's the name is kind of fake.
Sexy.
I think sexy kind of fake. I think Sukiana is real. I don't know. This is pseudo. I don't have to give it. It's just a feeling I get. Whose music is better, Patty? That I can't tell you.
I think they about on the same level. But Sexy Red got one kid, and then with Sexy Red, she don't really have any videos out there with her doing whatever on her rap videos. And I've seen their Breakfast Club interviews, and with Sexy Red, you say something negative about her, she confronted them right at. She went off on Jess. Jess was talking to her, and she just like turned her face and kept talking. And she's like, "Why are you ignoring me?" And she was like, "Why is she talking to me?" And she brought up everything that she said about her. She real too. She'd be real nasty if you play in her face. I think Sexy Red has better features. I will say that. She got Drake. She got Cardi. She got she had. She got a lot of features. You don't really see Suki with too many features. I don't even think she has features. I need to look it up. Yeah, but that sex tape was doctor said something about Sexy Red. Sexy Red sex tape was her ex. When they broke up, he went and posted all the fucking videos they made together. And they was together for years. Some dude from Miami. It's not like it's videos she actually made.
No, she did. Because she had all that. Yeah, she was doing OnlyFans.
Who, Sexy Red?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were still talking about something.
No. So I was remember when Sexy Red had that sex tape come out, and then come to find out it was her boyfriend released it. He was saying it wasn't him. Somebody must have stole his shit and was releasing their videos. That's how his boyfriend released hers.
Yeah, but that's going on what Van said. That's the freedom that Suki with a coochie has.
Yeah, that's what she got herself.
Compared to, that's the freedom that she has compared to Sexy Red. Sexy Red is kind of performative. No, I'm not saying that like she's a bad person or anything. It's just not real.
Yeah, I can see that. But Suki, man, she be wild. I think she got some trauma going on in her life because she just can't stick with one man. When she tired of you, she move around and cuss your ass out while you on live crying.
Which one?
Suki. She be like, she acts like a real nigga.
Yeah.
She's
a little fake
alright.
to me. Sexy Red began to feel fake to me when she started doing the politics stuff. That didn't feel right to me. I'm like, why are you? Suki said, I'm in England and I'm about to eat ass. Remember she told them white ladies she was outside the museum? I was like, oh my God, what is she?
And she probably was going to eat some ass for real.
She probably was. And then he got Thai food on the way. Thai food, that's not good.
You like it spicy?
Medium spice, yeah. If you do Thai too spicy, you can't taste the flavor. They put too much peppers in. Let me get some green curry.
Have you ate
You like red curry?
Thai food in Thailand? That shit's spicy.
Yeah,
That shit's something you up.
Well, I looked at both of them, and I'm gonna say 6 on one hand, half a dozen on the other. They look the same. Suki is a little heavier than Sexy Red. Sexy Red is more on the thinner side.
She got nice top knots.
Well, both of them look like that breast was in their throat. So.
Oh,
Wait, Sexy Ray got?
Well, they look inflated. They look bloated.
It might be the dress, or it's because she just had her baby.
Oh yeah, she just had the baby. This is definitely not 6 in one hand, half in another. This is not even close.
What you mean? Well, who you got your money on?
Way more attractive than Sexy Ray. This is not even close.
No, you know what?
Attractive?
You gotta see Sexy Red without her glasses and all that other shit. Cause Sexy will wear them glasses and whatever, but when she takes some glasses off and she does like her little makeup, she's actually very pretty.
Oh, you're right, Patty. Oh my God, this lady's unrecognizable.
Right, she's very pretty. She just hides behind them fucking glasses, and she wear them glasses looking like.
Well, that's the porn star glasses. That's the glasses that people bust on in porns. Sorry, but it's true. That's a particular job. Zoe Sin wears those glasses. Let me go to work. Fuck.
It's too late now.
Too late to apologize. It's too late.
You know, my daughter sang that to me one time when she was little. I was like, what the hell is going on? I said, I'm sorry. Come to find out, my dad had bought her, I guess, One Republic, or he ordered it on Apple Music, and she would play it on, it was some Timbaland album, and that was the last song on it, a hidden track, and she just started singing that song. I was like, what the fuck? She was like 4 years old, 3 years old.
Y'all know Zoe Sin? She's a very good content creator.
My algorithm must be dry as hell because I don't know none of these people.
Well, she's trying to transition from porn to just like quirky content. Her videos are very funny. Brett knows her. Bring up Brett. Brett knows her. Bring up Brett. Brett watch her content.
How you know what be watching?
We talked about her. She makes content. She's got TikTok.
She's billing right now.
Oh, okay.
Did you get your Diet Coke today? I mean, this week?
I'll have one today. I need one because I just paid the plumbers, and there goes my retirement. What'd you say?
I was going to ask if you was able to get on your stamps because they renewed. I thought they renewed.
Shit. Let me go check my account. Hold on 1 second. Oh, it is.
Oh, wow, yes.
My food stamps hit.
I thought they was cutting carbonated drinks.
They were cutting sugary drinks. I got Diet Coke.
Okay.
No sugar in Diet Coke. Hey, y'all think they're gonna well, 2 questions. One, do you think this is the beginning of the end, or are we halfway through the of 60 Minutes? And 2, why would people come in and ruin a good product that they need after Donald Trump? The 60 Minutes, I don't know if y'all follow the 60 Minutes saga, but they let this lady come in and she's ruining 60 Minutes. And I didn't know 60 Minutes was watched by this many people. A lot of people still watch 60 Minutes. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think they are ruining it. What's his name?
Was Scott Pelley? The Scott Pelley one? He yelled at the new executive producer.
Yeah.
He said, quote, "You'll never be welcomed here." So he said to his boss. That's more freedom.
But didn't a bunch of people just left, including some of I heard
they got fired.
Anderson left.
Yeah, they got some quit, but a lot of them got fired last week. Yeah.
But who's a new guy? Because I know Byron Weiss hired a new person. What's a new person?
Nick Bolton is his. I'm sorry, Nick Bilton.
Is he MAGA?
No, I don't think so. I think he's just. I mean, maybe he is. He wasn't openly MAGA, but he was from. Hold on. He was from. I just read this last week. I can't remember. Nick Bilton. He was from. He's British. He was from. Vanity Fair for a long time. Oh, he was in print media. And he's a British guy who was in print media, but also is a screenwriter. He's writing a film for a new Martin Scorsese film with The Rock, DiCaprio. He's written a couple of books.
Yeah, so the beloved franchise is done. Actually, I like watching 60 Minutes Australia. They've done some pretty good shows out of 60 Minutes Australia. Because, I don't know, yeah, that's one of the few shows that I watch.
Yeah, but 60 Minutes out of Australia is like the waiting room.
The wait.
Or 40 Acres. I be watching that shit too. That shit be like, what the fuck? Y'all doing too much.
It's too late to apologize. You said your father bought her what now? Bought her the CD to that song? Okay. You said something.
Yeah, my dad bought some. He bought playlists and some. I don't know what. Too Late to Apologize was on. I think it was on Timbaland's album. And he bought that, and then I was in her room one day, and when Timbaland's album was over, there was like this song came on, and I was like, oh God. I think that was the introduction to the One Republic when he first was being released.
Oh, okay. Off the topic, now I know you said you like that Topeka sparkling water, but it wasn't. It didn't hold the carbonation like you said.
You bought it in a can?
No, bought it in a bottle. I bought a case of them from Whole Foods.
When?
Um,
Just recently?
Nah, back in March. February, March.
It holds. It's really popular in Texas.
No, but I'm gonna tell you one that's better. Trader Joe's Italian sparkling mineral water. Now I opened this bottle Saturday night and Sunday, and this thing still got bubbles.
Yeah, I'm not drinking something that's been sitting out since Sunday.
Really? When you open it, you pour it, and you open it, and you pour it. Like, you don't drink it all at once. It's a big bottle. It's not small.
Yeah,
Screw the top on.
Pellegrino.
Yeah. Pellegrino. But I'm telling you, this Trader Joe thing ain't bad at all.
I'll try it. But I'm so used to Topo for the single bottles. Now, let me see what's the water I've been buying. Because they don't have it. Oh, Saratoga.
Oh, that's my favorite. No, that's my favorite. That's
yes, they had a whole bunch.
I ordered them from Amazon. I like them. But they have the plastic bottles. I don't have the glass bottle from them.
I only get glass.
Yeah, when I got it from Amazon, it came in plastic. But in the restaurant, they give me glass. But when I ordered from Amazon, it only had the 6-pack plastics. But yeah, I like Saratoga. Saratoga is delicious.
Yeah, I got my wine freezer. I have I buy packs of this shit. And say I don't have no Topo.
Oh, you haven't been able to get it?
No, because they put a pause on it because something's going on in Mexico with that water.
Oh, shut up. I'm going to Whole Foods to see if we got any here. I didn't know that.
Don't buy it.
That's why he was asking. Aha. Oh, no, I'm not going to buy it anyway because I still have a few left downstairs. I didn't drink them all. But okay. They said we acting like Ashton now. Let me be quiet.
Hey, Patty, Owen just posted in that blog more people from being promoted again.
Mm-hmm.
There's a New York Times article that says he blocked officer promotions. See,
This country is whiteness.
22 nominees for one-star admirals. Oh. He moved 2 of the officers, a woman and 2 a black man. Wow. Oh, but he also removed some white men. An additional 3 were white men. Yeah, okay. They must be, there's something.
They must be allied.
They must have voted Democrat.
Or the promoting what's in the DOD regulations already. That's the problem that they're having right now. A lot of the senior officers are like, the regulation hasn't changed. And that's what they're promoting to the soldiers. There's no change in the regulation, so this is what's going to happen. If, like for the Army, if AR 600-23 hasn't changed, just because you hear something on TV, this is how it goes.
Oh.
You have to follow the regs.
So didn't the Navy Secretary resign?
Yeah, he did.
Well, that's why. I mean, he struck every female off the one-star list. And female officers make up 20% of the Navy. And they didn't have not one on the one-star list.
Yeah, every new frontline manager in the FAA is dead. And it's not that many black and colored folks in the first place.
And they said this is highly unusual because the secretary was never involved in any of our promotions when I was at the Pentagon. Because I worked promotions when I was at the Pentagon. I worked general promotions because I worked for the Secretary of the Air Force. And general was on. We never had to send stuff to the SecDef for people for clearance. That's not how it works. He's not part of the promotion process. Now, if you go in for stars, if you go in Congress, he has to bless the list, but he wouldn't. This is crazy.
It is crazy.
So, Patty, you know when you go, does the Army do that for general officer? Your promotion recommendation is handwritten. Do y'all do that?
What do you mean?
So for your promotion recommendation, it's typed your PRF.
Mm-hmm.
It's typed all the way to colonel.
Right.
To general, it's handwritten.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's word. So you normally I had to type up all what I want my boss to say based on. I would go over the person's entire record,
mm-hmm.
and then I would pick out all the headlines, summarize all his number 1 strats, number 2 strats, the awards they've won, the schools they've gone to, the jobs they've held, blah, 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 blah. And then I would type it up like a regular PRF, and then my boss would choose to pull what he wants from there and write it up. But the main thing he would write is promote now or promote ahead of the field, blah, blah, blah. Whatever recommendation he gave was people don't have to push the person over the top. It's kind of what?
Yeah, so
one guy.
they said the 3 Ps are important. Your peers, your physical,
Yep.
and your performance evaluations.
Weak years make a lot of weak leaders, they say.
Yeah.
If your peers are all weak and you get promoted out of the weak, sometimes some weak people get through.
Yeah, I'm number 1 in my peer group, so there's no way.
That's what I'm talking
If
about.
something happens and it's time for me to get, if it was time for me to get promoted, if I don't get promoted, then I'll freaking raise hell.
Yeah, but he looks like he's speaking on the Navy. I don't know what the Navy did to him. Because all those guys in the Navy, I haven't seen the Army or Air Force say anything about their
He's the department. He's the Secretary of Defense. But it's Congress. So
You see,
I was list like a year and a half ago. So I just got
your lineups, right?
yeah. And when I did, they try to keep you in strategic. It's like they don't want to give you anything else.
Yeah.
But these are the kind of things that in my mind came up in 2024 when people voted. Like, this is not a surprise or a shock. This is par for the course. And this is motherfuckers' mind.
And that's fine.
Like, for instance, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he retired as a 3-star. The Air Force did not promote him to 4-star. And there's ample reason why the FOs choose not to promote him to 4-star. But now he's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. You can't make this shit up. But they talk about a merit system. Make this shit up.
You got promoted in August, you get promoted in August. And that'll be your forever day. Last time I got promoted that January because they do a merit system now. So if you're number one, that's how I found out. I knew I was number one because at the top they tell you how many people have all these ACOMs. That's all. And she's a Blasian too. It's kind of weird. She had all ACOMs. And then how I found out I was number one is your promotion number. And then that's how I was like, oh, I'm number one. Me and her was fighting about that too. Who's number one in our kids?
Oh, that's pretty cool. They do like that. So for the Air Force, like, you know who, depends on what school people get selected to. We can tell.
Oh, they just started that merit system. So before, like say you graduated from OBC or you graduated from Officer Basic Course and you got commissioned. Let's just say you got commissioned that January. That means forever you will always be promoted in January. If you fell under that, if you fell after.
That's the bias they have. So they make sure they don't, the other promotion sources we have. So for instance, if you come out of ROTC first, well, the only thing that messes that up is that you have officer training OTS graduates and OTSs throughout the year. So what they try to do now is they do it by they have a fiscal calendar yet. Bullshit. So basically, if you're in a particular fiscal year, you would be the end. So for instance, you'd be the end of the promotion, even though you like say May, June, you'd be the end of that fiscal year. Whereas so therefore the Air Force Academy would be whenever they graduated in the summer would be the beginning of it. Yeah, and I tell you, man, the white people was doing some crazy shit back in the day that nobody talks about that now. That the stuff they would do, especially for promotions, is wild. And now you have this guy upending the system that they're somewhat perfected because people don't realize that a lot of the promotion is I mean, when you get to general, it's not blind because the general people kind of know who you are. Even up to full bird, everybody knows who you are because full bird is what is very much if you're at the Pentagon, it's very much functional. Because at the Pentagon, you get promoted among your peers at the Pentagon. You get ranked and strutted. So whoever gets ranked and strutted within, and then everybody who sits on the promotion board at the Pentagon for FM, finance, they're all FM people, including obviously senior executive civilians. And they know those people. They know their whole record because you have the entirety of their record in front of them. And it's very much a functional thing. But that's why some guys, if they tell you if you're weak enough, you don't go to the Pentagon and try to compete to get promoted. Now, if you know you try to go out and get promoted out of the general, not people wherever you at, you can rack and stack with officers from all career fields. But if you're at the Pentagon, you're gonna be rack and stack among your career field. And it's harder to get promoted then. So I used to counsel officers and tell them, because when the people knew the job that I had at the Pentagon, people would always call and ask me. And I was like, man, send me the record, man, I'll review it and let you know why I feel you're gonna fall. Yeah.
So I've been part of the ROC since I became an officer. And it's this thing that's African American officers where they get together and they try to help you map your career. And they have a lot of black generals that's over it. And they try to help you map your career, tell you to take the stupidest fucking assignments, the toughest assignments. To be honest with you, you know how I be on Clubhouse and I was like pretending I just make these rooms and just freaking. I used to do that. I used to. I don't do it as often, but I used to teach SAP. I made my name like really popular amongst a lot of the other officers. So I taught SAP. I do train the trainer when it comes to GCSS Army, GCSS for the Marines and the Navy. And then it was this officer, this older white lady getting ready to retire that was at HRC. And she was pretty cool. And she used to be in my Facebook Live in that private group. And she actually recommended me to go to Patriot, which was one of the best decisions I made in my life. Every fucking officer told me don't take it because they're racist. It's a bunch of white people, and they only promote their, or they only give their ACOMs to their ACOMs above center mass, and you only can give that 29%, right? And some people they only have 1 or 2 people to rate, and they can't give ACOM.
You gotta have 3, yeah. You gotta have, what do we got? I can't remember, 5?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So sending me to Patriot was guaranteeing me of not maybe getting an ACOM, but she was like, if you can make it, you have to find a yes. And she said, I think you can make it. And I was like, there's no way I'm not going there. And I had talked to one of my friends at the schoolhouse, and she was like, don't take the assignment. But because everybody kept telling me don't take it, I just took it. And you know what ended up happening, right? My boss didn't have the room to give me the above center mass. The general at the time, he's redhead, got freckles, white as everything. That motherfucker said, I want her profile, and I'm going to be the one to rate her. So that he can give me that one slot. And it was funny. He's an asshole, though. What he did was he brought all the officers in that he does rate. And we were all sitting on the couch. And he brought us all in to talk to us about our counseling before he gave us our ratings. And I got number 1. And I think one of the guys was up for promotion. And then after he told us, and he told me, don't tell them I gave you number 1. So then when he came out, he told me to go back to the couch. Went back to the couch and waited for everybody else. And they all were sitting at the couch. It's like he wanted us to fight or something. He came out and he said, he pretty much gave it to me. He said, I gave her my number 1. I know you need to get promoted, but I don't give number 1s to people that come begging. And he just laughed.
I mean, come begging, but it should be based on just your merit and you. And that's what I don't get.
You know, like people kissing his ass.
Yeah, I agree. It's just always, I've always told people, like, one time when I was at the Pentagon the first time, I was a major, and I just come back from command, and I won Air Force Comptroller of the Year, PACAP Comptroller of the Year. My squadron was Squadron of the Year. My finance office was finance. My budget office was, we swept the walls. And so everybody knew. And then from that time, I got the number 1 major and number 1 squadron commander from my wing commander. So I was coming to the Pentagon just ready. So when I got there, when my first year, I worked for a civilian, and SES 3-star equivalent. And I was a current field manager. I managed acquisition, finance, whatnot. I was a current manager. I had to reestablish the PhD program. So I had to do all of that. And after that, when I went for my strap, for my performance appraisal, the exec for the Secretary of the Air Force for finance, the FOCFO civilian told him, he's like, why is ML getting the number 1 strap and he's 1 major and there are 6 lieutenant colonels?
Right, that's what happened to me.
Yeah,
I was
she strapped me number 1.
There's 6 majors that were, and one of them was getting looked at for lieutenant colonel.
Yep. So he was trying to explain. So he called my boss, and he was a lieutenant colonel. He was the exec officer. He asked my boss, why is ML number 1? Because he's not going for promotion. And he's going to, and his record's pretty exemplary. He just won Air Force Comptroller of the Year, blah, 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 so he's good. She looked at him and she says,
And she was an Air Force officer. She was Air Force Academy grad. She did like 6 years in the military. Then she got out and she's been a civilian ever since. She said, listen, and she told me that because she told me what happened because I was like her trustee. She said, how dare you ask me why I decided to strike? She goes, never it. And the way he did it as a joke, he goes, no, ma'am, I was just, she goes, well, don't joke. That's not a joke and that's not a question. You heard to ask me. Because I get to strike officers, and she's been in the government for like 30 years now because she was an older lady.
I think sometimes they be trying to pit them against you and you're not.
No, because when you're black, you don't realize how much is harder against you. I've never worked for a black supervisor in the Air Force. I had a black boss. I've always had white bosses.
Me too.
And if you don't understand that, it's like, as a black officer, I've always had to win awards, like free work. So therefore, she says, you know, Emel's here at 6 in the day. If I ask him for something to do, a report, drop something at 6 p.m., when I get up in the morning here at 7:30, it's done. I don't get that from my other lieutenant colonels.
Oh, I'm like that too, man. Leaf, I tell you, when he was stationed in Fort Lewis, I used to be up at 2 o'clock in the morning talking to Eurocom. And I was the only person. Even during COVID, I would be at work while everybody would go home. Because we only could have 10 people in the building. And I'd be like, everybody knew I was at work. I'd be at work. I was like coordinating access agreements with countries we didn't have access agreements with. I was like using templates because they was like, how'd you come up with the word? I was like, yo, it's been like y'all just need to find the template. Like I was using templates from fucking SharePoint, from our share drive, and freaking like creating access agreements, talking to people I need to talk to because he's in Special Forces. Because Lisa is in Special Forces, I knew Special Forces had access to like shipping for countries that we knew was taking forever to get shit shipped to. So it's like I contacted Lefa, he gave me some names, and it made me seem like a superstar when it's just shit that people should know to do. And they got better contacts than I did at the time. My contact was being on Facebook Live, talking to other young logistic officers and enlisted soldiers. But I just used my network to fucking move shit. But I don't know. You know, one thing I have learned in the military, and I'm like, you don't go fuck yourself. I could care less. My reality. When it comes to black men in the military, a lot of the Caribbeans, the Africans, if you're from another country and you're black, they'll be up at 2 o'clock in the morning with me. If it's black females, they be up at 2 o'clock in the morning. Just to me, if I tell my homegirl, hey, there's a meeting with Eurocom, let's see if we can get in that meeting. Let's contact Eurocom commander and see if he can give us the link. The females will show up. It was always a problem with our black American officer males. It'll be the black American females. It'll be the black foreign soldiers. They're down to take the stupidest fucking assignments. They're down to fucking work extra hours or work out. And they're the ones that always do PT outside. He's at 6 o'clock. Fucking running on my own. Guess who was wrong with me? Another dude that was Jamaican. Another female that was another black female that wanted to do better on her run.
So in my experience, probably what I found out, especially when it comes to black officers, if they're Air Force Academy grads, they're a little bit different in that they're very coonish.
Oh, they're
so basically,
the ones that planted.
So you know what's funny, Patty? So my first assignment, I was stationed at Andrews Air Force Base, second lieutenant, and you know I saw this black colonel. I was like, man, you know, because you know sometimes seeing a black colonel on an Air Force base is like a unicorn. You just saw a unicorn, so you get all excited, you know. So I went up to him, you know, and my boss had told me. My boss at that time was an Italian dude, colonel. He was telling me that, hey, you know, have you found a mentor, blah, blah, blah. I said, no. He said, well, you find a mentor, and if you don't find one, He goes, I have no problem being your mentor. And I was like, okay, cool. So me, I was looking for a black guy, you know. I was like, I saw the colonel. I was like, let me go talk to him. I'm like, he's a colonel, so I'm like, man, pilot, let me go talk to him, you know, blah blah blah. Man, you know what homeboy told me? His advice to me: don't mess up and make him look bad. Literally, that's what he told me. I scheduled a meeting with his office, and that was the first thing he told me. He goes, the only advice I have you, don't mess up. Because it's going to make me look bad, and all the other black officers on his face look bad. And the guy didn't really have time for me. That was one of the most disappointing moments of my career. And from then on, my first boss, first commander, was my mentor for the rest of my career. He went all the way to general, and he was my mentor for my rest of my career. Not even a black person. A white dude.
Yeah.
An Italian dude.
Yes, but you both have typical stories. One of my wives is, she happened to be in the Coast Guard. She got a little few declaration, but I'm saying they tell the same story, man. It's a weird world if you plan to gain rank in the so-called Uncle Sam's Army. Bound and gown that I know you must do. A bunch of hoops of fire you must jump through if you want that right. If they see most of those black soldiers have a desire to be in their own army, their own black military, to be straight up with you. And if you don't have a military to protect your own investments, own vested interests, and your own special interests. And that's why I always say bye.
Alright, good. Anyways, yeah, I think that's like I think it depends on like what corps you're in. Because like I think like a lot of the personnel that's like in the signal corps is very black dominated in the US Army. So like I don't see that the same with the brothers that's in signal.
Are you talking about enlisted or are you talking about officers?
Oh, officers.
Yeah,
I don't see
I'm just telling you my experience with the officers. The enlisted, I ain't gonna lie. When it comes to the black male enlisted, them motherfuckers hold me down. If I say cookies and ice cream, they'll be like, didn't you hear the ma'am? It's cookies and fucking ice cream. Like, and they will fucking go hard in the paint, especially for another black woman. They don't play that shit. When you fuck with they black officers, they don't fucking play about they black officers. Now, black enlisted will fucking take care of us. I don't have to do shit. You know what? I had a black sergeant major. He had all the soldiers, and a couple of my soldiers had to go to their formation. I showed up to their formation because they told me. He told me, ma'am, you need to come. This is enlisted business. But he called me and told me what was going on, why he had to do what he did. When the white officers do it, they just be like, stay out of our business. And they don't give me no information. I have to get it from my soldiers. But when I had that black sergeant major, he'll tell me, hey, I gotta present something. You up there, you outrank me. Sometimes it's a problem because they think, oh, my man's here to save me.
If you use my formation, I'm gonna give you no information. Besides, we'll see you later.
Yeah, but most of the black officers give me black enlisted give me the information so that I won't be stepping on their toes. It be because I got shit that I need. I got real shit to do. Right? When I'm in Hawaii, when I was in Hawaii, you taking combatant command soldiers away from us for a fucking 2-hour speech about cookies. I don't got time for your fucking 2-hour speech. I don't give a fuck about your 2-hour speech when we got planning going on. But one thing I will say about the black enlisted side, they'll be like, hey, I get it. I know you need them. They're considered mission essential. But this is what happened. And if one fuck up, all of them fuck up. And they'll explain everything. When it comes to white officers, ma'am, get out of our business, move around.
Yeah, Patty, I had the same. I was fortunate that my 2 times I commanded, my senior enlisted, my first sergeant. My first sergeant was American Indian one time. She was from Colorado, and then my my E9's Chief Master Sergeant was black American guy from DC. And the thing about it, the only surprise I've had in command as a black officer is that the white enlisted troops expect you to be lenient, and then the black troops want you to succeed. It's like they would work their ass off for you to succeed. Because the fact is that, you know what one of them told me? Sir, every day I come to work, one thing I don't have to worry about, how my boss is going to treat me. This is what one of them told me. He's like, sir, it makes me happy going to work because I know I'm going to get a fair shake from you that sometimes we don't get.
From white. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
So that's why I said black enlisted always took care of me. They never let me fail. It was actually a black sergeant major that told me, yo, you know this shit, why don't you get on Facebook? You know they be having these Facebook Live classes. Like black enlisted always took care of me. It's the black American male officers that we've always had problems with. I can bring a black female on here and she'd be like, yo, I'll talk to the Jamaican guy and ask him to help me before. Because a lot of times they just don't show up. I don't know what's going on with our black population when it comes to our officer corps. They are always having yacht parties. They don't show up to formation. I beat them in the run, and I'm a girl. They just barely passed the PT test. But they're always fucking trying to be built and solid. But they don't want to do their cardio. It's just be a whole bunch of other shit going on. Unless they come from West Point, or if because you're in joint, they're coming from the Air Force Academy. But then those guys are married to white women and they're coons.
Yep. That I found the most interracial per capita issue, and you always should have been to in the Air Force, especially if they're a pilot. White woman. I remember when my son was young. My son was like 2, and we were stationed in Hawaii, and literally every kid in daycare was a mixed kid, you know. And what I'm going to think is like, yo, every kid has mixed except for my son. I was like, this is what the world is turning to. I never have a problem with that. But the military is definitely you have a lot of interracial marriages. But it's at a higher clip than the general population.
On the officer side.
Especially on the officer side. Yeah. You would not see an officer. Yeah, when you see a black officer married to another black woman, you're like, whoa. What? That is different.
Yeah. A lot of black officers.
But Patty, here a joke. So one time we had a recall, and I was already on base. I was playing golf with the wing commander, and so when the recall, obviously I'm there with the boss, so I just get to go on base and go back to my locker room and change it when I'm at work. So one of my troops who was brand new to the squadron, black kids. So he calls my house, and he was like talking to my wife, and he was like, hey, can I speak to, and she's like, yeah. So as he didn't even wait for her to speak, he just hung up the phone. So when I came in, he was like, hey, Sarah. I was like, yeah, I know that's my wife. Because she's not black. I mean, she's not white, she's black. And he goes, oh, sorry. But he assumed that, yeah, boom, all of a sudden she couldn't sound a certain way, so he just hang up. He didn't even talk to her. I was like, you didn't even talk to the person, you just hang up. And I called my wife, I was like, somebody's calling my hang up with you. She was, yeah, somebody did. So we always made fun of that. So I was to my wife, yep, I told you people always say so like a white lady.
So I put my PTR up, right? Those women that's in there, those are all black female officers. The girl in the middle, smart as fuck. She's the one that brought me to my first combatant command position. And she said when she met me as a young baby officer. She said, like, because I say no. And I would always pull the rags on her ass. She was like, I want that girl to come here. And she just pulled me one day. But that girl in the middle, she is the smartest motherfucker I've ever met in my life. When it comes to, she's the one that taught me about weapon systems. She knows weapons. She knows infantry tactics. She knows every fucking thing. Like, she is the smartest fucking woman I've ever met in my life. Like, she sits in the meetings, and the generals even, like, they'll be, like, looking at her, and she's like, no. And everybody will be like, okay. And then she'll go talk to the general and say why she said no. And a lot of senior officers didn't like her because of her facial. She would look at them and stare at them in their face. She don't smile. She's smiling in this picture because she wanted to put together a bunch of black females and had us all take our pictures together with her. And she's in the middle. She is the smartest woman I've met in the military.
But you like prove a point with that picture, Connie, because we always said when we talk about which branch of service has the best looking female officers, and the Army wins all the time. The Marines come in second, and Navy's last, and Air Force is third. But Air Force doesn't. There's not a.
I think that's a myth.
Plus, there's not a lot of black women.
I think there's this myth that Air Force has the best looking women, but there's some
That's a lie.
smart females in the Army because they put their ass through some shit. Them girls have to, like, the females in the military, they have to, like, where the Air Force would blow up a tent, large ass wooden poles just to put up a goddamn meeting. They have to go out with infantry guys as a medic and fucking drag them niggas behind a fucking vehicle just to get them patched up. They have to sleep in tents which smell like piss and fucking underarm with a bunch of fucking men that fucking pee in a bottle, and they gotta dig a fucking cow hole.
Yeah, something you alluded to earlier, one that also like the high-end pilots and the high-end of some parts of the military, and they have, the snow bunnies at home, etc. Because they announced that the woman, the vanilla child, is the trophy they have, and especially if she has a blonde hair, blue eyes. I would have enlisted in the Air Force. I was on the way to San Jose today. I took it.
So you could have been aim high, ambassador.
Yeah, I could have been all wow. I mean, because I was going for pilot. I was trained by a pilot, the pilot for the Nation of Islam. His name was Sultan Mohammed. He flew the presidential jet for Elijah Muhammad, and he only had a Muhammad's education there. Muhammad University, all those guys like Malcolm and Sultan Muhammad, the son of Jabir Muhammad, the manager of Muhammad Ali. So we flew around our own presidential jet right there. And because of his knowledge, because I got the incentive from, I think my entry was at William and Mary College, and from there I was on my way to like San Antonio. I'm going on in somebody's Air Force year, and and I said, I'm going to take this goddamn job. I'm not going in the Air Force. But I studied a lot about the Air Force, and one of my captains now, in fact, my man here in Washington is a high-ranking guy in the Air Force. His name is Talib Sharif. And he's a great guy to learn from. The Air Force, they just have a way of putting things that makes it understandable. I'm used to learning from pilots. And my niece, believe it or not, she trains pilots for American Airlines. So I've been kind of just having them in my life somewhere. And I'm very, very always tip my hat and goofy to all the pilots and those Air Force type people, including Miss Patty here. Because she's on point. Like you say, she's here at 6 a.m., 6 p.m., and holding the line. And how many can be consistent in not just clubhouse, but just in your duties that you have to perform, and then performing those tasks at the top of your game, and you're going to the court every day. Everybody ain't MJ, but still good to have a Patty around here somewhere, because the Air Force gave her the training, but she had to do the work, and that's the thing we find out here on the front line. Trying to get these houses together for people who don't have a clue, not easy, but somebody has to do the work.
Yeah, I will say this: black female officers, whatever branch they're in, a lot of them sacrifice a lot of shit, and that includes their kids. It'd be sad as fuck, but they do a lot of crazy shit. That girl in the middle, her husband retired, and she's still fucking in. Her ass has gone to Korea. When I had to do the logistics warehouse issue, I had a problem with waiting for my mom. My mom couldn't come until the following week. She went forward, and that's not even, she's not a logistics officer. She went forward, left her kids at home, and told me, watch my goddamn kids. When your mama comes, she's going to watch the kids, and we both bringing our ass out here. And I was like, okay, yeah. But she's sacrificed a lot, and she's smart as fuck. She be fucking going off on them white folks. And she does it like so smooth. She just smiles and looks at them, and then that smile will go away and just tell them this is not how we're gonna do business. Like, she don't fucking play. And I've known her since I was fucking 21 years old.
That's the part that's crazy about how we get old. And it's, you know what I mean, like years later.
She still called me a baby. She was like, come here. She was like, I'm like her baby project. Me, and there's another girl in that picture. It's the Panoy girl. She takes care of her. She's that girl, that Filipina girl. But she's been doing nothing but taking care of black females. And when she sees them and she thinks they're great, she'll talk to a whole nother general if they want that fucking job and try to get them where they need to come. But if she needs you in her area, she's going to talk to the general to get you pulled. That's how the girl with the hair in that picture got pulled. She got pulled to Korea. She's like, I need you in Korea, and this is where the fuck you going to be. It'll help you with your promotion. She don't play. And she used to tell me about smiling faces, smile. And be like, you keep smiling in their face. That's all they're going to expect. You smile, and then you get your face straight. And you be about business. Your smile is with your hello. After that, the smile goes away. Fix it. And I was like, yes, ma'am. This is when I was a young ass officer. You smile for the hello. Once the hello and all the greetings is done, business, the smile goes away. Because they gotta know you want business. Because you're black. She kept telling me, you black. They don't take us seriously and they think we're stupid. And I've been with her from Hunter Army Airfield, Fort Stewart, Georgia. She pulled me over, and I was in Fort Hood with her. And when she was in Hawaii, and she wanted a logistics officer, at first I was like, I don't know. That's too far. I go see my mom and dad when I need to. And then daycare. And she was like, you'll figure it out. And that was it. She just got off the phone with me and just called HRC and got her general involved. She don't play. She's the best fucking leader I've ever had in my life.
Which one is in the picture that you're talking about?
The one in the center. She had organized for all of us to take a picture together.
All of you guys are beautiful. That's amazing.
And you know what she's an ordnance officer. If people know what ordnance officers are, they're the ones that do ammo. Those Patriot missiles, those missiles that we're talking about. She knows what the stockpiles look like everywhere. That's why she knows infantry. That's why she knows logistics. She knows the whole procurement process. She knows finance. You tell her there ain't no money, she'll tell you how to figure it out. get me my motherfucking money. She knows equipment. She knows maintenance. Somebody say something crazy about maintenance. When I was her young ass baby officer, she'd be like, look up the regulation and figure it out. And I wanted it. You know what she used to tell me? Email it to her, yellow highlight the PDF, find out the information, and come brief me on what it means so I can articulate it to the boss.
Yeah, Stu is one of the influencers. And he basically told my girl is run, and he knows he needs to be accountable and do what he needs to do. And it's just some of the messages were like, oh, he's taking accountability. How the fuck is he taking accountability? Why did you feel you should period?
You were an E7.
Yeah. Yep. I'm like, that's crazy, bro.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with black enlisted. Black enlisted. I have had problems with black enlisted male officers. And I ain't talking, like I said before, it's not people from the islands or the Africans. It's always the black American male officers. We have problems with them with their PT tests. And it's embarrassing because I'll be like, yo, come on, you can run with me. Okay, I'm going to go with y'all what days you guys do the run? Okay, well, I couldn't do it this week. Well, you can come meet us on Saturday. We're going to do a quick run. Okay, they don't even meet. Like, it's just, I don't know what's going on. When Bambi's saying, like, we've done something to these black males, if he says that shit be hitting home for me. Because I'll be like, what the fuck have we done to them? We did something. And that's just from my fucking, like, we did something that took away, like, a lot of their, I don't know.
It's called hate, Patty. You have hated us for so long, so potently, so exquisitely that, you know, it is what it is.
You don't count.
Thank you. Exactly. Laugh right there. She said I do not count as a black male, which says it all. Thank you.
As a Haitian, you don't count. That's what she said.
Damn. Could somebody cash at me a Smoothie King?
I got you. I'll deliver it.
Thank you. I want the double espresso protein shake. Appreciate it.
I used to drink the Hulks, not a Smoothie King. Hulks and 2,000 calorie shakes.
Any well, I know it's no for you, Patty, but the rest to individuals. Any y'all drinking THC drinks?
Yeah, hell no.
That's why I said I know you know.
I have not. I'm afraid.
How are you?
I'm afraid.
Afraid?
Afraid of what?
If God told me to redeploy, I would say not as a Negro, not as an American Negro, not as a male. What are you talking about, man? Not as a male Negro in the 19th or 20th or 21st century.
Yeah, but you
No.
So you good.
Listen.
Oh, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, damn, Conky ain't got no background noise today. Where he at?
He at home. He off today.
No, I'm in the coffee shop. I'm working. I got my screens up, working on my invoices and my change orders. I'm working. I'm always working. Want to go to
You sound like
You a
you don't have an office, Concrete?
You a heartbreaking black Haitian man.
I want to caramel macchiato. No
Caramel macchiato?
No sugar. She comes to caramel.
I'm just going by what I know.
Listen, I go back to Concrete in season 1. Concrete's Haitian.
You need to be caramel.
I thought that was mad feeling out in my Asian. So
Nah, man, that's Concrete.
With no criminal record, gainfully employed.
Well, most Haitians don't have a criminal record like that.
I want to say that, Patty.
No, a lot of them are really sneaky. At least the ones
Most black men, period, don't have a criminal record. What the hell are we talking about?
I didn't say nothing about black men on somebody Haitian.
You're always talking about black men.
No, I have a big dad, so I always have a problem. I had a Haitian. I had an out a little girl, and they problematic.
Do you know how to make grill? Yes or no?
You see? I told you all these Asian, you think I'm saying.
I'm saying you talking about grill.
I know a boy, tout umade or ikadi we may appoison ikadi no Asian.
No grill better than I ever will.
Bond is trying to speak. She doing the old school clubhouse with the tabs. Go ahead, Bond. Bond would have been a nervous twitch. She might not even know she up there.
She's doing the Harlem shit. She doesn't grill.
What was
You like grill? Got grill?
point of the about the ladies in the picture? What he said?
Oh, those are all black officers with the exception of one Filipino.
No, what did
She
he say?
said when it came in and somebody said, these are all beautiful black women. I think something might have said that. And he came off the mic. Forget it.
My bad.
Go ahead, what you were saying?
Don't let her huff and puff.
Shut up!
He said, he don't want me to get it out. He said,
You caught that first
and
lady?
that was it. That's all he said.
Nah,
So I think only a few people caught it.
It was more. Oh, yeah, it was more.
Black people in the middle. Guess what her degree is in?
However, it's fun for
I think it's in literature or English, something
Fine.
like that.
Fine. Marriage material, baby moms. What a degree? You don't want to know?
Yeah, the one in the middle, I said the one that's the smartest of everybody.
Yeah. Her degrees in being fine. Yes. She has a master's. Yes, she has a master's. Let me go through them from a bracket, Patty. And if you could back channel me the phone numbers. I'll take Patty out. I'll take the other four. I have a few. One of my friend Hurricane is now straight, so he's looking for a girlfriend, and I'll take care of the other three.
Now the girl in the middle, she is crazy. It's like until maybe when I got the forehead, and I was like, what did you major in? Because I thought it was like something like information. I was like, oh, okay, whatever. When that's when I learned that. Like she gave me that book, The 4 Stars, and I read it. Every one of them fucking 4 stars take fucking philosophy. They're in the they call them the SOSH department. Social science. History majors, English majors, fucking, them motherfuckers are fucking smart as fuck. And they take a whole bunch of philosophy classes.
I don't know why the philosopher bros think they're so smart.
Well, they didn't take the classes. They just watch YouTube. That's the funny part. A lot of the philosophy bros actually spurn formal instruction. They go, well, I just listen to Sam Harris. We like Sam Harris. But yeah, they kind of suck. That's one of the most disappointing things about coming on the internet for me personally, because I didn't know this existed like this until COVID, because I got on this app and others. And I thought the philosophy bros would be better, but they kind of suck. Although I think the
overlap between,
What are you listening to, Ben?
a sermon. I saw a sermon of this guy who was talking about, I hate to say it, but God's existence and the cosmological origins, because we were just talking about that yesterday. This is a preacher. He's not a philosopher. He was actually preaching it. This is a church service. I watch church services throughout the week just to see how good communion-taking Christians live. We've had that conversation already.
But did I hear you say you don't believe in none of this?
No, I just said that as a gesture so I could keep the conversation moving. Sometimes you have to lie because people get hung up on the silliest things.
She was losing the argument yesterday. She was like, "Well, you're a gay African. That has nothing to do with the what? Who cares?"
Concrete, he believes in it so much. He told me that I need to go and get communion. And that
See, I haven't thought about that. I don't know when was the last time I took communion.
Wait a minute.
Well, excuse me, I'm not finished talking. I don't understand why is it because my voice is soft? And see, and then when, excuse me, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Then when I get, befuddled, and when I get, this strike of rage, then I hear, oh, this is not the first lady I know. Well, you will contribute to the first lady that you don't know because you keep knocking on the door that you don't know a first lady. Okay? So I don't understand why everybody talks over me. That's number one. But yes, Mr. Concrete, you probably won't be seeing me, say, as of like the middle of June because I have a deadline that if I don't go and partake in the renewing of my spirit by taking communion, then I can no longer sit on the stages of Clubhouse and Politically Correct. So if you do not receive it, I'm still sending it. Thank you. Goodbye.
No, that's not quite true. You can still be on Clubhouse communion. After finding out yesterday that an alligator knows to go get communion, you niggas need to go get communion. Yes, we found out yesterday. Alligators have moral consciousness and get communion. If the alligator can get communion, you can get communion. Let me go to Concrete. Now I found out Concrete hasn't had communion in years and he didn't vote for Concrete. And by the way, the first one is worse than the second. Well, what world are you people not going to do the rituals that Jesus laid out? Are you insane? It takes 5 minutes. Thank you. I think you're going to get it at lunch this week. End of the week. All the man did was come and lay out the blueprint for perfection. And all he said is just do what you reference. You go, put your little hand out, get your little cup. It takes 5 minutes. But we can go to the Green Turtle or TGI Fridays or Buffalo Wild Wings and get beers for hours. Oh, I'm gonna watch the Buffalo Bills game. Let me get the Thai wings and the medium wings and beers. But you can't do one thing, a ritual. Even if you don't believe it, it brings us together as persons. It reaffirms our humanity. We are focused on a singular object, the body of Christ. But just look at that as a symbol for our bond as a moral community. That's what Durkheim says religion is, huh? It's people that come together around an understanding of the sacred and bound in a moral community. You don't have to believe in any of it. Just go. I don't believe in black women. I'm around them every day, all day. I'm done.
So to respond to this, yet again, monologue, I would just say that I believe this is what's wrong with the Christian gods. Y'all think that because you go and you partake in eating this cracker and sipping the wine, that all your sins that you've committed and continue to commit some kind of way gets washed away or something? I don't get it. I mean, how do you partake in the feasting of his flesh and the blood of Christ and then get up and cuss your brother and your sister out or bear false witness against them? So, excuse me, sir, especially the one that doesn't like to be interrupted. God damn it, I wasn't finished.
Selena.
No, I can't even do a monologue. Like, man, I can't even work on my monologue. a fact, especially uninterrupted. I am not allowed.
First lady, do you need to borrow my backpack, First lady?
Oh, Jesus! Stop!
It's been in the closet for months now.
You gonna put more weight on her back when she already got big tata? What's going on?
Oh, no, oh, God. Let me go pray.
Your mama, she's not a man. You're not a man.
This is true. But when I pulled the backpack out, the silence though.
Well, yesterday you pulled the tongue out and you silenced the whole room.
Okay.
President, I'm sorry you didn't get to finish. I'll be very quick. But I said, even if you don't believe the meaning of it.
Get hanged by a crane by your balls. Stop looking at tweets. This is real life.
I didn't say, listen, I didn't say IRGC is somehow they were the most kind people, they're very kind. I didn't say that, understand? Now I'm talking about the third war. I'm talking about the third.
Trump is the best enemy we have got so far. The best enemy.
You're associating with that. He's constantly going to negotiations with them, trying to get to a deal over and over and over. Fucking get it over with. Weaken the fucking regime. The Iranian people themselves will stand up again and they will take over their fucking country again. Take back their country again. Get it over with your fucking negotiations, and you're talking about, but he tweeted this. Yes, but he's not doing it, is he? Who is doing it? The regime is.
I'm sorry. No, is that your name?
Yes.
Fucking the bastard who was an IRGC guy.
Listen to me. You go to your class. Listen to that. Listen to that.
My name is Rafachi.
I'll ask you a question.
Fuck him on the head, you IRGC bastard. You said you put candy.
Hey, you don't have to be emotional, understand? We have to deal
No,
with
but
logic,
he's not
bro.
valuing life. He's put candies in them. He can't even say he put bullets. He's calling them candy. They're bullets. What the fuck? You're killing people. You IRGC fuck-faced faggot. You Ben-showed cocksucking asshole.
What does that mean? I don't
You
know.
fuck your sister. You Ben-showed. You fuck your sister.
We call
It's
it
basically
fuck.
what you said. It's bullshit. We're cops.
It's all
That's what you said.
you know our own
You're a
babies.
nigger. You proved that you're a sand nigger by killing other people in your own country. You're a true sand nigger. A dirty bastard.
Yeah, no.
A cunt. A
I
faggot.
drink black.
You're a faggot who
Give me a
fucks
minute.
people in the head.
Cool, see, give me a minute. Give me a minute.
You fuck goats, you disgusting bastard. Thinking candy is full of candy, bullets, bullets candy. Yeah,
I do it. See, it's always the Republicans that have common sense and actually care about human life. It's always the fascist Democrat, and not all of them. I'm sorry, not all of them.
No, it is.
Yeah,
Here's something I can tell you. If someone came out, no matter if it's a Republican or a Democrat president, and someone shot him and killed the president, guess what? The first person we would get rid of would be the fascists. The purple hair freaks, the gay, like the regular gays, like the true gays who got their freedom, like the marriage and they're all against the LGBT and the
Yeah.
Q plus
They're okay.
community. They're okay. It's the Q plus community that American, and those are the first people you would take out with a gun. If the president ever got killed, the Civil War, I know who I'm killing. The libertards. Literally. I want a country that really cares about each other. The libertards don't care.
You killed our supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei, and you expect me not to tell you anything?
They come out and, like, if your Ayatollah came over here, if your Ayatollah came over here and killed the president,
our supreme leader. He was more of a prophet to us. They killed him in cold blood.
He was a supreme leader.
The spirit of our supreme leader, listen to me. The spirit of our supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, comes.
Hey, Coachy. That's okay. It's okay. We got you.
Your supreme leader is a dead one. That's what it is.
But becoming a nightmare for us. He's coming in my dream every now and then. What have you done for me? Have you avenged me? And I couldn't.
So he's fucking you in the ass in your dream every night?
Ayatollah Khamenei.
When he comes in your dream, he's actually fucking you. That's
It's
what
okay.
it means.
Coachy,
You're a
calm down.
homosexual.
Attention,
You're a
attention.
homosexual when the leader comes in your dream.
Please, Kevin, I sent some, I do send you your words some kind of,
He's an IRGC guy, he said.
yeah,
He
it's like
already
you,
stated.
Kevin, it's like you are kind of, it's like you have some sort of empathy for the IRGC. Is that
He is IRGC.
Who is the owner of the planet? And why are you arguing Arthur belongs to you? Who are you, man? You are also a top road.
Hey,
Of the planet.
guys, it's different. Just
Who are
different
you,
than
man?
the talk perspective.
Topic is very simple. Truth means truth. If you are a Muslim, if you are a Jainis, if you are a Christian, if you are a Hindu, it doesn't matter, man. You are a human being, that's it. Just like an elephant, just like a rhinoceros. It's like a,
How can you be a human being just like an elephant? Elephants are not human beings.
Sir, it means my statement was elephant also have equal rights as finally your so-called gods, according to your knowledge, your God will be someone, another guy's God will be someone, and he thinks my God is the owner of the planet Earth. And another one will think my God is also the owner of the planet Earth.
What the hell are you talking about?
What the hell is he talking about?
Think big, man. Think big. Think broad, man. Think out of the box,
We
man.
think broad, but here it's simple talking, bro.
Don't
Bro,
make
it's
it
different.
awkward, man.
We're more philosophic, but that's okay. But that's different, you know. And we're dealing with something else. You know?
Okay, I will make
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, no, I've got a question. First of all, I don't have empathy for innocence. I've got empathy for innocent civilians. But that's what matters to me. Understand? People living there. I don't care about.
Okay, let me ask you this one. Hold on. You said you have empathy for innocent civilians. You were celebrating Khamenei's death. Hold on. Quiet. Both of you quiet. You said you have sympathy for innocent civilians. What's up, JG? Welcome. Hold on. So you said you have empathy for innocent civilians. Who has killed more innocent Iranian civilians? The IRGC or the Americans?
IRGC.
Hold on. I wasn't asking you the question. I'm asking Kafayas. Who has killed? No. That's a question I need you to answer. You just made a statement. And I have a question. Who has killed more innocent civilians? Correct. So who's the bad guy here? The Americans, or they need to help us?
It's a very broad thing, bro. It's a very broad thing. You get me? It doesn't mean, for example, if they kill, many people, RGC kill many people. Okay, understand? Like, I mean, the innocent people, that's what matters to me. So they kill more people, I know that. But it doesn't mean, for example, if the US is attacking them, that's okay. And the Iran is going to turn into the Iraq, and that's okay. That's a bad thing, and that's a bullshit, bro. Understand? Here it's a different thing. Now, Miss Glow, I'm asking you a question. As a civilian, right? As an Iranian civilian, who do you support in this current war? The US or the regime?
I support the people of Iran. I support the innocent people of Iran. And what have they been saying? They have been saying, chanting just one name. They've been chanting
which they're chanting at the protest. John beat Shah, Ino Haring Namaste, Pahlavi Barrigada. Do you know what that means? That means this is the final battle. Pahlavi will win. That's what they're saying. Long live the king. And not for him to come back and be a king at all. For fair elections and the return of democracy to this country after 47 years of brutality and death.
Hey, as much as I know about the history of Iran when it comes to Pahlavi, the Pahlavi was overthrown by Iranian people itself because he was brutal, he was a selfish man.
Actually, that is incorrect.
Yeah.
Actually, that's incorrect. I lived under his rule.
Yeah.
I know his family. I know him. I know what it's like. That was not true. He was not brutal. The whole reason that the revolution in fucking 1979 was successful is he left because he didn't want bloodshed. If you listen to his final speech before he left, he said, "I don't want the streets of Iran to be filled with blood." He left because let me finish. Let me finish. Shut up and let me finish. He left because he cared about his country. He cared about his people. He thought he'd be back much sooner. He thought he would be back in 6 months. It was not going to be permanent. He made that mistake, but he left because he didn't want bloodshed. Unlike this fucking regime who's killing people over and over and over again. Okay? Do not tell me from what you've heard. No, let me finish. Do not tell me from what you've heard, because what you've heard is different than lived experience. Okay?
Your emotions are valid, but
of course, it's not like that took over the country. The regime that took over the country is unfortunately to tell you a story in which Ahmed was a bad guy, which he was not. He left the country because he didn't want to spill his own people's blood. And this regime doesn't matter how many people come out to the streets and get killed. They will not like it's nothing. They will not give in. The elections didn't work. They tried voting differently. They tried protesting. They tried literally everything, not voting anything in the book. This regime will not listen to the people. It will kill you.
No,
don't you dare talk about that.
No, I dare because what I'm saying is true. That's why I dare. Listen, Pahlavi, it's clear, crystal clear. I think there is evidence, there are documented facts, that Pahlavi was overthrown because he was selfish, narcissistic guy. He would throw, party, and he would not give a shit about the poor people. I think you know that. There were many poor people by the time, during that time. I'm sorry.
Do you know? Be quiet for a second. Do you know? Be quiet and listen. Do you know that the majority of people that were in the streets? Let me finish. No, let me fucking finish. No, they were.
Woman speaks, you shut the fuck up there, especially she's a mom. Okay?
They weren't Muslim. The ones in the streets who were students who were looking for him to leave were actually the fucking students that Pahlavi sent overseas and paid for their fucking education. So shut the fuck up.
Hey, you don't have to. I'm just telling the truth, I'm not saying anything.
What is the truth? How do you know it's the truth? Who are you? Who are you?
The truth.
Who are you to know the truth? Did you live there? Are you Iranian?
I am going to ask me any question you
I will speak right now. Let me speak.
Thank you so much. This opportunity myself. I am Govind Singh Rawat. Thank you so much. I am belong to India. India is talking about promotion. Everybody, all of us, all people, I am ready.
Are we all retarded? Do we not know how to speak one at a time and eating at the fucking same time? Like, is this like something like after reading? I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you.
Everybody, all persons, all right, thank you so much.
supporter of IRGC, I should speak because I'm the only one here.
IRGC, GC. Yeah, talk for us.
Speak.
You are IRGC man.
What up? Is this Ali? This is the dumb cunt Ali.
This is dumb cunt Ali.
This is fucking one that supports
Ali.
fucking rape before kill. This is the one that fucking actually did.
My name came up.
He's here again to say, no, I do not support
This is the one that
IRGC.
supports
And then when I
Kitover.
sing about Holiday being in peace, says, cry,
Ali,
oh, no,
Ali.
the genocidal maniac.
End of the day, all this fuck, whole world, all rich people are getting kidneys, liver, whichever organ they want, they are getting.
भाई तू कौन है वो क्या बात कर रहे हैं आपकी क्या
End
बात
of the day, the result of the war which is going on is the liver, each and every necessary parts are being extracted from the surrender or a ceasefire of someone. The people are looting.
If the listen, I still have two lives matter. If the IRGC stays, no, yes, I know they're crazy. Listen, if the IRGC stays in Iran, there will be no more India in 20 years. I promise you. So they have to go.
You sure about that?
Ali,
I'm pretty sure.
You must have the balls to
Go follow the vote.
clarify that you love IRGC. I am seeing it. I am a big
Not
supporter
about
of
India,
IRGC.
Iran, Iraq. Brother, you
And
people
we'll
are,
be defeating the United States of America.
you people,
And we'll be one of Iran.
are you
See,
people
this is
living
what
in a la la land? Are you people living in a la la land? Wake up, man. Wake up to reality. Understand the truth, what's happening.
Rafi.
Wake up to the reality, man. Wake up to the reality. Wake up to the reality, man. White man. Go home.
You IRGC fuckface faggot, cunt-eating, faggot, asshole, cunt-licking,
Hey
dick
guys,
fucker.
This is
Kudzi, I'm sorry. Wakas, I'm sorry. Look, you can't have a debate like that, you know. First, I was like trying to make a point.
We can't have a debate because you guys keep
Yeah,
lying.
you can't have debate like that, you know.
We know debate with IRGC. You're always supporting a bunch of pieces of shits that are genocidal to their own people.
Well, I don't support.
Not even their own people. The people in the whole region
with us.
and beyond.
Hey, Glo, I don't support that. Actually,
Special place in hell for those.
What I'm telling you is, what I'm trying to tell Kudzi, be cool, understand you're Kudzi. Look, what I'm trying to say is that,
They don't give a fuck about the human life.
It's the problem.
I know that. I think one doesn't give a shit about the people. Oh, you're going to compare Trump to IRGC? Are you fucking kidding? That's the problem. That's the dumbest shit I've ever seen. The civilian life.
You might not even like Trump, but there is no fucking comparison. Sorry.
Something more could be here. Do you understand me?
You know, I don't understand.
Yeah, listen.
No, I'm not listening. Not fucking listening. Not here to say dumb shit.
You literally can't have a.
Nobody really
Does anybody have
what you guys are listening. I've been listening for a while and I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about.
The IRGC called it, put candies in, they're shooting candies at people when they're selling their own people.
we're not doing that.
This debate is one-sided. It's honest with you guys. This debate is very one-sided.
Who cares?
You all
Nobody is going to sit here and
say that I'm trying to speak. You have to be honest with
I'm
what
gonna mute you. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fucking mute you, and you're going to listen, okay? Because the truth of the matter is, not a single person here and listen to garbage from either IRGC participants or the cucks that support this bullshit. I'm sorry, you don't get to have a talk. It's not a Democrat fucks that are retarded.
Exactly.
All right?
Exactly. They don't even know what they're doing. They can't even stand up for their own human rights.
That's a nice point. Not those are ships.
Exactly.
This is a debate, fuckwad. This is debate. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's why you said.
Yeah, hold on. You know what I
We're
love?
not debating.
You know what I love? Strong woman. I love it. But these men.
Yeah, that's great, Robbie. Can we talk?
Yeah, I'm talking.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, first of all, I didn't know what you're talking about, except the idea that one is supporting IRGC and the other one is against it. But I mean, you guys are talking about these innocent people are being killed and innocent people are being killed all over the Middle East. That's not new. But let's say we all hate the Iranian government right now, right? It's just a terrorist
I
government.
think that's what you're missing. There are a few on stage who don't. That's the problem.
But they are. That's what this. I mean, anyways. Well, okay, God, Globe supporting Pahlavi. I don't understand this idea. Like, you had one shot that could give you a chance to overcome the regime. What the fuck
They
is
don't care. They really
Alright.
won't fuck each other in the
Listen,
ass.
why are you so focused on Pahlavi? The most important thing here is that the people of Iran will get to elect their next leader and system of governance. That is the thing. Now, if someone wants to support him, they can. If someone doesn't, they can support someone else.
Okay,
It doesn't matter.
Right now, there's a humanitarian crisis. Can we address that fucking shit? You guys are talking about shit down the road.
Finish my idea,
People are
guys.
being hung. No, they're being hung right now.
Ahmed, Ellie's right. Right now, there's a humanitarian crisis in Lebanon. We should talk about it.
Fuck that.
Yeah. And Ali, I'm gonna have to put you to the audience because again, you support fucking Roman. So I'm
He
gonna move you
supports
to the
Hezbollah,
audience.
he supports IRGC, he supports
He's going
fucking
to
Hamas,
bullshit.
the fucking piece of shit.
So I made him a fucking mod by accident. Oh my fucking god. I rewarded him instead of like this some cunt that supports fucking rape of. No, Ahmed, the problem is Ali goes around and he would support women, young females that are virgin before you execute them so they don't go to heaven. That's what he supports. So take this person serious in whatever he says for nothing. So you go on.
I am going on. Everything is scripted. Why can't you people think in a bigger way? What's happening in reality, man? What happening in reality, man? Iran is in a safer side. Brother, Iran is in a safer side, but Lebanon is destroyed. Gaza has been occupied.
Hold on.
Fuck Gaza.
Guys, one mic at a truth.
You people are thinking only Iran
Truth.
fucking started right now almost.
Are you retarded? Truth.
Rashi,
Shut the fuck up and wait your fucking turn to be spoken to. You fucking dumb cunt. Ahmed, continue. I'm sorry. Ahmed, it's you. Get on mic. Your mic's up. You were speaking. I just want you to land your plane, but try not into the building, okay?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Go.
Well, I was addressing the Pahlavi movement, which I have a lot of questions about. We all know this government is expired and should be gone one way or another. Rafi, you might say. But these Pahlavi supporters are ruining everything. We got one shot in a long time. That was a very serious opportunity for Iranian people to finally overcome. But then this guy comes and just separates everything and just really ruins the only chance that you have. You think you can do it? You think Pahlavi can actually overcome this state. Does not, okay?
Well, hold up. Let's go step by step. So you're saying if Pahlavi comes, he won't be able to rule? Is that what you're saying?
No, he cannot even unify. I mean, to overcome a regime like this, you need to unify.
By the way,
whose name did they cast?
One second below. For some of the people aren't the regime. Let's start with that. The regime and the regime supporters is probably between 10 and 15% of the population. The other 90 to 85%, let's say even 80% of the population, they're not for pro-regime or for the regime. They're against it. They want to be free. I don't know if you see videos. Okay, you're unheard. Okay, beautiful. Have you ever seen a country in the Middle East to get bombed and people to stand, clap, cheer, and say thank you while their country is getting bombed by the populations, people screaming off the rooftops and balconies? Have you ever seen something like this Ahmed, in any Middle Eastern country? Did you ever see something?
The people in the field that are cheering.
No, hold on. That's during
Let him answer, please. Have you ever seen this?
I'm talking about America and Israel actually came and strikes after they killed Khomeini in the first 40 seconds, their holy leader. Have you ever seen people cheer while their country's getting bombed? Have you ever seen something like that? And be honest, Ahmed. Yeah. And I know you've seen those videos. So.
Yeah, I have seen it. I've seen it when for example, America hit Iraqi military in 1990. Most of the Iraqi Shias and Kurds were celebrating that. And I've seen that in the Middle East. That's very popular. It's not a new idea.
To be free, I don't remember that. Again, maybe in the 90s it wasn't recorded so much as it is now, easily to be put on Instagram, book, and everywhere else. But I've never seen this in history that I remember.
Do you know they've come on this stage from Iran with freaking expensive VPNs that are fucking botchy and cutting off all the time? And they've told us, you don't know what it's like to wake up at 5 in the morning hearing a bomb drop right next to you and be relieved and happy, not because of the bomb dropping on my country, because of the possibility of freedom after 47 years of massacre, of pain, of poverty.
Well, listen, you don't need to tell us what happened. We know, we see everything's happening. We actually see more than probably you saw as occurred. But it's not going to solve the problem, just continue victimizing ourselves. We need to do something about it. And that is to work together. It's not about like, oh, you know what, Iran is, they are doing it. They don't care whether we do it. And you guys missing a lot of points. I know it.
Ahmed, can I ask you a question? Hello, can I ask Ahmed a question, please?
Yeah,
So you said basically Pahlavi doesn't let people unify. Is it not Mujahid and the lefties that are doing this at the moment?
The majority of Iranians who are, having a lot of influence on media are Pahlavi supporters.
I know, but mostly, who's stopping this situation to be unified? Is it lefties and the Mujahids, and then even some court element or you're represented, right?
Listen,
The one dividing us, Ahmed, are the Kurdish separatists and the Mujahideen al-Khalq, the MEK, that are dividing us. Because Pahlavi has been in conversations with many of you guys that are good people and do unify. But unfortunately, it's you guys always turning your backs against the Iranian
and it's
people.
saying lefties as never Trumpers, basically. Yeah.
You said your point, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. You don't know what's the danger when you say Kurdish separatists, because Kurdish people are the only people who carry guns, who carry weapons there. And they are the only one who have, if there's any small chance to overcome this regime, is going to be the Kurdish movements, because they carry guns. You think religious regimes will just go without war? It's crazy. you guys don't understand the fact that there's no religious government in the entire history that was gone without war and killing. If you think anything other than this, you must be crazy.
So why the Kurdish people stop basically the gun that Trump sent it, so they stop the spreading?
There is no gun.
Kurdish people were supposed to spread around the guns amongst Iranian resistance and revolutionary people, and they decided to keep the Starlink and the weapons to themselves. If someone has been dividing and treacherous to their people,
Not the Iranian Kurds.
not the Iranian Kurds, don't the Iranian Kurds.
The Iranian
There
Kurds.
is no Iranian Kurds.
There are. They they're not Iranian.
So when you said there are just one, then you're a separatist.
They're not Persian. They're not Persian Kurds, but they're Iranian. They call themselves Iranian. They don't call themselves Iraqi Kurds. Okay, they're Iranian. So be quiet, you separatists.
What are you talking about? There's no Iraqi Kurds.
What are you talking about? You know she does know what she's talking about. This is hilarious.
No, there's no Iraqi Kurds.
There is six people here, six Iranians, as you call yourself a Kurd. No country has its Kurdistan. It's Iran and Iraq and Turkey. You call yourself a Kurd. We're telling you, we have Iranian Kurds. We love them. We're very proud of them people. And they call themselves Iranian Kurds. They're on our side. They're behind me. But you separatists, I don't know if you're an Iraqi Kurd or what the hell, but you belong in a free Iran. You will not support us. That's fine, but keep your nose out of our business as well.
Can you stop dividing us even more? Thank you.
Oh my God! You guys think that this is what I really worry about. I really worry about.
Take your warriors and put shove it in your butt.
Let's find some other way to get weapons to Iran. Ahmed, we've listened to you about long enough right now. Get weapons, rescue the Iranians, fuck the Iraqi Kurds, go around them, circumvent this shit. You can find a way to get to Khomeini, kill him. We can get weapons who need them. I firmly believe that has to happen. The Iranian people have to have. Who's interrupting me right now? Who's interrupting me right now? Honestly, if we want the Iranian people to succeed, they absolutely have to have weapons. 100%. We got pagers to people who blew the fuck up. I think we can get guns to Iran.
Alhamdulillah for the pagers. We love Modi. And I gotta kind of disagree with Al on this one.
I know you don't agree, but I just don't see how
I just
these
see
people
what
can't
happens.
in the face of this weaponless.
Yes, I agree with you. And this is one of the only ways of getting that country back. But I see there's going to be a lot more deaths. Because hold on, one second. I believe there's going to be a lot more deaths, sadly. And I believe that after they will accomplish what they're looking to overthrow the government, that the weapons aren't going to be handed back over. And then you're going to have a population of 70, 60 million people with guns.
Like you mean like Americans? We have guns. It's okay.
I understand, but like I'm
more guns than people, Rafi.
I understand, but I'm looking with how Russia ended up in the 90s when the Soviet Union broke apart.
Not everything's Russia now. These people have been so brutalized.
Of course.
I don't
know, but
I can't imagine a time when if you're faced with what they're faced with now, I would rather hope for we can get along after the fact, but right now they are gonna be slaughtered. This is not happening.
I agree with you, but like in the 90s, businesses are communism. Businesses were all belonging to the government. People started coming in, strong manufactories, facilities. It became organized crime like crazy, took over. With the weapons and the freedom, I believe it might end up worse than it is. It might make the country inside dysfunctional, which is what I'm afraid of. If you don't arm them properly and you know who the fuck you're giving guns to, you can't just give fucking people that never had
freedom now, it's
Yeah,
like
they're gonna always want it.
they're gonna protect it. They're
Front
not
of mind.
gonna be hungry.
You know what happens? Some other piece of shit will come in and they will do the same fucking shit. To me, this is a no-brainer. And I don't. Russia, to me, is a different animal. It's a vast, vast place. I just don't see the same. But I think I see the Iranians as largely wanting the same thing. And I don't think Russians. You still had holdout Russians, lots of them, who were fighting for communism. I just see this very differently. These are not, to me, comparable, but I understand why you might see it.
Eli and Rafi, one of the big issue with those people that they call Pahlavi dictator. Pahlavi started with Arab nationalists, like it was stopping Arab nationalists.
Right.
It started with the Marxist, Iraqi Marxists, basically, and socialists, and then with the communism, and then these mullah that crazy, like ISIS and then crazy madness. So the same people that they say that Pahlavi was dictatorship, these is the same problems right now. Work thing.
This man has hardly got to speak. Are you serious right now?
Yeah, it's always the same ones that criticize Pahlavi. It's always the MK, it's always the separatists.
Okay, fine. Rafi, may I go now? Yeah, you can go after I make the statement. Fine. And I agree with you. A man shouldn't lead Iran. You know who should be the next leader once they fucking take back their country? I believe a woman, because Iranian women have bigger balls than most men I've been hearing on the stage.
We have Princess Pahlavi, which is.
I'm sorry to say. I think that should be the next fucking leader. And I think it would be the most amazing thing to welcome, to bring them into society by a woman leading. Because that's going to be a 360. That's going to go further away from that fucking Quran that they all believe in, or that they were pushed to believe in. This is going to go against everything that society and the IRGC held over their head. This is going to be a fucking 180 for that would be the most beautiful fucking thing.
And then we have Princess Noor, which is a woman.
Your Pahlavi has a terrible mic. I don't know who's in the shitter trying to talk, but it's fucking.
This is what happens, Rafi, when you are a leader. Let me explain my side of leadership. See, all the Iranians sitting here must support the IRGC because we are the true defenders of the country, Iran. All the rest of the people are infidels, they are enemies of the Iran. Let me tell you what will happen in our leadership.
You're an IRGC fucker, you cunt-ass bastard.
Let me explain something. Okay. In our leadership, women cannot speak like that. This is what happens. This is what happens when you give freedom to women.
Leadership needs to be extinct. Leadership
High.
needs to be
Well, yeah, I'm not
Speak louder than men, and it is prohibited.
Fuck yourself with your own hand, you full-on asshole.
Go fly kite, dude.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let you talk.
She would have never been able.
You know what women do? We shoot fucking guns. You know what we do? Come knock on my door, you little bitch. You know what is wrong with me?
We teach.
Fucking Islamic pigs.
Well, we teach manners to our women. We teach manners to our women.
Backward ass
They respect us. They do not speak loud in front of us.
Can you guys have a reformation already?
They do not use the long languages.
Yeah, Listen, why don't you get out of this bitter dipshit or get a better phone?
No, I need you to read your back channel.
Hello. Okay, and I'll not speak about women, I'll speak about Iran generally. Just shut up, okay? See. Hello. I'm telling you truth. And so,
Okay, first of all, there will be none of those slurs. A, beat the stage. B, one make out of fucking time. Go. Who's first to speak?
what is the topic?
I wanted to say a lot of things, but fortunately, I have to go now. But I think this is not how you can run a country. Both sides are just.
You don't even have a country. You want to give comments on how to run a country?
Okay,
Call
you
yourself
think,
a Kurd and
okay,
it doesn't exist.
okay,
We have
I'm
Iranian
speaking.
Kurds,
It was my time to speak.
We have
It
Iraqi
was-
Kurds and we
It
have
was my time to
Turkish
speak.
Kurds.
Blah, blah, blah,
Go
blah, blah.
live
It
with
was
them,
my
go
Okay,
cry.
first of all,
It's my time to speak.
First of all, there is no time for you. You see, every woman here on stage here that is modded, whenever they on mic, your times.
Sure, but I was gonna say.
Later aside, but don't tell a mod that it was your time to speak and try to speak over her.
Yeah, but I was speaking. I don't.
Again, a mod can interrupt at any fucking time. That's the privileges of being a mod.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So listen, she thinks it's really nice to roast someone or to insult someone by saying you don't have a country. But you know, you guys understand
You cannot rule a country like this. Yes, you're
Oh my God! Oh my goodness!
I will speak when I want to, or you will go down. Simple.
You can
point that you can't defend.
Goodbye.
End of the day, the conclusion is very similar to what happening. Bigger fish will eat smaller.
End of the day, Magyasik was speaking.
All right, Wakas, just shut your mouth up, man. Nobody's gonna listen to your bullshit on this now. Okay. We've had enough of your bullshit, and now we're gonna have to deal with.
Okay, now deal with you. Now deal with
Everybody shut the fuck up.
Rafi, let me deal with him now.
Shut the fuck up. I wanted to send a message to Hope and I've accidentally moved her to the audience. I'm so sorry, Hope. Please come out back. My bad. I'm so fucking. Yeah, Hope, come back up. Thank you, Hope. Sorry about that. Here, let me reply you up. That is so my fault. I wanted to send you a back channel.
It's all good.
What I understand about these guys is in the early 20th century they brought back close your mind.
It's getting really annoying.
Yeah. So you guys
You're the kind of fucktard who doesn't stand in the camp of IRGC nor against them. So you do not have any authenticity of all.
Okay, Glow was thinking
Like,
just
who
the
are
idea
you,
to have a
Ahmed?
country.
Who are you? What do you stand for? No, who? I mean, like, really. Who are you? And what do you stand for?
I stand for humanity, democracy, equality.
I
Not
don't
like you,
think
racist.
so.
You stand for nothing, you
You are the one
fucking
lying.
moron.
You're the racist.
Yes,
Yes, you are.
right.
You are the one that's trying to divide. You raise the Kurds, trying to divide us.
Since when Biden
Yes,
is
they are Iranians. That's always been. What do you think? We're going to give the Baluchis from Baluchistan a country now? Of course we're not.
Why not?
What do you
Hey,
think?
hey,
They're
you have
Baluchis.
the word.
They're Iranian Baluchis. We're not going
Fuck
to give
you,
everyone their
Iranian.
own country.
Oh my
God.
Fuck you too.
You sound stupid.
Just see who is supporting you. A literal IRGC support hurting you guys. Like,
IRGC. Okay. Fuck
You know what the
IRGC.
funny thing is? The Kurds and the Russians actually don't want their own state. They just want more autonomy and they want to remain with Iran and their regional states. So
So
These guys are delusion.
Actually have a uranium Kurd in the comments. He's saying, as we expected, I'm Kurdish, Beshi Shah, Beshi Iran, Beshi
Fuck him.
Kurdistan.
We
Yes,
have a word
he
for
is
him.
I love
We have
you,
a
we
word
love
for
them. We don't like them.
We have a word for them.
I'm
sure they have a word for you too.
We have a word for these Kurdish. We
They have a word for you
Josh.
too. Yeah, well, they have words for you too.
You're a traitor. You sold out the Iranian people by keeping the weapons to
Fuck
yourself.
Iranian
That's
racist
what kind
people.
of disgusting people you are. You're
Fuck
traitors.
Iranian racist people.
Fuck
You're a
Kurdish
traitor.
people. Like you are supporting Kurdish. Like Ali in the comment, he's the real like IRGC supporter and a sleeper cell. He's hurting you guys. So you fucked up so bad. So it's just like you're standing with IRGC and the literal IRGC fucker is like the bad Ali. Bad Ali is that. Oh,
I don't even know what an IRGC supporter is. Anyone that's different political view than yours, you just automatically assume IRGC.
Go fuck.
Iran has something. Show
When they are cheering you on, Ahmed, that's what you
If you have to rape a young woman under the age of 18, or even a little over 18, a young fucking woman, to make sure before you kill her, you rape her, you fucking piece of shit. How do you
You
feel
feel about having a pedophile in the United States and make sure.
Okay, I'm gonna put you in the audience. I wasn't fucking speaking. I was speaking. So how do you feel about raping a fucking young woman before you kill her? That is the law that the IRGC put out before they executed young females to the heaven. How do you feel about that?
Are you calling me? What? Are you asking me?
Yes, that's exactly. Because you see, like, see, hold on. Like, Ali, the person that keeps giving you thumbs up and hearts and everything else, okay? He's pro, he's for it. He doesn't mind it. You see, like, I asked him that question, he pivots and avoids and fucking beats around the bush. How do you feel about that, Ahmed? What's your stance? No. What's your stance? Don't be an Ali right now. What is your stance on that?
Okay, fuck Ali. Okay, let me talk, okay? First of all, I'm the biggest enemy of Islamic regime in the world, okay? There's nothing, if there's anything I can do against these Islamic people and their way of ruling, I would do, okay? That's the idea. But I'm also really worried about the mentality of these. Listen, sometimes I just lose my emotion because I hear these people speak with this language and thinking that having a country is more important than the type of country. It's bullshit. Okay?
It's our country. Do you understand?
Yeah, but
You
it's
don't
your
have a sense of belonging to anything. So for you, nothing matters. You just want to have an AK-47 and you want to fight for nothing. We have a land we want to protect and we're proud of.
He doesn't support IRGC. He doesn't support IRGC. He's clearly saying
they indirectly support the IRGC by going against any freedom, possible freedom for the Iranian people. They do. Indirectly, they do. They're the same shit. Because indirectly, they support that shit. They will try to divide us, and they cannot.
You are the parasites of Middle East. You are the reason.
You call yourself a Kurd, all right? Why are you in this discussion about Iranian people? You're a Kurd, right?
Well, you just said what
you wanna have to go fight for your country. Why don't you go and fight for what you want? Because you know that you will not succeed on that mission, the suicide mission. Go ahead and try. Go.
Let me ask you. What's the problem right now? What's the problem right now? The building is on. You deciding what kind of material you're going to use for later for the building the building. So building is on a fire. You like first thing we need to turn off the people's inside of the building. They are burning. So we need to save them. Then we can decide what the heck is the element you're going to use for next
to build the building.
Yes, sir. Please tell me.
Decided who is going to
If you are trying to build, if you are trying to build a building,
that's a
please
project
tell me
happening on the UN.
who is the owner of that property, sir? If you are trying to build a building,
separatist. I am a proud Kurdish separatist. There's no Kurdish in the world that does not want a Kurdish country. If you think I will support unified Iran, you're just retarded. Fuck you. I'm Kurdish, okay? I'm not Iranian.
Be quiet. Thank you so much, Ahmed, for speaking the truth, being honest with us that you are a Kurdish separatist and you think we are crazy for thinking that you will ever support a unifying Iran. Thank you for being honest. I already knew that. I just wanted everyone else to realize what's happening.
Ali doesn't want a unified Iran either. He keeps giving you hearts. He wants his own people. He wants to see the death. He wants to see the death of his own fucking people.
Actually,
Guys, you know, I have to
Iran is a bad
because I listen a lot, you know. You guys don't even let me. You know, what Ahmad was trying to say is that he's not supporting IRGC. He doesn't give a shit. He says that I'm the biggest enemy of IRGC, you know. What he's trying to do, that they're
They're leaving them alone and they're shooting Iranian people. Of course they don't have the same view.
You know, that guy is going to exploit, you know, the Iranian people. He's not going to give a shit about the Iranian, understand? I don't know why you guys are calling this rescue operation. It's going to turn into Iraq, do you understand?
Do not get to decide for us what is rescuing us and who is the one has been killing us for.
If he knows hold on. If he knows the difference between, if he's from that region, he knows the difference between Iranian people and the IRGC. And those two people are two different types of people. Okay, so the IRGC did something to him, and now he is butthurt, I'm gonna say it, and he doesn't see a unified Iran, or he doesn't want to see a unified Iran. That just shows who he is.
Robbie, can I please
That's what I'm
explain?
saying. And people don't believe us when we say, listen, they're the same cup. They pour into the same cup. The ideology is the same and not unified. Weak Iran that is separate.
Okay, listen.
Weak Iran that is separate.
Okay, listen. Okay.
I don't know if there's a much of being supportive of IRGC. He's not supporting that. And you have to understand that.
I don't know. I gotta give it to, what's his name? I don't believe he's an IRGC sympathizer. He might be, he just might structure of Iran.
Exactly, and isn't what Gloat said.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
The end result is the same.
But you should know the difference. You should know
Yeah, of course, there's a difference, but the end result is the same.
The future of Iran will be like Gaza, you know? That's what he's trying to say.
It won't. Not even
Listen,
Are you being serious? God, listen. Has never had a government. The Gaza has never had an actual good government or country running.
One second, sorry, Dr. Trump. People are strong, they can rebuild, but it's better to be a fucking live like under Gaza for a certain period of time than to be in prison for 47 years under IRGC. Because one prison is better than the other prison. Because
you're exactly right.
Living under the IRGC
it wouldn't let that happen, you know? They would not let that happen. They would not let that happen. Do you understand me? I know that Iranians are strong. You know, look at the history. I like Iranians actually.
I hate to say the Iranians are far cry we all,
you know, the current mentality we have because some of
And the difference is, hold on one second. I have to correct you on this. Because the Iranians do not support the IRGC like the Gazans, a lot of them support Hamas. We are not the same in any way, as you can see. But we support someone who supports democracy and wants to bring peace and democracy to our country. His name is Reza Pahlavi.
Okay, listen, when
this guy
the father of Reza,
you know,
have a space, please.
Actually, what I'm gonna do is make space for Mary, who's been trying to speak. All the dudes.
Yeah, before after me, right after me, I will.
Time.
And
We've heard you guys speak.
Yeah.
So Mary.
okay, I'll just say something.
No. Learn something.
You've been talking nonstop.
Yeah, so learn something about this room, Muhammad. When a woman speaks, they're more powerful than a man on the stage. And I made this clear multiple times. They're like Muhammad. They have more power than Muhammad, the woman here on the stage. I'm just letting you know. Go, Mary.
What's the name wrong? First of all, it's crazy room tonight. I just wanted to say that first of all, Iran is not like Gaza. Iran is the 17th biggest country in the world. It shares different neighbors. It has a different history. The groups of people that live in Iran are so different. And I mean, unlike like Palestinians, you call Palestinians. Everywhere that you go, nobody wants you there. Like Turkey, Syria, Jordan, they all of them they threw you out. Like, don't compare that. Iranians, whenever they go, they just make the best of themselves and the country. They everything to other countries. So the culture is very different. And the second thing, when an IRGC guy is hurting you, that is a very bad sign. I don't care like where you're coming from, what your agenda is. When your agenda comes in the same, I don't know, let's call it a funnel idea, like the idea of funnel. And I don't know. It becomes same with the RGC, the Lions Bell, with the RGC agenda. It's a bad time. So, yeah, if I were you, I would calibrate, I would rethink everything that I said, and call it a day. So don't come here, argue, or anything. Just look and listen to other guys who are supporting you, which is Ali and another guy who is Red. Both of them share the same agenda, and they are RGC supporters. And that's it.
Thank you. Can I explain my kifayat? Can I get please?
Look, what we are saying is not the support of IRGC. You understand? We don't support IRGC. We see that from 2023.
What she's saying, first of all, before you reiterate that.
You know, they're hanged. You know, they're hanging people. They're brutal. The government is brutal. I understand that. You understand me? But what Ahmad is trying to say is that mentality right now, you know, they're supporting a bully. You know, I mean, U.S. is a bully, actually. You know, you have to understand this. They're bullying you right now. They don't care about the dignity. They don't care about anything. This is ties This is a very important tweet, actually. You know, that is from the president of the United States, and the one you're supporting. Understand? That guy is crazy. He's not saying, oh, the entire civilization will die, you know, because if they don't do what I'm trying to say, like, you know, make them do. So, don't you think that fit to you know, support in the current war of the U.S., then I don't say that
Iranians wanted. Hold on.
Okay.
Do you understand that Iranians wanted the support of the U.S. and Israel? Do you understand that?
No, they were only 20%.
No, you don't understand that? Ask Iranians here. Because I do understand that. The fact that you deny that makes me question every fucking thing you've said. Everything. And actually, who you really are.
Can we have a minute, please? You guys are the mode and you speaking all the time. I've been asking
I don't get too far.
No, he was not speaking for me. I need to.
do not explain on behalf of me. You weren't doing that. You weren't doing that.
You're wasting my time. Okay.
I'm not wasting time. I'm just telling you, shut the fuck up when he was explaining for the sake of
you. Okay, I listen to you.
For me, do not try to become my mouthpiece. So, when you were not saying anything, it means that what Kifayat was saying was totally fine.
Not your idea, man.
We've already. See, I'm an IRGC supporter. You're not in my camp. They are against us. They're my enemies. You're not in their camp as well. So who are you?
Alright, fine.
Just clarify your position. I'm trying to understand.
Okay, we're gonna do a room reset. How you doing? Welcome everybody. Hold on, I'm talking. So we're gonna do a room reset. Welcome everybody to the room. Right now, the title of the room is Iran threatens America. What's next? this is the way the room's gonna run. Everybody gets a minute to a minute and a half of uninterrupted speech. If you're not gonna answer the question, don't take the mic. If you're gonna answer a question, take the mic. Have fun. Be respectful to the ladies first and foremost. Be respectful to yourself and everybody else in the room. The room today is sponsored by Tylenol. You probably will get a headache if you say some fucked up shit. You do say some fucked up shit. You get thrown to the bottom of the stage. There's a sex swing. You can get fucked. Enjoy your time here.
Wait,
don't
I might
go
want to
on.
go down. Wait, did I say that out loud?
Well, no, I got a private room for me in here. But there is a minute and a half of uninterrupted speech. It doesn't matter what people's opinions are. People might get triggered. Like, people might get triggered when Ahmed says. That's okay. Let them speak. Try not to take longer than a minute to a minute and a half, because it's hard for people to respond, guys. Now let's have fun. Ahmed, you got the mic for a minute to a minute and a half.
Thank you, baby. Thank you very much for this. Okay. So what I was trying to explain to these guys is they are missing something. Okay, every single Kurd, like I'm talking about the real Kurd, is a separatist. You cannot find any Kurd that is not a separatist. Okay, that's just the idea. As much as you like Iran as your country, I like Kurdistan as my country. As much as any Turk likes their country as Turkey, Iraqis.
That is a big fat lie. That is a big fat lie. You think we don't?
Whoa! Don't interrupt. Why would you do that?
This bitch.
You just violated. So you gotta get dropped, bro. You can't do that. But please, I'm gonna ask Glow. You can't do that. I just went over the rules. And then Ahmed, I need you to apologize to her. You can't be calling her a fucking bitch.
All right. Sorry.
Fuck, bro.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, listen, I'm usually a chill person, but when I hear these guys say these, I just lose my shit, okay? I'm sorry. I usually don't say these things anyways, but listen. So I'm explaining my idea. Every Kurd wants Kurdistan. It's just really, it's something that I don't understand why you guys don't understand. But, however, there's a but here, okay? If you're going to come to me and tell me I will create a country for Pahlavi, who was a dictator and killed thousands of people, who wants Iran as a superior race, Persians, will create a country for democracy. What democracy are you guys talking about? What? Are you a joke? Okay, is it done?
Yeah, it allows somebody to respond. I think it's either Glow. Did you want to respond?
No, Hope is going to respond. Who the hell is he to tell us that Pahlavi killed millions of people? Who the hell are you? Were you alive during that time? It is the biggest lie ever.
Point of order. He said, just to clarify, he said thousands.
Yeah, so he didn't kill thousands. The whole reason I've said this over and over again. Be quiet. Be quiet. No, I'm not finished talking.
Don't ask for me. Hope is speaking. Shut the fuck
I'm a moderator, so shut up. Okay? You are just talking about bullshit you've heard. It is not true. He did not kill his people. Okay? Look at what happened here just in October with the bloody IRGC. Are you a Kurd? Yes, you're a Kurd. I know many Kurds who are Iranian Kurds who don't want to separate, who say they're Iranian. I've said this to you over and over again.
Thank you. You guys don't.
Now,
I understand you have low IQ. You don't read. Just go read.
I lived it. You don't read. I lived it. I was in Iran prior to 79.
Come on. Listen,
Come on.
Speaking. Where's
I'm a
mod.
You just
I'm a mod.
doesn't read. You lived it.
Yeah, but you have to
You were a zit on your dad's ass. What are you even talking about?
I'm sorry. I want to say something here.
No, wait. It's my time to speak.
It's not your time. There are 2 mods speaking. It's not your time.
Come on, fuck the mods. I'm speaking. It's my one.
Fuck you.
Are you fucking brain dead? Like, I don't get it.
Oh my fucking goodness.
Ahmed, you made a claim and you were told that let somebody respond to you. So Hope started to respond.
Okay, she was
And you
responding.
lost it.
Finished. Can I
No,
continue
he
now?
actually didn't.
No, you finished and she hadn't responded yet.
I didn't finish.
My
You
main
had
idea.
over a minute and a half.
I have one idea.
Swap waffle. Shut the fuck up, let lady speak. Go down, shut the fuck up, and let this whole
Just shut
speak.
the fuck up. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. This is a
What's
conversation.
yo? Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
Dumb shit.
AB.
Get out of here.
Congratulations.
Fuck out of here. This fucking room temperature retard over here trying to act tough. Look at this shit.
Hey, you dumb shit. Get out of here.
I've got some patience.
Are you guys?
I don't have the same set of rules, and I will actually support you.
I had one idea. I wanted to share one idea.
Yeah. We're not listening to your ideas. Shut the fuck up.
Actually, we're probably moving
Hey,
on
shut
to
the fuck up.
Mary's
My idea is not for you.
You used your minute and a half. This is how it's going. It's actually Mary's.
No, I didn't.
No, you did. You actually talked more than 2 minutes. It's Mary's turn. I didn't remove it.
Nobody removed them. I can see the history. Nobody removed them. He's got that.
I just wanted to say, how are you, baby? I haven't seen you for a while. Maybe I saw you last night.
How are been hiding in your bushes, Elf.
I thought I felt you, Mayor. I mean,
But guys, let's get back on the topic. What do you guys feel about this fact that Iran threatened America and said that they're gonna block the Strait of Hormuz? Israel's threatening to hold on. Israel's actually threatening to strike back. What do you guys feel about that?
Before we go back on the topic, I feel so sorry for this guy. What is his name? Kefaya. He wanted to speak on behalf of the guy, and he himself knocked him out. If I had done that would happen.
Yeah.
You were trying your level best to become Islam peace, but he actually gave. I don't want to go below the belt, but I hope you learned your lesson.
No, I was telling the truth. I don't know why they don't get me, and they don't understand me. Like,
because you didn't
I
get
don't
Ahmad
support
in the
my-
first place, and you were trying to explain that okay, you got him, and now you would explain him to us, and then he himself knocked you out.
Actually, I think you found a friend. Like, he's thinking for you in the comment section. He's saying he never heard what Kefaya thinks, and he was hurting you earlier. So I think he would be best friends with Ali, since your agendas align at the moment.
Can I talk now? Listen to me. Look,
actually,
what
it's Mary's
Ahmad's
turn. I don't even know. You're all going out of
what
turn.
Ahmad's saying is, oh, you don't listen to me. You always interrupt me. I don't know
I'm
why
about
you
to
have
knock
problem.
you the fuck out. That's what I'm about to do. And I know you heard the rules, and it isn't even your goddamn turn. So wait your fucking turn. And it actually should be Wackus, or whatever his name is, or Mary. They have the opportunity to go before you. Then it's are you gonna use your minute and a half? Or not? Okay, then it's Mary's turn.
Basically, I said what I wanted to say, but I just wanted to say that people in Kurdistan, don't say Kurdistan, say Kurdistan. In Kurdistan, like in Iran, they said Javishan, they had one of the highest amount of people that were killed by RGC on the streets, and they were calling for shots. And if these fuckers, I don't know if it was Iraqi Kurd or it was a Syrian Kurd, I don't know. But if it comes to the Iranian side, they will literally fuck them over. These people will not survive on Iranian side of Kurdistan. So yeah, and whatever he was saying was Tanya, I don't know if he's a communist, like their father Russia, because they basically are the ones that tried to separate Kurdistan, and they came up with this bullshit. Or he's a Muslim. I'm not sure. But whatever it is he was doing with Tanya, it's not going to work. And I also think that instead of talking in the comment section, like Ali, can you come to the stage? Like you can, I don't know, send an invite. Like You can come on the stage and be friends with Kefaya. And I also wanted to say that my friends really love the rooms that you attended. Like you're becoming very popular, Ali. Like the work that you said and everything, it's just people are getting to know you more. So come on the stage.
He's becoming more and more counter-effective, to be honest.
Which one? Ali is not welcome on the stage. I don't allow people that fucking support the rape of young women before murder. Okay? That is a little fucked up. And to defend that, that's just the lowest of a man that he can be.
Jeez, finally, after all of these months, thank you, Rami. We've been going over this for months with him.
I had fun playing with this fucking piece of GC supporter or sympathizer, however you guys want to fucking say.
I think he's hot. I think he works for them, to be honest. I think he.
Don't fuck that. Hey, I got a question for you.
Ali.
But anyway, it's fun to listen to them, like make it full of themselves.
If you want to, Ali, come. Make a fool of yourself. Come.
Rafi, I got a question, Rafi, first. So the IRGC, they're okay raping a woman before death. What happens if I take the booty before I kill one? You know, do they still get to go to heaven? You know, why not? Just saying, like, go on, fucking rape them before you kill them, so that way they don't get to go.
That's what we're gonna talk to Ali about. Ali, come on the stage.
Come on now.
Yeah, share your opinion on Iran and share your opinion on women getting raped before murder. What you feel about it. Yeah, Ali, come. Please. Let everybody hear your opinions. Guys, bring up Ali. I don't want to bring up this.
I'm not mine, so I can't bring up nobody.
I don't think so. He's ready to off. I don't think I need a below TY at the moment.
He stated no because he would appreciate it.
I think he needs to be.
Just bring him out now. Ahmed is gone, so he needs somebody else.
I think he needs to experience.
He's listening to your rooms. Let me say hello to Twitter. He's a pedophile supporting superstar goat fucker.
He supports RGC, guys. Listen to this voice. Listen how he speaks, everybody. Go, Ali.
Yeah, my name is not Epstein, guys, so I don't support pedophiles.
No, you just support the Iranian regime, right? The ones that are actually acting out on it in 2026 till today when they're catching young women protesters. But go on, Ali.
They married 9-year-olds still. So I don't know when you talk about someone who's dead. Epstein's dead.
Yeah,
I don't know. He's actually living in Turkey, and Turkey was part of Epstein's files. Like they were trading $250 million with the kids who were like seeking shelter, like in Turkey. And actually, by living there, you are actually giving money to that region, like the Turkey. Actually, you help with Epstein.
What is Turkey, by the way? What is Turkey? The word Turkey.
Turkey! She means fucking Turkey! You idiot!
All this time, instead of Turkey, she says Turkey. Okay, this is the
Ali,
level of
if you will take that sentence out of your ass, you will be able to understand.
Ali, the country you live in supports Epstein. Turkey, or Turkey, it doesn't matter. It just means that you have no argument there because you use Epstein, but yet at the same time, Turkey gave $250 million. Like they earned that much from Epstein's supply chain. So yeah, don't live in Turkey.
You guessed that I'm living in Turkey. It's fine, but yeah. So I'm much more curious.
He's not in Turkey. He's inside with a white suit.
Yeah, of course he is.
So I'm curious what Kefaya.
کارش از صبح تا شب همین کارو میکنه. From room to room.
Yeah, this is his job. He does this like 24/7, as Bibi said. We've been seeing you, Ali. Everyone knows you by now.
Okay.
But I love it because it's becoming so counter-effective now. Okay.
And what about the turns? Like everybody should be given turn. Where's that?
Well, let's listen to Ali and then we go on.
Kefaya and Ali want to braid each other's hair, so go on, be friends, guys.
Yeah, okay, there is no turns in this room. It's all bullshit. Okay,
Oh,
whatever.
just bullshit. Ali, douchebag. Shut up. Hey, listen, douchebag, shut up. Thank you. Ali, what's up, my face? You little cunt. Hey, get back. Hey, what's up, little douchebag? You so cuckish? You still enjoy getting fucked in the ass by Daddy Trump? Because IRGC is pretty much fucking losing, you little cunts. Now just tell me, Ali, how's it feel knowing that the U.S. dick and the Israel dick is slapped me across the fucking face?
Listen to me.
Hey, shut up. Hey, shut up.
You know lots of damage.
Shut up.
That's what I'm basically saying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
Hey, listen.
I'm not taking
I want to talk to your mom and tell you to raise your kids better. What the fuck you gonna do, bro? What you gonna do? Nothing.
Wow, you go to
Ali, tell me, how much are they paying you to be a fucking cunt? Tell me, Ali, tell us, how much are they paying you to be a little cunt? Come on, tell us.
Not even $200.
Spot. He's cheap. He is a cheap man. I bet he sells prostitute for that.
a whore.
But the prostitute makes more. I mean, prostitutes have a decent, you know. Yeah, they even have fucking. They have more shit than him. I've seen prostitutes with pull up, you know.
Moderators is that
he sells his ass. He sells his ass for nothing.
More dignity than a fucking IRG.
The truth. Where are you from? Kembaya, where the fuck are you from? Pakistan? You sound like a Pakistani.
So I suppose.
Where are you from? Where I'm from. You don't have to care about that, understand?
Yeah, I can hear you're from Pakistan. You should worry about your own country.
Friends are like Iranian, so maybe he's Iranian, maybe he's a friend of Ali, but he's more shy. I don't know. But I found Ali's in the comment section. Like there's this guy called Taha. Taha is, by the way, very Muslim name. Like in Iran, even normal people don't name their kids Taha. But there is this Taha guy. I think it's Ali's boyfriend.
Dude, Mary, I bet K-Fast and Ali probably make gay sex together and probably say Ali. That's probably what those two do. They probably make gay goat sex together, probably. You know, tell me, Ali or K-Fest, which one do you guys go, while you guys fuck?
Oh my god, this downstairs voice is so shitty, you know.
I know. Your mom loved it last night. She loved it so much that she was screaming my name. Actually,
Just continue the conversation.
I don't care, BB. I'm tired of these two cunts. Listen, Ali, BB, I know you think Ali's fucking dreamy. K-Fest, they're little bitches. You know, that's why they're losing. That's why the IRG is losing. Dude, you really do sound like your mom last night.
No, I sound like your mom actually. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's fucking, you know, she's like, she guys hold my head down with her job.
I don't care about your own people being.
This guy's name is stupid, man.
You don't
This guy doesn't know.
Or they get hanged by the street. For what? For protesting? For not wanting to wear hijab on the street? You don't mind this. All you do all day long is go from room to room and just protest against what Americans doing to your country. What is your own government doing to its people? I don't know why you don't get this.
The thing is, you guys don't find that bombing Iran is no way to democracy. So
we wouldn't be here. We would not be here if we had a government that was legit, that didn't treat its own people like fucking animals. Why don't you understand this first before you start talking about what Israel or America is doing to us? Because as the Iranian people, we're not stupid. If we had a good government like we deserve to have, we would not be here. We would also
many times. I said many times that I don't support IRGC.
No,
But
you just support the rape of young women. And
no, I never support rape of young.
You support the regime that's doing it because
Right.
you want them clearly. Well, you're saying you don't support IRGC, and you're telling the people that you don't believe America should come and help rescue the people there and to free them from imprisoning them, meaning that you know for a fact that the people cannot do it themselves because they were never able to do it in 47 years. And now the fact as soon as there's an fuck up, you piece of shit scum. Okay, like you have to speak to a piece of shit scumbag. So, but now that there's an opportunity that America is, and I'm gonna put you down. Now that America is finally there to help free your fucking people and give them an opportunity of fucking freedom. You go around fucking clubhouse telling people, oh, but Iranians should free themselves naturally or organically, the words you use, which you know work that never worked before what you guys tried. Meaning you want them to continue doing the same fucking thing and failing. And you like that bloodshed that the IRGC is doing to people, you dirty scumbag. Do you know what is called, hold on, you know what is called insanity? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and hoping for a different fucking outcome. Your people did the same thing multiple times and the outcome's always people are dying. Innocent people are dying. Innocent females are getting fucking fought for doing what you want them to do, getting fucking raped and murdered. And that's what you want them to continue doing, you fucking piece of shit. At least so now come up and defend that. You dumb fucking scumbag. Somebody wants to bring him up. I ran out of invites.
Yeah, and if you ask him, like, how would you see that?
I'm sorry.
I have been asking him.
But you shouldn't turn the mic off for putting people down
are you
when
dumb?
it's in
Are you retarded? Can you stop
No,
speaking?
when I'm speaking for so as a mod or any other fucking mod, nobody's gonna interrupt me. Okay? Don't tell me this is bullshit. And when a person is trying to speak something that I heard already many times on my stage, and he comes into my room like a little simp, I'm gonna fucking call him out for who he is because I know his whole fucking story. I know where he's going with his fucking headlines. I know the story inside out.
What do you
bring him up? Yeah, ask him how you want the Iranian people to free themselves. He's gonna say organically or by themselves. But how did the Iranian people succeed freeing themselves organically or by themselves or naturally?
Organically.
Ask it, yes.
So I asked him, okay, Ali, why aren't you in the streets right now?
tell you why.
Right now. Why aren't you there?
Bring up this piece of shit, and you're gonna hear the exact same thing. There's no other story to it. Ask him how he wants his people to free themselves when they already tried what he's saying. They failed. Females got raped because of this. Females got killed because of this. So he wants them to repeat the same mistakes, so more females get raped and more females get fucking killed. Young woman, okay? That's what he's hoping for.
Right. Yeah. Look, what I see here.
So let's come up and ask him a question. I'm not sure about hand raising because he can't come up because I can't send him in. But let's ask him how he wants.
You guys made the rules. Give turn.
Yeah, I'm giving him a turn, but I'm not telling you what he's about to say because I already heard it 10 times. Okay, I'm not gonna let people in my audience to sit and fucking murder them so they don't go to fucking heaven because the Quran wrote it that way, okay? So let's bring this piece of shit back. You're welcome to come up on your own now, you piece of shit. But defend, how do you want the Iranians to free themselves? Come on.
By the way, this is
You
not.
say Iran brought that you're African something.
Just like Iran is a dictatorship to the people of Iran,
You understand?
will be a dictatorship.
Yeah, you say Quran brought that. Understand? That's a bullshit. That is not something you say that. Understand?
That's not in the Hadith. To rape the
It's a very racist thing you do. You understand here? And that's not a discussion. That's like you're insulting each other. I can say bullshit to you too. You can do that. But that's not really.
But you know the problem? Why the people are
at the end of the day, there is no resolve.
Hold on. You know why the people are imprisoned in Iran? Because of Quran. They follow the Quran. They force them to be fucking Islamic. You know why women lost their fucking life?
You don't know that.
I don't know that. I can ask any fucking.
You don't have information about that.
Really? So let's ask Iranian females why women lost their lives, why women got fucking raped and killed because they didn't wear a fucking hijab.
We're only 20% Iranian, you know what? 70% are still supporting the government. They don't want to bully. They don't want the humans to bully them. You understand?
No. I'm 100% fucking human.
You know what the US did to listen, Rafi? Yeah, you don't listen. You know what they
Because I was trying to tell you something, but you were not even listening to me.
Let me ask you for a second. What does the Quran say about women?
Quran says that they are
About their IQ, intelligence, and what.
Marcus is going to speak right now. What does the Quran, I'm asking Marcus because I know he's honest. He is a Quran scholar. He studied the Quran. He still studies, even though he knows what it is. What does it say about the Quran about women and their brain? Let's start with their brain.
Oh, so the Quran doesn't speak directly about woman's brain or its intelligence. It is written in hadith.
Okay, what does the hadith say? Sorry about that. See, he knows his stuff.
There is a Sahih hadith in Sahih al-Bukhari which says that women are deficient in intelligence, in religion, and there is a reason behind it. Because
there's a context to it, Rafi. There's a context to it, understand? You cannot say
let me explain the context.
Walker's explaining the picture the brain context. Okay, Walker's going to explain it to us. Thank you, Walker.
So the reason why they are deficient in brain is because two women are required in order to witness as compared to one man. So equate with one when it comes to witnessing, right? In the same manner, they are deficient in property. Well, half goes to the woman and a full portion goes to the man. I mean, 50% goes to the woman and 100% to the man. So two sisters can have equal property as compared to one brother. So this is how it goes. And the hadith in particular speaks. Ali, you should check my PTR. That's specifically for you, right? Just keep that cactus in your ass.
No, that's for yourself, boy.
Scratches the deep itches.
Hold on, Ali, listen, you're Walker saying I would fuck you both up. I would fuck you both up. I'll make you guys both my bitch. Literally, dude. You both be like, you'll be the two fucking women. You'll be the two women.
And just let you know, Dumpster came to your playground and played with your alhamdulillahs and put them, a lot of them in bags. A lot of your people are in bags because of I swear, Dumpster played in your backyard. Dumpster went to the Middle East.
Iraq and Afghanistan.
This guy thinks he knows everything. You don't have to say that. You shouldn't justify like you know everything. Do you understand? And you take one hadith. Listen, you take one hadith. You don't have the context to it. You say, oh, that applies to everything. That's not something.
Okay, amazing. When I say, not let Walker speak, because I don't know exactly. So I need Walker to speak. Okay? That's why. I said, Walker, please guide us, because you're a father in this than I am. So, and when you said I'm 20% Iranian, I'm not even fucking 0% Iranian. Not 1%.
Did I give the wrong context?
What was your question?
No, you did a good context, but the problem is they don't listen to you. Understand? They just want to listen to the things they want to hear. You know, they do not listen to you. And this is not discussion. You know, they say first, who will do the turn to you? Understand? When they turn the fucking turn, you know,
so if it doesn't we are not obedient, then you have to advise us, and if he increases, you have to separate this, and then it's try gently, of course, some people put in the context you mentioned, and I'm sure an average Arab man, like, I don't know, over centuries ago, they understood context when they heard Ozabu Honna, which basically means striking women. I'm sure understood the context. Yeah, go on, talk about context, just talk about government doesn't understand it. Like they needed a sheikh or I don't know, imam to explain things for him. But I'm sure that some, I don't know, Arabs live in a land far away. They had access to imam, and I'm sure they understood what Osra Hona means. And for context, for people who don't know, Osra Hona basically is from verse in one of the Quran Iran's chapters called Nisa, which basically means women. It mentions if a woman is not obedient to you, you have a right to strike her. So yeah, go on, explain that.
Yeah, that is Surah Nisa.
The thing is, when are you going to give mic to Kifayat? Because we never heard of his opinion.
It's so worried about Kifayat. Why aren't you so worried about Taha? Like Taha was why are you so worried about Kifayat?
Oh, if I don't like something, I say, oh, this is wrong, this is bullshit. And then you just, moderator has a right to just put you down to the listener.
Okay, let me tell you something very essential. This is not a democracy. Look, can you give me 30 seconds? I'll bring my mic in 30 seconds, right? I really want to say something.
Just want to hear what they want to hear.
Will you shut up? Jesus. Okay, Kifayat, for you, I'll tell you. When it was your time to speak, you were speaking on behalf of Ahmad and not on behalf of yourself, right? You were given chances multiple times, but you were explaining what Ahmad is trying to say, and he just wanted this, that, and the same guy kicked you in the ass. Now, Ali, okay, we didn't hear from Kifayat, heard you multiple times, but you were unable to come up with your own stand. Where do you stand as a person? So try to clarify your position.
I just came here.
And I was acting like a moron. Even Dilara is cursing me in the comments.
I didn't know.
I was acting like a moron because that's how we play here.
I just came here with there was. I thought this is a political, discussion they have. And they have, for example, there are rules. Understand? There is an ethical discussion. The moment you talk about Pahlavi, they would say, "Oh, what the hell?" Like they would say, it's like
because we're not going to debate them.
Kill them.
This isn't actually.
They don't want to hear. For example, I was like, first we were talking to the politics. Now we can get to the religion. You understand? So they don't want to hear. It's not a political discussion. There is no political discussion. You understand? Now they would say, hold on. They don't want to hear. They don't want to. What is the truth?
Iranian politics are based on religion. Okay, that's why you are a supreme holy leader. Okay, what does supreme holy leader mean?
Listen what I'm saying.
Holy leader of the fucking Islam, that the fucking shit.
Rafi,
so don't fucking tell me your politics are to do with religion that are imprisoning people. Because people want to live in 2026, not in the fucking barbaric times where Muhammad was fucking a 9-year-old and fucking living at 6. Okay? There's a big fucking difference. People don't want to live like that in fucking 2026 under Islamic law.
You just want to hear what you want to hear. Listen, you don't want to hear
the truth. You don't want to hear the truth.
Listen, Pahlavi was joined by the Iranian.
Supporting a regime and talking against democracy for the people of Iran. Shame on you for defending a bunch of pedophile gold fuckers. Shame on you because our women get raped in prison and people like you want to defend. You will not be successful. Like you, I have always lost in your life. You will lose again. And the people of Iran will win this fight against brutality. And you can go cry in a corner about it because you are a loser and you will always be. Because God is.
Listen to me now. Pahlavi was overthrown by the Iranian people. Protesting against him.
We're already talking about Pahlavi. We're talking about
Iranians, they want to bring it back to him. That guy.
I don't know why, but we were talking
Iran. You understand?
You asked about Islam, but now you want to talk about Pahlavi. Why is this supposed to change us? Like, okay, what is wrong there? When they mentioned this fairness, when they mentioned this striking women, and actually insightful, just and
no, Mary doesn't need to listen to you.
Mary has a problem.
You listen. Hold on. One at a time. Mary was talking, and then you go. You don't say, Mary, listen to me. Mary, listen to me. Stop it.
I will not take your names now. It's okay.
I like when Elle plays daddy.
Yeah, it's okay. Like, no, it's not okay. When you started talking about Pahlavi, you say, oh, everybody's seeing me, oh my god, they're like this, oh my god. But we were actually talking about
It's discussion is run through emotion. It's not run through logic, not through the analysis. Not through the facts. You know?
or
issue, whatever you have, you know, you can say, oh, this is what I mean, you know.
was actually answering your question, and then I
Wait, hold on, but I got questions for you. Wait, hold on, but I got questions for you. So you're complaining about
listen to me now.
No. You've taken the mic way too long. And here's the thing.
I was listening
You're complaining that you're not getting. I can give two rats ass. I'm an asshole and Mexican, and I'm ready to fucking step on your nose. Look, I'm gonna be a real prick, and I'm gonna light the room up like it deserves to be lit up. Because it's fuckers like you that whine and bitch that you don't get equitably heard. But here's the reality. You go into a room called the war room and you have a pink ticket next to your name, then guess what? You're just like any Joe Schmo. If you don't know the moderators and they don't know you very well, you're trying to pour your full cup of information into people who probably already fucking heard it. But the reality is that you're suffering emotionally in the current position you're in shows that you're a little bitch right now. So either man up, stop complaining, or host rooms that you can invite people to actually listen to you, because more than likely you're acting like a little bitch. You're acting like a little bitch from the Middle East. And I am a fucking big dick Mexican that loves to thump his fucking drum with his cock, listening to you rant and rave. That's right. I'm that asshole. You know, and I love the glow points. So you are getting what you heard because you're just another little bitch who falls in line, who doesn't have his own thoughts, who tries to stand up for Islam, who doesn't even allow to think himself. And your mullahs, I love your guys' spirit of your ancestral intellectuals who kill people indiscriminately. So here. Just
you don't turn your mic off with mine. You know why is that? If you don't want to get
That's right. So moderators, I've done my
duty. You don't want to hear the truth. That's what they're talking
about. 10 seconds, you're gonna be escorted out. How about that?
All good news. Breaking news: Trump just held a call with Israel.
Fuck that. I don't give a shit about this. This is bullshit. I wasted my 2 hours. Bullshit people.
I actually do want to hear what you have to say. I am. You should say, "A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim." So all the Satans and evils go away from you.
So breaking news: Trump just had a phone call with Israel. Israel's been begging to hit Iran again. Their hands are really itchy. And the talks broke today with Iran on the ceasefire side. Think they might have a green light, guys. Hopefully, fingers crossed, there will be more action in Iran, and hopefully this is going to give the freedom to the Iranian people that they've been asking for.
God Almighty, I want to make a prayer today for people of Iran, my family, my friends, and all of our families and friends. They're inside of Iran, and this is their time to shine and get out there and reclaim their country. Of course, after the bombs will be dropping. Amen.
Rafi, I just want to tell you something.
I love them, Jason. I love the big dog swinging there.
Yeah, that was nice.
I did my cock shuts this morning, so yeah, my dick is feeling pretty strong.
Nice. I love it.
Nice cooking.
And to all the feminists, I'm sorry if I offend you. I'm not trying to offend you, but I like offending myself and my friends. So yeah, I'm gonna keep.
You keep going, Finey Boo. You keep going.
Rafi, so today I tried to act as a moron, as a person of IRGC, and honestly, I couldn't bear it for 30 minutes. I mean, I tried to put myself in Ali's shoes.
I know.
It's when you're.
I was
trying to understand
the back message for them that which you're trying to do.
So what? Let me tell you,
great. It was
I couldn't bear it, but it was. I wasn't able to bear it for 30 minutes. I don't know how Ali is taking it for this long. He must have some.
He gets paid by the hour. He doesn't give a fuck if work is hard or easy. He's getting paid by the hour. They're paying them by the fucking hour to fucking spread propaganda on Clubhouse, and whoever falls for it, God bless you. You're very weak-minded, but it works.
How do you say Blue? He must be extremely bad in order to take it for this long.
Di Reyrat. Ah. Yes, okay.
Di Reyrat, Di Sharaf, Di
Haya.
Di Haya. Di
Yeah,
Haya.
Di Haya.
Yeah, Bibi. Bibi, bring your friends over.
Who? Which one?
Last time, before I fucking moved the room, all the crazies that came in. I don't even know what language you were speaking. That wasn't Farsi either.
When was this?
This was a while back. One second. I'll call you back in a second. I need to make a phone call.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm praying for their strength and wellness, and we have been in contact with them, and they're very hopeful because this is the closest they've been to freedom for over 47 years now, and it's a very tough time. We are scared. Listen, we are scared. Okay, it's not like we're not scared, but there's just something much stronger than fear, and that is existence and the fight for existence. So let's pray for the best. Is anyone else interested in joining us on stage? If you have a different point of view, that's fine. Just don't be disrespectful. You can come up.
Wait, I'm always disrespectful. Am I still welcome?
Oh. I kind of like your disrespect, so.
It's our favorite kind.
Yeah, our favorite kind, like rudeness.
I'm just praying for cheaper gas, okay? Just give me the fucking gas. I'm in California. It sucks here, paying $6 plus, okay?
We got you, Jason. We got you there, Jason.
I just paid $3.85.
Are you praying for Jesus?
You help us survive, and you got it.
Matrix or the rooms is silent.
Oh, I thought I had bad signal. I
was just pouring myself some Persian black tea, and I was reading the news while listening to
Was it made by a real Persian?
Yeah, it is. My parents gifted it to me, and let me tell you, I drank it and I poured milk in it, and Iranians don't like to pour milk in it. They usually drink it all black, but I drank it and I stayed awake till 8 a.m. It's stronger than coffee, so it's authentic. It's really cool. Yeah. And I have to say that I was on Israeli timeline and Twitter, and they're even more angrier than Iranians. They're very angry at Trump and very angry at their government. They're saying that why Trump stopped it, and I was just reading their comments, translating them. They are way angrier than Iranians.
Well, they're also fighting for their existence, and I think they're angrier because of Hezbollah and all these proxies around them attacking them with missiles, which you can totally understand. I speak to some of them. They say every day they're being hit by Hezbollah in northern part of Israel, and Israelis are dying. So that's, I get that they're pissed off, of course. Iranians, that there's a ceasefire and there are some executions going on by the regime, but the amount of Israelis dying, unfortunately, we have to pray for their safety, and I hope that they'll be all right. And I'm very sorry for this regime. We do not we condemn it. We do not. You guys already know. We do not hate Jews or Israelis at all. The regime is another story, of course. So we'll pray for their safety as well.
I was like talking to, I was asking like if the Khatam al-Anbiya's like is part of the militias of the IRGC. They actually had this like evacuation warning sent out about I think like northern Israel. They say oh we should evacuate.
Mary and Blue, can you pick up Mr. Sahib? He wants to speak something.
Sure.
Persian.
Oh, he's saying anyone can speak Persian? Yeah, sure. Can you speak Persian, Mr. Sultan?
Your translator is okay.
He hasn't raised his hand. Wait. Who's this?
We can see
This one?
Let's see. Yeah. Mr. Sahib.
I did it, but I don't know why he's not coming up.
I sent him one to something else. He's stalling. He changed his mind.
There he is. Go ahead, mister.
Also send Sep wants to come up.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, mister.
سلام خسته نباشید. چه کس فارسی بلد است؟
Oh, you're Afghan? Yeah, we speak Farsi.
Hey, Mr. Sahib, you speak Persian, so you can speak Persian, right?
سعی است درست است من انگلیسی رو میخونم ولی من فارسی کم نزدم.
چه جالب خوش آمدیم.
خوش باشید خسته نباشید. اینجا خانم گلو فکر کنم درباره اسرائیل صحبت میکرد. توجه مجال کرد چند ما باشیم صحبت
I will try to understand. The dialect of Afghanistan is a little bit different. If I have some questions, I will ask you. Go ahead. Yeah.
It's not about your volume is so low. صداتون خیلی کمه. اگه بشه بلندتر صحبت کنید بهتر میشنوید.
نمیفهمم مشکل کنشن از آن شد سپیکتر است صدا.
Is this something better?
Can you speak English or only Persian?
فارسی بهتر است برای صحبت بکنم.
الک پختو درزی کسی پختو کی ترجمه کن.
پشتو هم مشکل داره متاسفانه اما شما اگر پشتو صحبت بکنین انگلیسی صحبت بکنین ترکی صحبت
کنین نه متوسط هستم میتونم اگه بخوام واقعا چون کنم اینو برگردم به زبان انگلیسی چون دوستانه و اینجا انگلیسی زبانم.
We can do a short, very quickly, Daddy Farsi conversation.
I'm asking if he can speak in Pashto. I can do that.
He doesn't speak Pashto. He speaks Dari, which is close to Farsi.
But they do have Pashto in Afghanistan, right?
They do, but he doesn't. He's a Dari.
Different. Yeah, dialect or dialect is different.
زبرزه په دری ورزه
چطور از شما که هستید کسی هست از اینجا در ایران زندگی میکنن فعلا؟
خانواده ما در ایران زندگی میکنن. اونایی که در ایران زندگی میکنن ممکنه بترسن بیان اینجا صحبت کنن در مورد رژیم که میکشتشون.
بعد الان ما توی ایران ساعت 1 شبه. الان خوابیدن.
ones who come on here to speak are the ones that are from regime because they have like the white SIM cards. And they get them for free so they can come and spread their propaganda.
مستر صاحب شما IRGC یعنی از کل حمایت میکنه از ایران به سمت آمریکا و اسرائیل تو این جنگ؟
دیدگاه ما مردم خصوصا مردم افغانستان همیشه طول تاریخ البته ملت حکومت یا دولت ها رو صحبت نمیکنم ملت افغانستان با کسی یا با اطراف یا با کسایی طرف می باشند که مظلوم باشند
بالای
مردم مردم ایران نبود به نظرتون مثلا مردم فلسطین
اما در بازی سیاست کلتان بهتر میفهم مردم چی اسرائیل باشد چی فلسطین باشد چی ایران باشد یا حتی ملت امریکا هم بعضا میتونه که مظلوم بشه تصمیم‌های اشتباهی بعضی قدرت هاست که باعث میشه ملت ها میشه جور جفا شده میشه
شما آرمان فلسطینی داری یا آرمان ایرانی؟ شما الان با صحبت زبان ایرانی هم یک ساده شما آرمان فلسطینی داری آرمان اسلامی داری یا آرمان ایرانی؟
اگر
من ایرانی رو بده تو ولی با من هم طلاق بشی میخوام شما را بشناسم در وقتی اول بوده.
خواهش میکنم اول بهتر این است که بفهم
توجه داشته باشه آقا ایران خیلی بمه میشه یه کاری بکنی صداتون از بمی در بیاد ایران
Iran side, like other two side for Israel and America, and he said that we are on the side of people who are oppressed. And I asked him whether the oppressed people are the Iranian people or like Palestinian people, because I have seen Iranian to Iran and
صداتون بمه
من تو ایرانم دوستان دیگه باید استفاده بکنم مایکات رو ببندید این دوست افغانی که ما اومده ما مردم افغانستان مردم پنشیر مردم فرید افغانستان که وطن دوستن اونا رو دوست داریم منتها بازی مولا رو باید این دوست افغانی من بدونه و امروز تصمیم خودش رو بگیره ایشون با آرمان مردم ایران یکی هستن یا با آرمان فاصلین مردم ایران اتفاقا دارن از فلسطین و غزه و آرمانهای فلسطین رو دارن دنبال میکنن. امروز ما مردم ایران به دست جهاد اسلامی به دست این آرمان فلسطینی کشته شدیم و امروز شکوه کشورمون رو در نام ایران پیدا میکنیم. شریکای ما کشانی هستن که امروز با مردم ایران دست میدن نه با فاصلینی که بچه مردم ایران رو کشته. جاوید چاپرد ایران بیسپورت بورد آلبورد جاوید
ایران خیلی ممنون خوش اومدین آقای this man is from Iran is from Iran and he is saying are you with the people of Iran to Mr. who is an Afghan or are you with oppression of the regime which kills innocent Iranians and funds terrorism in Gaza, in Yemen, in Iraq, in Syria, and even Afghanistan. So are you with Mr. Do you support Taliban, which makes your children, girls not go to school anymore? Are you with them?
خب یک سبب توضیح بکنم من خواهرزاده دارم 13 سالش است باید که مکتب بخوانم و صنف 7 درس بخونم و متاسفانه امروز هم به ما گیره کرد که ماما من هم میتونم مکتب این درد است که مردم افغانستان از این استفاده جناحی همچون طالب به عنوان حکومت اسلامی ما این شکنجه رو میکشیم این یک بنگاهی از خصوص طالب اگر باید بیشتر واضح شود مردم طرفدار امنیت هستند چرا که بسیار در 40 سال گذشته افغانستان زیر تهدید جنگ بوده همواره نسل‌ها قتل شدن اینجا به عنوان‌های مختلف به خاطر بازی‌های سیاسی که کشورهای منطقه داشتن یا امریکا داشت روسیه داشت هر کشور دیگه پاکستان متاسفانه مردم به قربانی شدن هیچ کسی طرفدار همچون رژیمی که نسل‌ها را از بین ببرن فعلا درست است که قتل و قتال در افغانستان کم شده اما مشکل اصلی ارزش عقل بشریت در افغانستان فعلا زیر تهدید است شاید 10 سال بعد نسل بعدی که در افغانستان میاید در میدان اصلا از سواد کافی قرن 21 برخوردار نباشد قرنی که به هوش مصنوعی وصل است ولی عقب‌ماندگی که در افغانستان روز به روز
زیادتر میشه تا 10 سال دیگر نسلی که فعلا اصلا با دانشگاه و مکتب سیاست کار ندارن اینا همیشه به سواد نجابت تبدیل میشه و این است که تمام به خطر همچین میدن طبعا که شاید گفته فرمانده دانستم که ما طرفدار سیاست های رژیمی که فعلا حاکم افغانستان است نیست به عنوان تبعی افغانستان. ترجمه میکنیم به کسایی که انگلیسی زبان هست.
خیلی ممنون. یکی هست که بتونه ترجمه کنه ولی جون شما متوجه شدین که بتونین درست ترجمه کنین؟
It's to like sum it up, you talk about his daughter and how like Taliban is making like for girls to pursue education, and he was worried about the newer generation that is yet to come because the newer generation would know nothing of like universities or schools, and they have schools called Maktab, and he was talking about his girl who used to go to Maktab and she cannot do it anymore, and it's such a tough like position. And he was saying like you talk about politics, but like they care about safety, like the normal people care about normal life and about safety, and he was talking about his lived experience. But he didn't answer the question like
the world is a very good place without Muslims in it. Do you know?
Yeah, Mr. Iran, Mr. Iran didn't answer that or like my question, but it's okay. But it's so fucked up, like what is happening to the Philippines in Afghanistan. And I hear you.
اگر اسلام نباشه دنیا یک جای بهتری است. برای گفتنی دارم تا زمانی که
Can we get away from the travel talk? You know, it's not
Please give us 1 second. He's from Iran.
من امروز به عنوان یک ایرانی
Jesus fucking Christ.
من جناب ایزنبرگ یک لحظه بده من به عنوان یک ایرانی از برادر افغانم انتظار دارم تجربه 50 سال پیش من رو بپذیرید نخواد امروز یاد بگه نه من فکر می‌کنم اسلام خوب است من فکر می‌کنم
Saying how's this fucking beneficial to how's this beneficial?
من جواب برای تانوس نداریم.
میخوام چیزی بهت بگم میخوام این رو امروز از برادر ایرانی بپذیرید که رای اینا 50 سال
It's not beneficial, no, but how am I supposed to take anything from this conversation?
Dumpster, we're literally translating right after.
یک سوال فقط میخواستم بپرسم مثل عزیزم چه دلیلی من میدونم دلیلش خودم میدونم میخوام خودت بگی چه دلیلی داره که امروز مصر جرأت نمیکنه درباره آرزوهایی که امروز بر مصر غالبه این چیزی که امروز دنیا باید بدونه نه تردیدها و مسائلی یا
همچنان ما اینجا اگر تو 40 سال 50 سال درد کشیم همتراز هستیم و این شکل صحبت نکن گویایی که ما آمدیم از یک چوکی بالا صحبت میکنیم. اگر میخوایی که درک شوی تو باید ما را هم درک بکنیم. اگر دقیق ما شما فکر بکنیم حال فعلا در افغانستان معدن‌های طلا برآمده معدن‌های طلا در حال استخراج شده است. فعلا جنگی که روان است داخل افغانستان تمامش بخاطر ازی است که ملت در یک غفلت بگیرن و این معدن‌ها تاراج شود توسط بانک‌های بیرونی کشورهای بیرونی بین خود تقسیم بکنن چین باشه یا روسیه باشه یا حتی امریکا باشه پاکستان باشه این سمت در مورد یک حکومت تو ایران تو بشنو
Thank you so much, guys. We're going to be switching back to English now, so we only have conversations in English because this is an English room. We will be having Persian rooms. The room is called Amplifying Iranian Voices. I repeat, Amplifying Iranian Voices. You can, if you're a Farsi speaker, you can join this room and we will be glad to have you, and we will be speaking Farsi in between, but also English. We're going to switch back to English now. Go ahead.
Yeah.
special, just they were speaking to each other. Our Afghan brother and our Iranian brother were having a conversation about the situation with Afghanistan. Unfortunately, we didn't get our questions answered as to who is he, Mister, and what does he stand for? Does he stand for freedom, democracy, secularity, humanism?
I think that he stands for people, and like Mr. Iran here asked him, like he mentioned Islam, and I think Mr. Salva got a bit maybe offended. If I was just listening in the background, and they were talking about, like, Mr. Salva was talking about how Afghanistan's resources were being taken over by the big games that the big countries played, either China or Russia, and they were like Iranians, they had a very dark past 50 years, and he was talking about like the hardships of normal life, and he was saying that people are being screwed because of like war and the big powers who are playing the game, but he didn't answer the exact question. But yeah, I guess he's avoiding talking about politics, and you are Muslim, right, Mr. Saf?
Yes.
And you what?
Yes, can you please speak in English? Thank you.
Yeah, yes, Kurosh. Yeah, Kurosh here is also from Iran.
Kurosh, can you please join amplifying Iranian voices if you want to speak Farsi? Because people here speak English. Can you speak English? درود بر شما. We are being squeezed under this pressure every day, but if President Trump at the end of this road if he makes a deal that is not in the interest of taking down this regime, in his own interest, then
Why?
Let him speak. We actually let him finish speaking.
Jesus fucking H, BB. What the fuck, BB?
No, you always interrupt him.
Bitch, you're drunk all the time. I barely talk. You don't know how to shut the fuck up.
can you please let him finish? Yeah, go ahead. آقای کوروش بفرمایید.
اتاق خودمون رو درست کن. بچه‌ها.
He says 70% of the people inside of Iran are behind America, the United States, and Israel. More than 70%.
Okay, so look, I asked a question before BB fucking fucks off.
Yeah, go ahead.
Jesus. Fuck's sakes, BB. Fuck. Dude, so he brought up the fact that Trump's agenda based on his plan. I hope he understands we're not all, America is not getting involved with Iran strictly for the Iranian people. It's not in America's interest. It's going to be like a bonus. That's what I really hope he understands. Like, I understand, listen, we're aware, Trump is aware of the Trump happening in Iran. It's tragic and it's hurting, and crazy. But unfortunately, if submits 100% to the United States and Israel's terms, unfortunately, and this is what Iranian people might get upset about, is they might be
that, but you have to understand he's speaking from a point of existence and being, crushed under this regime. So I understand his point of view as well. But we have to be very clear to him, and I'm going to say this to him in Persian. I'm going to tell they're there for their own interests, as you know, to say
Sorry, I just got off the phone. It's on this way. You have to explain them this way. That they are for their own interests.
Yeah.
They're clearly for the hold on. Yeah. They're not for the Iranian interests. But the Iranian people themselves on the ground are going to have the opportunity at a certain point that the government, that the regime is going to be weak, that they're going to have to pick up arms or whatever they're going to have to do and to take back the country. Like, Trump is not going to fully take back the country unless the Iranian people themselves on the ground are willing to finish off the job. The ones who are going to finish off the jobs are the Iranians, not the American people. Americans are going to do what they need to do for themselves.
Yeah. ایشون میفرماید آقای کوروش گوش میدین و آقای ایران مهم اینجاست که آمریکا واسه منافع خودش داره حمله میکنه به جمهوری اسلامی و این رژیم رو میتونه به یه جایی برسونه که خیلی این رژیم ضعیف میشه، ولی پس گرفتن ایران دست خود ایرانیا میفته. میتونه موقعیت بسازه واسه ما که ایرانیا کشور رو پس بگیرن خودشون، ولی کار سخت رو برای ما نمیتونن انجام بدن. آخرین ضربه رو مردم ایران خودشون باید بزنن و باید پیش بینی کنن روی این موضوع، چون ممکنه اون لحظه بیاد که اون وقتی که اون لحظه میاد که وقت پس گرفتن ایران حاضر باشیم واسه همچین لحظه ای همتون، و ممکن هم هست که سلاح به دست باید بشن ایرانیا واسه این لحظه.
ما بیشتر درباره آینده نداریم. ما مردم ایران اگر اینا فکر کردن مثل تجربه بدبختی میشن در کشور ما را بندازن خوب بودن، منتها ما رو نگران میکنه این گروههای آتش‌فشار، این گروههای اجنبی هست که از ما بارها تکرار کرده در ایرانی نیستن و مردم ایران رو دارن می‌کشن. مردم ایران سلاح ندارن. مردم ایران حتی ارتش و نیروی سپاه این ارتش‌های بیشتر هم ندارن که ازشون دفاع می‌کنن. این مردم بی‌دفاع هستن. ما مردمی درباره انتخاب آیندهمون راسخ هستیم. با این گلوله خوردیم، انتخابمون رو فریاد زدیم، درباره آینده کشور عزیزمون به جزئی خروج کبیر رو انتخاب کردیم، صلح در تمام دنیا انتخاب کردیم. اون انتخاب ما مردم ایران مشخص هست. اون چیزی که نگرانی ما مردم ایران هست این هست که ما مردم ایران در مقابل گروه‌های تروریستی ما بی‌پناهیم. ما امروز نیاز به کمک داریم که ما مردم انتخابمون رو کردیم. آره این مشکل ما همینه. حالا بحث نیست که مثلا این که 57 این مسخره بازی ها این چیزی که ما
انتظار میتونید یه بار دیگه بگید که دقیقا انتظارتون چیه؟
بار دیگه ما مردم ایران به جهان آزاد هستیم وقتی بیشترین هزینه رو داریم. امروز جهان آزاد باید انتخاب بکنه. امروز مردم ایران انتخابشون رو انجام دادن. ما نیاز به ساپورت داریم. ما شرکای جهان آزاد هستیم. اونها وظیفه‌شون هست که ما رو ساپورت بکنن. در نظر تسلیحاتی ما باید بتونیم از جان خودمون حفاظت بکنیم. نمیگم بریم کارهای تروریستی بکنیم چون ما هرگز تروریست نیستیم. منتها وقتی ما کشورمون رو آزاد بکنیم باید ما جانمون در امنیت باشه. من فردا میخوام برم تو خیابون، من دیدم 50,000 جوون دوستای من رو کشتن. من این بار نمیگیرم کشته بشم. من دارم پیروزیمو به دست بیارم.
He said the next time we get out on the streets we have a means to defend ourselves. Of course, President Trump said himself, we will be covering you from the air, we will be watching over you from the air the next time you come out. but it's not safe right now. Stay inside because there will be bombs dropping everywhere. But when they come out, they need some kind of fair fight with weapons to defend themselves. Now he's saying that the humanitarian aid or this rescue mission is they're very thankful for that, and they think they really need it because they can't do it alone. We already know that. And yeah.
Well, hey, I understand where he's saying that, they might need assistance with weapons or whatever, but my opinion is I don't think they're going to get that type of assistance because you got to look at as frustrating as it is for Iranian or Persian in that situation. I understand the risk and the reasoning to saying that they're outgunned or outnumbered. I understand that, but unfortunately, through the risk program, it would be very hard to sell that pitch to our own congressmen, women, to our Senate, and to our elected political members on giving civilians firearms to assist in overturning their own government. And it would be so. And besides that, the vetting program. I mean, we saw this in Afghanistan. I mean, I was one of many hundreds of thousands of troops over there that were training Afghani civilians in becoming police officers and becoming soldiers, sitting in Iraq. And the vetting program takes a lot of time. So the reality of, I could be wrong, but this is just my opinion. The reality, in my opinion, of actually dropping firepower or weapons to civilians to overthrow when that time comes up it would be very impressive. Of not having insurance that the people are fully wanting to disband from the IRGC. Now you can say this on any platform, Clubhouse, wherever, or you can say it in the street that this is what we want. But when you drop firepower, when you give weapons in a bulk like they're asking, you're taking, it's like flipping a coin. You're either going to get lucky and it's going to happen the way that they're projecting, or it's going to go the opposite side and end up backfiring, and now you're forming more of a multiple tribal situation. You see what I'm saying? So the reality, in my opinion, the reality of that actually executing and happening it'd be very minute. I understand why they want it, but it could cause more harm on the U.S. side internationally than it would beneficial to the Iranian civilians.
لطفا بک من یه گروه دیگه واسهتون بک میتونیم جوابتون رو بدیم که ایشون چی فرمودن و خیلی
I didn't follow the news, guys. Did anything new happen today except the Iranian president basically stepped aside from his role or what?
Yeah, actually Trump offered Hezbollah some deal, but they rejected it half an hour ago. It's going to get very interesting.
That's good. I hope Israel crushed the shit out of him. Steppy is talking to you, Steppy. Steppy. Step. The fuck?
Steppy asks a question. If you
How you doing?
pray to Muhammad today? Fucking Muhammad? Oh no. You did?
Every day.
Every day I feel like you're gonna get away from this shit, but every day you keep
What's up? Yeah, I'm back.
He keeps unrolling that rug.
Mr. Damsar, I have a question from you if you have time.
Yeah, what's up?
As one of representative in Afghanistan, you have been in my nation. I'm from Afghanistan, yes?
Yes, I have.
You trained the military, yeah?
Yeah, the Afghani guardsmen, yes, I helped train with them. Well, I helped train them.
Do you think Taliban is a good regime or a bad regime? Just yes or no. I need to continue my question. I have something else. Is it a bad regime or good regime? The Taliban.
He watched them fucking goats and donkeys. Do you think he thinks they're good?
Okay. If they are not good, then why America in Doha agreement, Qatar, handed Afghanistan?
Because vast majority of your people wanted them.
No.
Even Israel, that fucking
Who wants torture? Who wants in any nation? Who wants torture? Who wants to be killed? No one. Never.
Yeah, but vast majority of your people are Muslim, very hardcore Muslim. So when vast majority are hardcore Muslim, they might disagree with certain things but they don't.
There's also Muslims. Kazakhstan is also Muslims.
So what?
They don't want to be killed.
No, I never said that.
If you are,
but because that force
doesn't mean you want to be killed.
Because that force is also Muslim. We're talking about a force who's a Muslim, which is Taliban.
Okay, maybe that is Muslim. I'm not at the point of Muslim or not being a Muslim. It's a bad regime or a good regime. Afghanistan was in hand to hand with America.
Yeah, but you guys, hold on, let me ask you a question. Okay, go right. During the time, right, before Taliban come back and all that bullshit.
Yes.
Do you think your country was developing in a lot of many good ways?
No, there were so many corruption in government.
They made so many good.
Hold on.
They made things in a good way, right?
Oh shit, can I join on this?
Yes or no?
Sorry for interrupting, Ocean, brother. I gotta put it out there. Dude, mister, you gotta understand, dude, the corruption was atrocity over there. Dude, they exploited their own people, the elders, the tribal elders would extort their own people for personal gain.
They were not good people. Who you believed, who you gave money, who you helped them with the military, anything else.
If they got a dispute with their neighbor, they would bring the bodies to the base and claim that hey, we need money because mortar rounds killed them. Dude, they would extort their own enemies and then try to extort from the U.S. political side, saying, hey, we believe that you guys killed them, but if you pay us, it's okay. That they would extort their own people. They would commit major atrocities to their own women, to their own children. And so I'm going to dial back a little bit, but dude, that whole country is about embezzlement and extortion to its own people. We would have to go out and fix water wells so towns can have running water, dude. And then Taliban would come in and destroy it.
Yeah.
They would come in and destroy it, and then we would have to come back in, fight off Taliban just to rebuild it again.
You have an exact account of how many Taliban were available when USA were in Afghanistan. Do you have any expectation of count? Maybe 50,000 Taliban, 20,000 Taliban. Any amount do you have?
It doesn't matter about. It does not matter
conversation, right?
This is the one between Ashaki and Afghanistan.
Yeah. No, dilan baray dostum Mr. Sahil Misuza. Let me tell you why. See, that's what Steffi was talking about when he was making this analogy of the Afghan case and the Iranian case. Why it cannot be done in Iran? Iranians are different people. They're not like Afghans. I'm not calling you cowards, but America invested for 20 years in order to develop that Mili Urdu. Right? Yes. Do you agree that American, let me tell you, do you agree that American invested for 20 years in this Mili Urdu, this Lashkar? And what did they do? When Americans left, they were unable even to survive or stay for
They went back to fucking Islam. That's what happened.
Exactly. So it was their primary responsibility. It was their primary. See, that's not true. That's not true.
What do you mean?
I know the truth. What happened here?
You can see from above. You can see from above.
I was living right below the River Line. When all these things were happening, I was living exactly below the River Line. I belong to the Lar Pakhtunkhwa and you belong to the Bar Pakhtunkhwa. You understand the Lar and Bar, right?
Yeah, but
the only division between us is of that River Line, and I witnessed everything. And the only resistance the Taliban received, okay, well, the only resistance received was from Panjshir. You know that. Taliban's fight quite long in Panjshir Vilayat against the Panjshiris. You know that. But the rest of the Mili Urdu, they simply surrendered. And the people, the civilians, they were trying their level best to run away when Americans were leaving the lane.
Was a thing that we have made in
So
Qatar.
why would you let Taliban rule you? You could have resisted.
Why? The only true answer is because Muslims don't want to fight Muslims.
Yeah, and
because
also
they
mentioned
are
40 million. So what percentage?
Before 20 years, when there were no USA in Afghanistan, let's be some
There were Taliban. There were Taliban again.
Okay.
You were
Before
the Taliban before US came up.
Yeah. Yes. Didn't our nation were fighting with Taliban? Didn't Ahmad Shah Massoud fight with Taliban for so many long years? So it is a lie if you say that the nation is supporting the Taliban. Maybe some people are.
The nation is not supporting. The nation failed to defend its nation against Taliban. That's what I'm trying to say.
Go mute for a second. No one is saying the entire motherfucking nation, the entire people of Afghanistan are supporting Taliban. But there is a good chunk, good enough people that they're supporting these lunatic Muslims because they're also Muslims. Because vast majority of people in Afghanistan are Muslim and they do practice Islam. They're not like Iran, who 80,000, maybe 30,000, maybe 50,000, maybe 100,000, I don't know, maybe 2 million people supported these fucking lunatics. And you have what you have right now. You have what you have right now. You know? I mean, look, the Taliban hold on.
But also, the locals,
hold on, bro.
also, I'm not saying all, but they just learn how to abuse and extort, investments. They learned it.
Yeah,
because it's fucking the new road built.
But look,
where you can get the Taliban to destroy it, and then go political liaison for the U.S. military, and they'll send out Army Corps engineers, and they'll rebuild the road. You need wells drilled, because Afghanis knew about the humanitarian aid that the U.S. pivoted in 2016. They were really focused on humanitarian aid, wells, infrastructure, roadways, schools. Tell me, mister, how many schools did the Taliban go after and destroy that the U.S. built
for a lot of Afghani regionals for the kids. You know, you would build them, and we would build them. Americans would build them in humanitarian aids, and then they'd turn around and destroy it. And then elders and tribal members would come down, and it's like, oh, the Taliban destroyed it. Please fix it. Tell me, mister, since you want to talk about,
Okay, so Steffi, hold on, Steffi. Look, listen, the same thing is happening in Iran, right? The only difference is vast majority of those people who are keep supporting the regime are not hardcore Muslim at all. They're doing it because the system is corrupt. They're gaining so much benefit out of it.
Why did Rafi get kicked down?
Rafi is up here, bro. I don't know. Something is wrong with your phone. How you doing, Mountain, by the way? Welcome to the room. And yeah, same thing is happening.
Also, guys, we just opened another room. Why don't you all come and join us there?
Persian speaking people, if you want to
hold on. Mary, hold on one second. Mountain, did you want to say something? Because I know every time, you know.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess last time I came in, Persian or something, so I couldn't really understand. So I was just saying what you guys are doing, pretty much. You know what I mean?
So I just have a honest question. It's not blaming USA or any other nation. I just have an honest question about didn't USA have any other choice above this regime that handed in Qatar to have with an agreement? Then they handed Afghanistan to this regime. Didn't the USA have any other regime or any other option in hand to make that? Because what we have today is the decision that made in Qatar to have by USA.
And to go for the decision and increase the amount of the dollar. Will you answer those questions?
Something between two regimes. Maybe
Hold on, mister. Why was the Taliban, when America left Afghanistan, why were they targeting women and men who work for U.S. Military bases or work for U.S. or foreign contractors outside of Afghani nationals? Why were they hunting them down like dogs where they were free? They would rather on an airplane and fly to 20,000 feet up. Tell me, why were the Taliban?
For our nation, that's very horrible thing. I'm asking this as well for you. If you knew this, that will happen to our nation, then why you handed the nation for this reason?
Why can't you? Why is it after 20 years you guys can't police your own nation? Why?
On that,
why can you guys not police or protect your own nation against an organization that wants to hunt you guys down like dogs because of your guys' choice of employment or coalition or workings with? Why? Why?
Respectful to people.
No, it's a real question. He wants to target me as an American who served in the American military. He wants to be direct. I'm being direct. Why can you guys, you sir, a proud Afghani that you are, and at least you claim to be, why can your country not defend your own country without America being there with you?
We do what we know.
You do what you know, which is coward down.
Let's not compare Afghanistan to USA or other nations because it's a big gap about knowledge. Our Afghanistan nation is very, very backward from knowledge. About knowledge, they are very backward. For that, they are falling the trap. Maybe other
Islamophobia.
It's not Islamophobia, sir. I've been to rural parts of Afghanistan. Their focus point is not education. Most prime Afghanis that get a really good education is because they flee and either go to Pakistan or they either flee and they go to Turkey and then they come back home.
I'll explain. Yes, sir. You gave me a minute and I'll explain something to Sahil and then we'll respond. Sahil. Yes, sir. In 20 years that the United States stayed in Afghanistan, there was no chance of Talibanization. And it didn't take even a month for the Taliban to completely take over the whole of Afghanistan. They were getting higher education in Pakistan, in India, in Europe, in the United States of America, all men and women. So don't give me this argument that they were backward in education. No, they were not. The only point that state is raising that regardless of the massive training that the United States did on Afghan people, preparing their own village, they could not survive for even a single month against Taliban. You mentioned yourself there were 50,000 or 60,000 or 100,000, no matter what. But the whole of Afghan nation could not protect themselves from this regime to take over.
See, Marcus, Mr. Patience, Marcus. I want to Marcus, Marcus, thank you. Dude, think about this. America left, all right? They left, and we left military grade weapons. We're talking machine guns, we're talking artillery, we're talking trucks, we're talking billions of dollars. JATVs, light armored vehicles, in some cases helicopters, in some cases troop transport cargo planes. So, dude, the Afghanis completely polarized opposite from the Iranians right now. The Afghanis had the Taliban coming in, and they were on these bases. The Afghani civilians were on these bases with top-notch, state-of-the-art, small arms fire, and they were still not able to fend themselves, to even defend themselves or choose to defend themselves. And when they do, they set back.
Massive combination dumpster. They only have rocket launchers, AK-47. They didn't have tanks. They didn't have artillery. They didn't have aerial support.
Thank you.
They didn't have jets.
Thank you. And the civilians still chose the Afghanis, and a lot of the Afghani guardsmen were in Bagram, Kitover, and Kabul. Okay, and they were there. These are individuals that 82nd, 75th, 3rd Marines, 1st Marines, and many other National Guards and Reserve units in the United States military for the last 8 to 10 years have been training civilians and their Afghani National Guardsmen to be able to deter and police and secure their own country. They lowered their weapons and left their own civilians, their women, their children, their elderly, basically to the slaughter. They were cowards and they fled.
Okay.
Listen to them.
100% accept what you people are saying.
You saw, dude, the Afghanis let their people get slaughtered.
I have another question from you, okay? I accept you as a military person, you know that the command chain of command. I excuse for my English because it's not my first language. So I'm speaking as second language. No, I can't speak Pashto, but I can speak Turkish if you want, and a little bit English like this, and just Persian. Because I'm Persian people of Afghanistan, not Pakistan.
Can you go
okay?
for Urdu?
No.
You can't speak Urdu?
No, unfortunately, because I live in Afghanistan, not in Pakistan.
Anyway,
Anyway, there were a command of chain command. Government, president, then his ministries as well. So maybe we take them all. 500 people were in command chain of Afghanistan. Okay, and those were supplied with USA all the time into 20 years. When there were the agreement in Doha, Qatar, the USA told that we did the agreement. We are leaving Afghanistan. It's your nation. You may defend it or you may leave it. It's your choice. You can defend what you know, but we don't support you from today, and we leave Afghanistan. So those who were in supply of America, especially the government people, 500 people, they were like a rat. As we know as a nation, they were like a rat. They just loved USA dollars. They just liked to make villas and other houses and foreigner passports for their families and their selves. They didn't even work one day for Afghanistan mission. All those who were in command chain of 500 people in Afghanistan. When USA said that they were leaving Afghanistan, the command chain exploded or it's teared. So the soldiers that didn't have their commander, that they didn't have the command change, that you can shoot the Taliban, you can stand here or there. All over Afghanistan, you know that someone is leader left the country, leader Ashraf Ghani as well left the country, and others in northern Zur as well, Sadato.
I gotta stop you there. You're incorrect, sir. I gotta stop you there. You're incorrect. The reason why I say you're incorrect, sir, is because your statement that because the chain of command fled, the Afghani soldiers did not know what to do. You're incorrect because I've been in countries what we call it in the United States of service personnel when you go to a deployment of that country. I've been in engagements, we call them TICs, TIC, team in contact with the Afghani guardsmen, and we would never rely on them as a true force. Why? Because 8 out of 10 times when an Afghani guardsman unit or company or even a squad would get in contact against basically either Taliban or opposition, they would basically drop their weapons and flee. And to be honest with you, sir, there are multiple reports regarding the fact that most of the Afghans would not trust them a lot of times.
So it was nice to talk with you guys. Yes. It's not their job. They have their own nation, they have their own people.
Exactly. So once they interest, once they become interested in those states, interest in Afghanistan, they have to flee now, to leave. But you cannot take away the credit for them what they have done for Afghanistan for years, bringing in democracy, training the people, establishing a good military and policing for Afghanistan. So it was their responsibility to at least maintain that part. I mean, the transition happened in 1986 for Pakistan, for India, with the colonizers, the British left India and Pakistan. So the regime stayed, whatever the government system were, somehow they survived because they completed their goals.
We also think that we will survive. we are not choosing to fight with the Taliban. Why? If you ask why, because if you choose to fight, then the killing issue will be continuous at the end of the world. Maybe 100 years we will continue, but it will be better if you work side by side to do one thing better from the yesterday. We know that the government has issues as well. It's not our choice. They use force, they are doing bad things, but it's better than 4 years ago. Now they are going to be a little kind, a little better, maybe. They don't have any enemy in Afghanistan before that. They are going to do better. But as I'm an Tajik in Afghanistan, a Persian speaker, I don't have any place in governmental areas. They don't give me any work here. I studied in Law University. I have a good degree. I know about 6 languages. Maybe my age is not much. When the USA were here, I was about 14 or 15 years old when the USA were in Afghanistan. No, yes.
I'm not sure whether Stanley understands this bit of this emotional element. There were people, one brother is in Taliban, he belongs to Taliban, and the other brother was a Kitover, right? So there were certain cases where the same family member, the same siblings were serving for the opposition, some in Taliban's camps, others in Kitover. So there was lesser chances of confronting each other. We do understand that why the Afghans denied fight against Taliban. But they knew what would happen to them. They already knew the Taliban regime from 1996, 2001. So they were aware of it. This would just repeat itself. So the move was.
Hey, Walker. Hey, I was going to tell you, my guy, freaking, I have no ill will towards Afghani, at least to the Afghani guardsmen. I have no ill will to them or to the Afghan people. I do got a butt though, okay? But yeah, as a soldier, if I had to choose to fight with either with the Kurdish, because the Iraqi Kurds, oh dude, I love them. Dude, they are war fighters, and especially, but I'd rather fight any day with the Kurds than with the Afghani guardsmen, because a Kurdish warrior will fight till they die, because they believe in their country. They believe in what motivates them. Whereas in the Afghani guard, and I've witnessed this, sir, Wakus and Mister, I've witnessed the Afghani guardsmen getting paid the U.S. dollar to fight, for their country, for their women, for their children, for their freedom. Still, after a few pop shots, they will throw their weapons down and run away like a kid who got his ass whooped. Where Iraqi Kurdish, they would not. They will fight for their women. They will fight for their children. They will fight for what their love is of their country. And I'm not saying all Afghani guardsmen were like that, but I would say a good majority. And when people, so I'm going to monologue a little bit, and I'm going to listen. When a lot of Afghanis come on here and blame the U.S. for where they're at right now, remember, we had 20 years with you. We pushed the Taliban out. We went from crazy, the first 8 to 10 years of crazy hostility, and we dialed it down to maybe one service personnel might kill
What were in 2001, it's become in 2022. That's same. Same thing.
Why did they have TVs? Why did you guys maintain that security for your country? When we left you, the country secure. You chose to bring Taliban in. You chose to allow Taliban to be here.
You're correct. You're correct. You're correct. Absolutely, 100% about everything. You're correct. But at the conclusion, you failed. I don't want to blame you, but you wasted your money, you wasted your men, you wasted your government supplies over Afghanistan, and there were no conclusion at the end of the day. What were in 2001?
Okay, so look, you have, look, sir, listen to me. You have a brother, if you have a brother who's fucking a drug addict, you're gonna do everything. You made a mistake, but you did your best. So US did its best for you guys. You guys fucking fucked it up. So it is not US who lost shit, it is you, because that was your only motherfucking opportunity. That one nation in the entire fucking world was willing to give it to you and you fucked it up. Does that make you happy? Or the fact that you say, oh, US lost this and that, which one makes you happy? The one that you fucked up?
No, I'm unhappy for this. I'm unhappy for this.
Yeah, but why would you bring up why would you talk to a US military service member, Steppy, and say, oh, you lost your resources, you did that, you did that, you did that. You're not worthy enough for their fucking help. You are not fucking enough in any fucking way. They did their best, like the brother who want to help his brother. You fucking get rid of drugs. They helped you to get rid of heroin from your system. They helped you to fucking get rid of the cancer, and they did got rid of it. They gave you all the freedom. They gave you everything, and you fucked it up as Afghani.
So all those Afghan officials who served in the democratic government for 20 years, they fled. They ran away to Pakistan, to India, Europe, and
Iran, Turkey, Europe, Australia, also Canada, Brazil, everywhere. Maybe more than 120 nations they were fleeing.
Exactly. So they understood the whole system. They were battlefields, they were politicians, they were ministers, and there were so many people in our system. They already had a system which was running, their currency was going up, and they were. The whole problem is there are times when they just want to leave the nations. For example, they left India, Australia, America received independence from the Britishers. It happened. So when the United States were leaving the country, they were giving the system a very neat system, and all the Afghans were happy with that system. They were celebrating it, and they were enjoying their life. If you ask them, how was the era, the democratic era of Afghanistan? Every Afghan will tell you, oh, we enjoyed that time. We never had the freedom at all. But once they left, you let Taliban take over. So you cannot blame America for what happened. You should be blaming yourself for being failing miserably.
Yes, I always blame myself. I can't blame myself because I was so young those years, but I blame my father.
But you can't
I blame the whole generation before me.
Exactly the same. No, they're not exactly the same. You just ruined the whole hard work done in the past 20 years. In those 20 years, from 2001 to 2022.
36 months away. He took 46 months away from my wife and my daughter.
right about that. You took 46 months.
It's almost 4 years now.
What joy. Have you ever had someone have so much joy in their heart and gratitude that they start shaking and all they can do is cry? That's a lifetime experience. It killed me watching the withdrawal. Hold on. Ocean, it killed me in the withdrawal. It killed me watching that. Seeing the withdrawal, seeing that Afghani people would rather die on a plane, fall into their deaths. It killed me, mister. All the memories I have there with the children, with the men, with the women, the elders, the roads I built, the humanitarian, the schools, it hurt me. And to watch the nation just give it up. Just give it up and put them back to square one. So it pains you, mister, but it hurts me more. Because the mission that I went there for was to give freedom.
Well, you did. You guys did, but they fucked it up themselves. Yeah, fail at it.
Very sad for the relatives.
Sadly, do you agree that once Osama bin Laden was executed, America would have left the country by then? Do you know why they stayed? They do not come up with Saudi. They were here for the minerals and the resources. Do you know the exact reason why America stayed longer, even after the assassination of Osama bin Laden?
People say different things, but I don't give a shit for them about resources or other things. As Saddam Hussein told, it's 100% correct. They came to give us freedom. They came to build us schools. They came to give us 21st century knowledge. But we horribly couldn't use this chance. We didn't have people from their hearts, especially our leaders. They didn't thought about our nation. They just did selfishness. For that, we felt everything in us.
Did you mean corruption?
Corruption is just one small thing, as they did.
Well, I don't know, man. Don't beat yourself up too much, I say, because I mean, while the individual soldiers and the Valley putting their life on the line and had a good cause, trying to free Afghanistan. Cheney and listen, I'm a conservative on the right, but that was a fucked up war. The Halliburton at one time. Well, then Halliburton gets the #1 contract in Iraq, in Afghanistan, to haul fuel and supplies for the military. And the military, or the Halliburton, there was so much money just being thrown over there. If they even got a flat fucking tire, instead of changing it, they would burn the whole vehicle down and build a United States government. So it was crazy what was happening over there. We could have been a lot more effective for sure too, but Afghanistan especially is like, that's where empires go to die. The Britain's tried 4 times, the Soviet Union's tried, America's tried. It's not a great place to go if you want to survive, just saying. But I think that the objective was, initially it was going good, because we had special forces in there and we joined forces with the Northern Alliance and it was going pretty good. But then we, brought in conventional forces and drug it out and shit, and that's exactly where they want us over there. Say what you want about the Afghanis, But the Taliban.
Conventional forces. What's wrong with conventional forces, Mel?
Yeah, exactly. But they have, but what I'm just saying though is that, you got to hand it to them, man, to where they were not willing to give up their way of life, and it's sad. I agree. I was sure hoping the Afghanistan people would stand up and keep their country. There was lots of brave men and women that were willing to do it, but not quite enough. It's a real fucking shame what happened there. But we shouldn't even have been there in the first place, I guess, right? I mean,
very easy. Mounted. Just Google Afghanistan in 1960s or 1970s, and you will find out what was culture, what was Afghani culture, and what happened next.
It was so fun. I mean, the before and after pictures is shocking. Like, I just don't think, like, I don't know, politics destroyed it, but I also think Islam also destroyed not only Iran, but also Afghanistan.
Oh, yeah. And what's scary is that I've talked to a bunch of Turks who are afraid that their country is going to go the same way as Iran. Where they have even though they're Sunni, they're just afraid of hardline Islamic groups taking over their country. And these are Turks talking about this shit. I believe them. So.
But also Emirates, like, did you know the Muslim Brotherhood is banned? Hamas is a terrorist group in Emirates. It is very interesting. Like, they were warning, I had some Emirates friends on Twitter, they were warning Europeans, like, don't allow these kind of animals inside Europe. They call them animals, like, they call them, like, hayawan. Hayawan means animal in Arabic. They would call them, like, these very wild Muslims. I won't call them Muslims, they're like extremists, like Islamists, because they don't even believe in their own, religion. So they're just Islamists and they're terrorists. And my Emirati friends were warning them. They said that these animals are not even allowed inside the United Arab Emirates. Why are you allowing these guys inside Europe?
I don't understand the culture, but I'm just wondering if maybe a lot of these guys are actually a bunch of like Muslim incels. Shit's not going good for them. They're not fucking, Korea's not advancing relationship department. They're not getting laid. They're not getting paid. Fuck it. Let's join a terrorist group. I wonder if the same thing's happening like to these Muslim dudes as like a bunch of the people in the West. Because we have a serious incel problem in America, right in the West. Like a lot. I swear to God, like if you look at it, man, the kid's getting fucking laid and he wasn't, and he went and killed him, bro. He was literally a bunch of these serial killers are like incels, and so I'm just wondering, like I said. A bunch of these fuckers are like pissed off incels that just said, fuck it, we'll join a terrorist group, I'm just wondering that.
Saddam, sir, do the USA have authority on Taliban regime as well for now, after the Doha agreement?
What?
Do USA have authority on Taliban regime? I mean, if USA asks something from Taliban, do they obey or not?
No. Taliban doesn't obey. I mean, they kind of showed us what they think of. They showed us after 20 years of what, of what they think of our rules. I mean, they were able to be such a pain in the ass and such a problem to where it became no longer, feasible to try to even stay there and subdue these people. So, I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, I wouldn't say that was necessarily a win for America. And Joe Biden leaving a bunch of weapons and equipment for the Taliban so they could basically become a legitimate military was fucked up too.
I just have one small request from all nations around the world about Afghanistan. If in any case, in any place, if they do anything for Afghan people, they may ask Taliban to open schools. That's very, very sad point for us for now. We don't think about the economy, about other things. It's very important for us to get knowledge, to get higher schools, to get
our schools can give.
Yeah, but the Talibs are fundamentalists. They don't believe in a wide-ranging education system, and they didn't believe in it when they were set up in the 70s, in late 70s, early 80s in Pakistan before they bled over into Waziristan. Like the madrasas in Pakistan, they educated more fundamentalist believing Muslims rather than more moderate believing Muslims. And so the people, Taliban that took over, they're much more fundamentalist about their faith in ways that don't allow things like education for all Afghanis, unfortunately. I'm not sure how the United States changes that culture, right? We can't bomb that culture out of existence. We can't invade that culture out of existence. We can't persuade that culture out of existence. So I'm, to be frank, I'm unsure what we could do that would guarantee or at least greatly promote the idea of education for everyone. I think it's a value that we should have, right? People should learn and go to college and all that kind of good stuff. But the way Afghanistan is set up and was over 30 years, it doesn't seem like education is really important to the government.
Well, Marshall, let's be honest though. I mean, to be honest, I mean, okay, like I'm not saying their values are right, but if they have conservative values, meaning they want to continue their way of life and conserve it, right? I guess, and they look on the Western, the Western world, and I mean, listen, there's a lot of things to envy about the Western world, but there's also a lot of things that are kind of fucked up. I mean, pharmaceuticals, we are so fucking doped up, and then they don't want us having marijuana. They don't want us like taking natural things, but we're like a doped up society.
Yeah,
eating a bunch of junk food that's fucking, so far away from nature that, I mean, there's a lot of things I don't think they would actually want.
I don't disagree with you. I was merely trying to answer his question about something the U.S. could do. I don't think there's very much we can do, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but
you must take this burden of responsibility. I mean, things couldn't be done differently. I mean, when it was required, the way these regions were Islamized, especially in the era of Zia-ul-Haq, President Zia.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Pakistan in 70s and 80s, and also in Afghanistan. So during this whole Cold War, when you meet these freedom fighters or Mujahideen fight against the USSR, this whole Islamization took place from the United States of America. It was funded.
Yeah, no, I'm not denying our place in that, man. I'm saying.
But once the goals were achieved, once the purpose was served, once the interests were fulfilled, one thing was missing, and that was the re-Islamizing the Islamized mindset. I mean, that was a fake timeline when it was required, the jihad and everything. But for the civilians, for the people, you should have done that. I mean, I don't know how can I put it in words.
I'm not denying our responsibility.
Under the domain of Islam, it could have been reversed. That okay, it was just for that specific timeline, the Islamic jihad or the American jihad or the Soviet jihad, whatever you may call it. Now with your values, but unfortunately, it didn't happen. They were upon us. They led us, the Taliban, the military, or whoever you may call it, the same mindset stayed there. They worked on the curriculum. They taught whatever they want to teach. And America still, I don't know whether unaware of it or they were, or it didn't matter to them. Now they are seeing the consequences. What are the consequences of the generations to come?
Dude, like I said, I don't disagree with you that like we caused the Islamization, like the fundamental Islamization of Afghanistan. I don't disagree with that. I'm saying without a commission of U.S. troops, without a commission of U.S. air power, without a commission of U.S. culture,
Say we stay out of there. Just saying.
American troops, like not the troops themselves, but they left behind weapons for Taliban. That was like, I think you should have taken it with you. Let's leave it to the.
Well, yeah, or at least destroyed it, right? I mean,
yeah, we should have taken the military equipment, absolutely.
You put it, fuck them, you put it, butter.
Well, here's the thing, Marshall. You do know that it's usually more. Hold on. You know, hold on. Wait a minute. It's usually more expensive to send all that equipment back because it's all worn the fuck out, you know, and tired, and at the end of life full of dust. But we should have at least destroyed it. We should have taken the time to destroy it. You know, it's ridiculous.
I can't tell you how many times we get Conexes over. That's shipping containers for you guys. And dude, as soon as we unload it, we'll just grab a combat engineer with a dozer, and then just dig a trench, you'll roll it in, you'll bury the motherfucker. You know? Can't tell you how many times I've seen that shit.
Well, that probably would have, you know, maybe unburied that. I mean, we have so many explosives. We love blowing shit up. Why the fuck wouldn't, you know, Biden at least do that? I just feel like that was, you know, I don't know if it's purposeful or maybe that really is their liberal logic where they just fucking thought that was acceptable to leave all that shit for the Taliban to make them a legitimate military. A third rate, but, you know, they were able to beat it, you know, fend off NATO, a unified NATO alliance. I mean, not a full invasion, but let's be real, it was quite a constant effort. And they still were able to prevail. So, you know, I think it's a big fucking pain in the ass that, you know, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people from the region, they were talking about, like, there were many conspiracy theories. They were talking about, like, maybe there is a new understanding between Taliban and, like, USA government, and that, like, they left it behind on purpose because they can control Taliban, and Taliban on the surface, they do their own thing, but, like, behind the scene, they're, like, they were saying they were, like, American puppets. But I don't think that's the case because it seems that like Taliban is doing its own thing and is like actively, I don't know, contributing to child slavery at the moment. And not only like USA people we're talking about European countries, specifically like UK. I don't know if you guys watched that documentary like in BBC. They were trying to like, you know, like blood washing. Like child slavery, the fathers who were selling their. They were trying to paint the fathers as the victims and totally ignored the child in this scenario. And one of the reasons they are not allowing women to be educated is because they are easier slaves. Like if you educate women, they will like resist. But also, educated mothers will have educated children, and they don't want that. So there are lots of conspiracy theories, and some people are saying that like USA didn't want its troops to be there. So they took them out, but the cost was very heavy, and they wonder why they left the weapons behind.
Well, if you think about it, I mean, what it guarantees is that we might have to go back, and so that's kind of what happened in the first place. We kind of armed the Mujahideen originally, Operation Warp something or something, not Warp Speed. It was some operation like Cyclone, and the Soviets they had their own operation to stop it. And there's a bunch of pictures of the Soviet soldiers with M16s and shit, and a bunch of German rifles and stuff, and Stinger missile systems that they were intercepting, you know, and getting from the Mujahideen directly from the Americans.
Marshall, I think we should have kept Bagram, Marshall, because that right there is a good focus point. At least we should have just maintained that. From what I heard, Bagram was, you know, if the projected withdrawal that they were talking about would have happened the way it was supposed to, we would maintain KFB and BAF and then those are two pivoting points for military assets and also strategic operations if called to.
All I remember about the Taliban is the Taliban dome dancers. That's all I fucking remember about it. Those chicks were so fucking hot. They could dance for hours and hours and hours. Oh, absolutely.
I think the Kurdish women are kind of hot.
Kurdish women are very hot.
No shit.
You fucking fight. You guys, have you ever did Kurdish fight way more better than Afghan guard did? Oh yeah, the Peshmerga are brutal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love them. I did. Fucking Ramadi did. Fucking Kurdish were savages like John Wayne. Literally no fucks again.
Yeah. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, I think Bagram, yeah, Joe Biden did a disservice by letting go of Bagram. I mean, that is prime real estate right there, and he totally fucked that up.
Yeah, something I wanted to tell you. See, I belong to the region. We witnessed this for at least, I was born in 2026. So at least we witnessed this particular war, this war on terror. See, we will definitely acknowledge the efforts the United States made in order to make this place a better place, a peaceful place. When the freedom fighters, the so-called Mujahideen, they were offered with 2,500 Stinger missiles, and the USSR broke. So US launched that mission of recollecting those Stinger missiles which were not used in the battlefield. So the whole project was run by CIA and ISI all together. They were collaborating with each other. So somehow there was a success in order to eliminate Mujahideen. But the creation of Taliban in order to counter these Mujahideen, these freedom fighters, was another pain in the ass. And the reason why I criticize the United States is because they could not eliminate or neutralize this particular project. If they would have done that, if they would have achieved it, honestly speaking, this place, be it Afghanistan, Pakistan, or this region, would have been a much better place to live on. There would have been no concept of Islamophobia because it wasn't there in the 1980s, in 70s, even in 90s. When did this concept came up? Because of these stupid 2 or 3 regimes in these 2 or 3 countries. So directly or indirectly, I'm just trying to highlight the mismanagement of the United States of America with regards to these people.
This is the second time that I have heard the claim that this was a Biden. And look, I have no love for Biden, but I'm just gonna call it out like I've studied it because I have. This was a Trump deal that was supposed to happen in 2021. So let's not get any. Let's stop with the whole are fucking great. I mean, yes.
Hold on. Yes, the pull-out.
It was.
Hold on. Yes, of course. So you don't have to repeat yourself. We get that it was agreed upon the timeline. That's not the issue. Hold on. That's not the issue though. The issue is that he left the weapons and pulled out with fucking shamefully. He left the weapons. He left the equipment. That was not part of the plan to leave the weapons. That was his plan. Okay, what I'm not mad about we're not mad about him leaving at the right time was the weapons.
Left in a very secret way. That was
well, so there was this conversation between a State Department liaison. My little brother knew this because the DOD liaison Cruz is friends with these people who knew guys. And the State Department liaison and the Defense Department liaison had a conversation about Apache helicopters. there was something like 45 or 50 Apache helicopters leaving. And the State Department liaison asked the DoD liaison, "Did you guys pull the classified hardware off?" "Yeah, we did. We got the radars. We got the sophisticated electronics. They're off the platforms." "Okay, good." And then the DoD liaison asked the State Department liaison, "Shouldn't we take these things with us?" And the State Department liaison goes back and says, "Nah, these motherfuckers will never be able to figure out how to fly these things." Essentially, like, they're too stupid to figure out how to fly helicopters.
I heard something about that, yeah.
Not a month later, in a parade in Kabul, there was an Apache on a trailer being taken through, and there was an Apache flying on each side of this thing. And, they may not be sophisticated with electronics, but they had 50 of those motherfuckers to try on. You can crash 7 of those fuckers and figure out how to fly without, getting rid of the rest of the shit.
Even the higher engineers, yeah. That's ridiculous that was their logic in hiring Russian engineers. Good God. Like, what the fuck? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just crazy, man. But, some part of me thinks that maybe it was like that it's our justification to come back maybe someday, Marshall, because we armed the Mujahideen originally, and we kind of just did it again, So.
Do you guys even realize what amount of ammunition have you left in Afghanistan?
Yeah, a ton. We left an absolute prolific shit ton of ammunition.
Marshall, wake us. Can I ask you a question? We left enough equipment there where technically, if the U.S. was to try and take that base back, the KDR ratio on the coalition side would be astronomical.
Yeah, it was pretty stupid. I mean, but I don't know. It boggles my mind, man. Even if you're a dumbass leftist.
I mean, you can have that. Lots of reasons for that. But in the recent skirmishes between Pakistan and Afghanistan across the different lands of America, we will find
that's what happened,
that fucking American they were taking us with American artillery, tanks, whatever you could call it. But that was all you people left there. They didn't have anything beyond AK-47 or rocket launchers of their own. Everything else they had is purely American. The bulletproof vehicles, antenna system, the radar systems, the artillery, the tanks, whatever you may call it. And we are being fucked up with the same ammunition.
Vincent, the comment section he's pointing out a very scary fact. Then he's right. Like reverse engineering, like if they sell it to USA, enemies, China or Russia or the RGC, they can have access to their technology. And that's right. Like those weapons, I saw certain selfies. Like normal Afghanistani people didn't have access to the internet. These fucking Taliban are like oligarchs, and they were taking selfies with these weapons. But they might be backward, but if they sell it to American enemies, those people can reverse engineer these weapons. That's scary.
The secrets were exposed to Chinese, to Pakistanis, Iranians, to Afghanistan. Yeah, we do agree that in the modern warfare, America has gone far away from what they used in the 90s. But even then, the technology remains the same. It's only the upgradation. And the technology, the Stinger, Apache, or whatever you may call it, all those systems were markets.
A lot of people don't really give credit out to the Ukrainians, though. The Ukrainians, they have changed the new era And I put it this way, guys. Like during the, I would say the first year of the campaign between Russia and Ukraine, the way that they were able to engineer a ability to basically deflect the Russians is amazing. And it's changed. Put it this way, guys. They have brought back trench warfare to the modern day front line. About this, guys. Like, if you guys look at World War One, okay, if you look at the campaign during World War One, air capability, and also the invention of the tank, which was due to the fact of trench warfare. Why did that happen? Because at that time, the nations campaigning against each other were at the same indirect and direct top tier warfare. Okay, they were able to compete militarily. Now look at the Russia-Ukraine conflict. All right, they have brought the Russian army to trench warfare. Same with the Ukrainians. So I really want you guys to process what type of ground campaigning would happen in Iraq. And this is something that I want everybody to understand. Because the Iranian military and the IRGC, they made their own drones. Okay? Can't take that away from them. They made their one-way attack drones. And pretty much everybody else is racing to get back to get in the game, or at least in front of the chariot. Now we gotta look at the fact that if a ground campaign would happen, warfare is going to be completely polarized compared to Afghanistan, to Iraq, and the full scale of it. I'm not saying America or Israel would not be able to adapt and overcome 100%, but I would say the scale of it would be drastic on a full scale level.
There was also, yes, you're and before I would totally have no problem talking about Ukraine. I just want to say that the last bit, which was saying before you start mentioning a different country, is that the military equipment that we left in Afghanistan. So technically, that was the Afghani government's. That was actually, and I have quote, it belonged to the collapsing Afghan National Army. That's why it was U.S. supplied back, U.S.-backed Afghan government, not the U.S. military itself. That's why we left the weapons in Afghanistan. They belong to the Afghan government. So I can totally move on to
Thank you.
And all those weapons went to the hands of Taliban.
Yeah, no, exactly. But that's why they were left behind, because they actually did not belong to the Americans. They should not have been left behind. They should have been destroyed. However, I think that perhaps people didn't think that it would collapse as quickly as it did, and it did, and that was a mistake. Anyways, yeah.
Well, Meg, you brought up a valid point. It is. But and I don't know if you was here listening. I really didn't see, but that gentleman named Mr. something. Forgive me, guys. That's what I brought up. I really brought up. I say, listen, when the military expelled out, granted it expelled out pretty egregiously, but they still left arms to where the Afghani guardsmen who were trained for the last 15 to 18 years in basic SOI, basic CQF, and basic infantry fundamentals, or School of Infantry, they still let the Taliban take their country over. And I will say it that way with confidence, because they had the munitions, they had the small arms and capabilities of artillery, mortar, LAVs, HAVs, and AAPVs to engage and deter the en route Taliban.
and so they neglected the use of it, and they basically surrendered to the Taliban.
Yeah. Oh no,
I mean,
exactly. And that was something that I think some experts could see possibly coming, and
exactly why
we're in denial. But that was a huge. Leaving Afghanistan, I think was a mistake because yes, leaving the base could be very very helpful.
Stepping.
But absolutely.
Yes. Yes, you are, Wakers. My bad for interrupting.
People are habitual of taking their dollars all in, like letting themselves fuel instead to their indigenous identity. You must remember that all the Afghans people that you trained were secretly involved with yours, with their brothers, their siblings were serving in Afghan Taliban.
I'm aware of that. Yes, I am. I am aware of that, but I'm going to dumb it down, Wakers. Can I dumb it down for you, my guy? I understand what you're saying. I understand about their roots. I understand where their subconscious legion could be.
They always in a soft corner for these people. It was the matter of the fact was, when was that moment gonna come, when America will leave? They're waiting for that moment, and when that happened, the came out.
It's not like we woke up one day and said, "Fuck it, we're leaving." I mean, if you look, Joe Biden himself campaigned on ending a 20-year war. Donald Trump campaigned in 2016 to ending the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. I mean, Obama even campaigned in it on his second term. His first term, he said something, but they did the major push, the surge in Afghanistan. So with that being said, they knew that the Afghanis, and like I had plenty of time that I got to speak with some very monumental, amazing individuals in Afghanistan. I mean, I talked to the women, to the men, to the elders, wonderful people. I mean, very wonderful. I mean, like I said in the past, it's like, dude, when you see a grown man start shaking and start crying with gratitude because you bring them fucking water, when you bring that community fucking water, that it's an amazing fucking feeling. There's things it is, but it is painful on the service personnel. Like not just service personnel, but think about the widows, the widows of fallen soldiers that for 20 years have been talked to. They were told that listen, our mission is to go there for free to help these people out, to give them their country, to let them let them choose the route that they want to go. How many sons, how many fathers, how many daughters saw that day of America leaving, and we're watching Afghanis. They're rather trying to like I said in the past, they failed the Afghani people. They failed their women, they failed their children, their seniors, everybody, because they had bases. And guys, they're only thinking of FOBs. That's forward operating bases. You're not thinking about outposts or CODs. That's combat CAPs, combat action bases, CAPs, okay? That are all over small valleys, all right, and provinces of Afghanistan, okay? That could have been, that they could have used as aid to deflect Taliban's full engagement, but they failed their people, and failure is hard to acknowledge. These are individuals that have been trained, for 18 years with the French, with Germans, Dutch, Canadians, Americans. Dude, we even had Gurkhas come in. India, the badass John Wick's Gurkhas came in and were training them. You know what I mean? So it's multiple nations
reserves, the guardsmen, you know, and so they were taught a lot of information, a lot of resources to deter any aggressor coming to their country. And when they found out that America is fully going to exfil, okay, fully going to exfil out, they let their people down.
Sammy, you lived in Afghanistan, or you served in Afghanistan. Do you have any idea about Peshawar, the city in the Pashto region of Pakistan, near the Torkham border?
Yes, a very porous border, which is basically ungovernable.
Yes.
So I'll tell you a real life experience. I was 8 years of age. I was roaming around in the marketplace of Peshawar, that is called Karkhano Market. And Karkhano Market is famous for the Afghan utensils. Whatever came from the war, infiltrated through the borders, we could purchase that cheaply. So we went into a shop, and they were sold in cheap pieces. There was a beautiful packing of a guitar, and my uncle started negotiating with the guy. So we started from $100, and finally we were able to purchase that on $20. So when we brought that guitar home, unpacked it. So it was written by a lady, Rosie. She was an American, and she sent that to her boyfriend who was serving in Afghanistan during the war of terror. And she just tried to gift his boyfriend with that guitar so that he could play it in times of solitude or whatever. So my uncle started weeping. What she would have expected. She would expect it. So all I'm telling you, this area was so complex, physically, economically, psychologically, socially, politically, and it's almost impossible for a person who hasn't lived here to understand the whole nature of it, except for people like you, Steph, being serving here.
I had a amazing professor at university. So he was Tajikistan, and he would tell stories of when Afghanis who were fleeing Taliban would try to come over, try to leave the border and cross to Tajikistan. Tajikistan could absorb a few, but there were so many that kept trying to get over the border. He said literally the border guards were shooting at the Afghanis trying to flee because they couldn't absorb. Kept coming, kept getting risk getting shot. That was one of my favorite professors for when I was studying Central Asian studies, and this was a specific look at the rise and the effects of the Taliban. Pretty different perspective from someone who actually lived in that area and was teaching. So
you're from Tajikistan?
Just sticking with me, just like, this is an area that's just like, just for some reason, just sticking in my head, just because I love it.
Well, I guess I don't think she heard you ask that question. He asked if you were from the area.
No, not really. My father's family has some assets in the area. I'm not from the area. I've never been here.
The reason I asked it is because this basically consequence that we as a Pakistan were hosting 4.4 million Afghans. So that's a massive on us. Taliban and their peace in the region. So the immigration policy is simple, unfortunately. The government is unable to.
Can I be a little mean, Marcus? Marcus, can I be a little mean, my guy? I'm gonna be a little mean, Marcus. So, we used to say in base. So in the winter time, the Taliban, by the way, a lot of people don't realize that
had in training centers. They were provided, this movement was provided by the Pakistani military in the 80s in the Cold War. Who's denying that fact? Nobody's denying that fact. And then the same Pakistani military established Taliban in 1980 for the sake of the United States of America. You people who are supporting us with dollars, with whatever facilities. And still, we're absolutely unaware of who the real friend is, who is the foe, who is the frenemy. Regardless of the collateral damage, you cannot even imagine the psychological damage people go through every now and then. But still, we're trying to develop this to somehow find peace and stability in our area, regardless of knowing the truth, how we would be able to accomplish it.
We won't lack a request. Among all the warriors assembled here, choose one. My smackers! He shall die this time for the immortal sound. The immortal request. Among all these warriors assembled here.
This guy said if I used one of his songs in my short.
Bro! What was it, back 22 years in Afghanistan, and it's fucking, both places are kind of a mess, you know, so, you know, we're warriors, you know?
Straight from Taliban, but also, yeah, with Iran, because there's president Diaz said, well, maybe the Americans are, going to help them free people also. And it's cool, I think this is the reason that we are being very careful not to say that, because we tried that in Afghanistan, and it was okay while we had tons of troops there, and not really okay, it sort of is something, but then it's not just like, well, now we just went back to normal. So the thinking is like, well, we can try to force this change in Iran, which says once you pull out, it won't go back. Just like a whole. It's not a fully truthful statement, because Iran is not Afghanistan. It's not tribal like that. But I guess just people being a little bit wary.
Well, I'm going to answer this in my opinion, and with that being said, I would try would say, I don't know. How about that? I know, in my opinion, it would. There's a lot of risk. Let's just put it that way. There would be a lot of internal risk trying to transition into that route. There'd be a logistical nightmare indirectly, and because you got to realize, trying to understand. Now, I know Iran's completely different than Afghanistan. I'm 100% aware of that. And I don't want to try to pull them into that category of Afghanistan or Iraq, because the Iranian people are so powerful, and they are independent. They want their own independence in their country. But the problem that can happen by dropping a magnitude of firearms is it could probably potentially lead into like a tribal mafia mentality. Like you got this block and this block, and so there's a lot of a lot of contradicting issues that can come out of it. So I would probably say no.
There's a lot of, it could definitely turn tribal because there, what do they call that, where it turns into secular violence. There's a lot of different ideologies, a lot of different religions, a lot of different, power in the vicinity, and if there's a vacuum, definitely it can turn into secular violence. And I don't know, man. I feel like it's just weird. Like the Iranians, a lot of these people are still putting up with, there are people being shot in the streets and shit. It fucking boggles my mind because Americans wouldn't put up with that, but we have guns. That's the only thing I can think of is that Americans wouldn't put up with that because we have guns to defend ourselves, and they just don't have that. So.
Explosives though, so that they don't. There's no more Air Force, correct?
Don't believe. Listen, I'm a Trump supporter, but he says that stuff to affect the markets positively. There's no way possible that. Iran's lost all of their capability. It's just not possible. We're talking about a country that's 2.5 times the size of Texas. So take that with a little bit of grain of salt. Yes, they're heavily fucking, fucked up, but I wouldn't say they're completely annihilated, right?
I'm in the same agreement with you, because I think a lot of their fighter planes actually moved out of country, or at least to a place that's
well, they don't. So their Air Force. Their Air Force is shit. It's their Air Forces. A lot of their Air Forces, like F-4 Phantoms and stuff, that we sold them back when the Shah was in there and stuff. So we're not concerned about their Air Force.
They're all underground bunkers.
But it's shit though. It's third rate.
It's F5Es, exports.
Yeah.
Not much.
And see what I'm saying is against a modern Western fighter jet that would absolutely get demolished. However, the same argument is sort of about the U.S. being able to uprise against the tyrannical government because we have weapons. It's also kind of, well, here's the issue: fighter jets. So they only need a few fighter jets to drop bombs. It doesn't matter if they're pieces of shit, old things that would die against an F-35. What they do is drop them on the people. So let's say that all the guns, like if Iran had a ton of guns, they might just start dropping bombs from planes.
Well, if that were true, we would have.
But America's a little different though.
But
we don't
when
have
you have fighters, when you have people with guns, it's not that easy.
But we have a basically an all volunteer army or military, and you're assuming that they'd be willing to fire upon or drop bombs, let alone on their own civilian population, which I don't know if that's really how it would play out. But we have way more people, that actual combat veterans that are civilians now than you have in the entire military. It's not, I don't think that the population they can put up a what are they going to do? Bomb whole fucking cities? That doesn't really make sense. You're just going to ruin the country.
Well, they bombed all their neighbors, but I mean, they'll do whatever they got to do to stay in power.
Well, the IRGC might, but
yeah, that's why the president just resigned. That's why the president of Iran just resigned, because the IRGC told him, "Fuck off! We're not giving up our nuclear weapons," you know. So it's crazy, man. You know, the Iranians are going to keep on stalling as much as they can. They're hoping that it's going to affect the midterms, you know. I think they're just hoping that. I don't know if they can last that long. I'm just saying they're trying to do the waiting game.
Why wouldn't they?
Well, right, exactly. That's the only
we're not gonna do shit to them. We can drop bombs, but we're not gonna invade. Their people are right now. They're gonna actually stand up to them. I mean,
about this situation.
The Iranian people to take their country back. We can help along, but it's going to take them.
Only that, like, and Iranians are just, you know, we can be patient, but when we are pissed, we are fucking pissed. Like, we don't care about, like, being politically correct, or, I don't know, like, you know, I don't know if you have seen it. The diaspora that you're seeing outside of Iran are not that radicalized. Iranian people are very courageous, and even us diaspora who are not that radicalized, we have been fucking these pro-Palestine in the ass. Like, if you look at the pro-Palestine movement, you can see that Iranians ruined that. And after that, some Europeans started talking about it. Normal people were saying that they were tired of it, and they were supporting Iranians because they were saying, "Oh, fuck Palestine." So you can see that Iranians, even guys were here, right?
I heard today that after the talks broke with America, that President Donald Trump was speaking to the Israeli president. So is he going to give them the green light to go at them again? That is the question.
But did you hear the Axios shit that just came out like the last hour or so?
No, what happened?
Trump had told him, "You're fuck crazy. If it wasn't for me, you'd be in jail. I'm saving your ass. This is why everybody hates you. This is why everybody hates Israel." Basically because when he said the talks were happening, I guess Hezbollah and Israel have been going back and forth, and of course Trump just cares about getting the deal done. He doesn't really give a fuck. At this point, he just wants it, to be over with. Because this is the worst he's ever. I mean, his ratings and approval ratings he's lost a good chunk of his base, all the independents. I mean, everybody's sick of this shit.
He's not running for his term. He cares right now. For him, it's more about
his legacy, of course.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's kind of true about that. I mean, really, there's no other person like him. The Democrats do as good in the midterms as people think, especially.
Legacy. That's what I was referring.
And that's what I was saying. So, like, he's not caring about about re-election. He's caring about his legacy and making sure that America has a future.
He's also caring about the midterm. Guys, don't get that twisted. You guys, it's not about the second term. It's about the other 3 years, bro. Okay, but I understand. But okay, now explain to me that you told this about Trump. The Israeli president Bibi. Where is this? Is it like a transcript? Because how do you know?
I'm guessing. I know this is just what Axios reported. I'm guessing it was obviously something leaked. Like somebody, somebody overheard it and said it.
Yeah, because if it's leaked, it should be everywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'd just be really careful about anything the fucking media says, because they're just
I would love to hear the transcript.
Taking more facts down, I mean, they were talking about like this ceasefire that it exists, but it technically doesn't exist. Like, they're blowing the shit out of each other. Like, today RGC blew up, like, Huawei and Hezbollah blew up. Like, there was this, like, sirens going on in northern Israel. So ceasefire is like a joke. And in middle of, like, we are technically in middle of war. And in middle of war, you can do certain things that, I don't know, change the narratives to control people's minds and to test out certain scenarios to see the population reaction. So I think these are just
during the ceasefire, it was stated, remember at the beginning of the ceasefire, Bibi said that Hezbollah is off the table. He's not having a ceasefire with Hezbollah. We remember that was said right at the beginning when the first ceasefire was even started. Bibi said Hezbollah is off the table. I remember this. That's why while there was ceasefire, Israel could have had some time like to basically open up a new front on Hezbollah.
Hey, Rafi, just I just want people to be aware of something. Listen, everybody wants to play a game of checkers, but Israel and America is playing chess. When you play chess, you gotta be a little patient so you know exactly how to make your next move.
But I don't
remember that, guys.
But I completely disagree with that. I think this was a very stupid idea to attack Iran.
I know, because you
it
think
was all
it's
based
all
on
about Iran. That's all you think this is
Now,
about.
I didn't interrupt you, Mel.
Sorry, go ahead.
So, when the whole premise was that, the Iranian people will stand up, and they will basically be the ones who do it. Okay, well, that hasn't happened. I don't know if it will happen. As far as and Trump knows this, even Mark Levin he basically ceded to the fact that this is super unpopular. America doesn't want it. It's basically not going to happen. And this was last night, which was really weird to hear him say, but this is one of those things where we're not going to do it. We're not going to really sink our teeth into Iran. Iran is going to do what they've always done. I don't see it stopping, really. We're not going to end up we're not going to invade Iran.
But there's 1,000%. There's only two.
No, but hold on.
Boots on, or the Iranian people get armed and fight back. The problem is if the Iranian people get armed to fight back, that's years down the road. You know how much training needs to be involved, getting the weapons in. This is what?
No. This means all men in Iran, if I'm not mistaken, they have to go serve in the army. So they have to.
No. We've talked to many Iranian men in here, and what they did is they served and did fuck all.
I understand.
They don't know how to handle munitions. They don't know artillery.
This is when you're trying to. So when you hand out guns to people, that means they're going to be operating in some kind of role in the capacity of being a infantry. That is a very specific job. It's not something you just pick up a gun and shoot. You don't just go along. You don't just. They literally spend months and months training in the Army and the Marines to do just that job. And of course, these are all young men that are very fit and capable that end up, joining the military. This is, and of course, you have to talk about the tactics stuff. The IRGC has intelligence units. What do they have? I mean, this is not. You do need an actual functional group of people that know how to fight.
By the way, there is. By the way, hang on. By the way, I don't know if it's an agreement or whatever, but Hezbollah Lebanon has apparently agreed or whatever to not throw bombs into Israel. And Israel, I guess, agreed to not do bombs in Lebanon on Hezbollah. So that I just heard that maybe
in that past hour, they've been exchanging warfare, missiles, light arms, and rockets. So it's weird. They announce it, but they keep the war. They keep fighting each other. Well, in this past hour, I think this is Father I'm speaking to. I saw all of the areas lit up on the all the areas lit up on the map where Hezbollah has rocketed after they said they were going to stop. So I think, as Mary suggests, the whole ceasefire idea is a joke. They're calling it a ceasefire, I think, to keep the stock market calm, to keep oil prices down. But in fact, the war.
Exactly. The war's still going, for real. Let's be honest. That fucker's still going.
Not to contradict you, by the way, Father, I'm just telling you that even I'd like it to be real, but it doesn't look like it's real.
Well, and that's good that you said that because my next statement was actually going to be, you know what, take all the shit with a grain of salt because from one minute to the next we really have no idea really what's going on.
Father, 2 hours ago, Lebanon, I don't know what this is supposed to mean because it's not a full. So Lebanon announces partial ceasefire between Israel. Partial. What the fuck ever that's supposed to mean. Not a full one, but partial. Okay, maybe they'll stop using one type of rocket, continue using another rocket.
They're gonna cut the rocket in half, Rafi. They're only gonna hit half a rocket.
They're gonna get partial rocket.
Partial.
But what's it called? Where was I going with?
I mean, whatever rockets that were unpredictable and they are not trustworthy, they press the button. If it fires, it fires. If it doesn't,
Oh, here.
That's
Harrods.
ceasefire.
Hold on, Harrods report. Netanyahu says IDF to continue Lebanon operations as planned after Trump call. So after the Trump call, the operations will continue. The IDF.
Interesting.
Now we are about to ask a question. It's an important question. Let's address it. We will address it about see. People are talking about either boots on the ground or army. We spoke about previous operations that performed. There has always been a reverse time. In case of Taliban and Mujahideen, they believe the time for Islam against Russia is time. Same was the case for American troops. They believe that after all it's period of being an American is worth time for this war. Do you believe that the current Iranian civilian they have certain ideological strength? They could really make or they could really convince that this cause is worth dying for. While having
It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that one.
30,000 people being killed in the streets doesn't seem to be enough.
It's a psychological issue.
It doesn't seem to be
You
enough.
must convince the fighters that you are dying for a worthy cause. If you're unable to do that, it's useless to arm those people.
Well, that's the problem with education is that you get too fucking uppity and smart. You think fucking we can talk around this. We can be smart about this and fucking. It's just like I don't know. I think the Iranians have gotten too fucking cush or something, and just like it boggles my mind that they're allowing this shit. And we're got one opportunity.
What happened to the Kurds? We armed the Kurds and they kept the weapons and they didn't do anything?
That's what they say. I don't know if it's true, but possibly. Remember, we're dealing with a bunch of Indians.
So my
It's only cost I think $200 or $300, and they were selling it for $1,000, like on the black market. But anyway, I just wanted to mention one thing about Iranian RGC and how it can be helped, like the whole situation. First of all, it's not only the nuclear power. The fucking RGC has been supporting a lot of militias that are directly connected to terrorism in the board. And if you fuck over RGC, it's going to help the situation in Afghanistan, Russia, and also all the other countries that are in the Middle East. And it's going to actually help with the energy supply. It's going to make other people's lives better. But one thing that's clear is that I just wanted to mention that things are very hard for IRGC. Like they're using their last arm, what do you call the sleeper cells, like the type of sleeper cells that they're using at the moment. It shows that they're on their plan Z. They're not on plan A, B, and they're losing money every day. They have dismissed. They have two militaries. They have dismissed the normal military since Nowruz, which is the Persian year in April, New Year in April, and IRGC cannot even keep up with its new personnel. And they have invested a lot in Fatemiyun from Afghanistan, Zainab from Pakistan, Hezbollah, and also the Houthis. and not to mention the Hashd-al-Sham from Iraq. And they were there in Iran, but they were killing Iranian people. So IRGC is getting fucked over, and the first that is going to flee the situation is those militias. So they're lonelier than ever, and I think one problem is with the weapons, because for years they have been controlling the gun industry, I don't know, import, export, and how this whole supply chain. But during the time that Israel was attacking their weaponry or storage units and everything, they were fucked in gas. And when the war stopped, they had the time to kind of revive, and that's why. And Israelis are very angry tonight. They're very angry. They're saying, "Bibi, why did you listen to Trump? We should do our own thing." And there's this fight going on in the Axios and saying that Trump and Bibi are fighting. But I think they're fighting.
I think they're fighting just for the media outlet. But I do have a feeling after these talks broke down, they're gonna strike very shortly together again. I think this is just a distraction because I do believe Trump is a great troll. He likes the surprise attacks. He thinks, well, everybody's gonna be arguing, they're not gonna focus on Iran. Well, I think everything is being focused right now back on Iran, to be honest. Can I jump in after you, Padre? Because we already had a moment where Trump kind of went off on Bibi. In fact, you're right. Yeah, I just read that article that Bibi posted. Then they became BFFs. And I think this is part of the thing. I think this is the...
Well, so I'm on my app right now, my Intel app, and it's telling me that Trump, there's an article saying that Trump says Israel Hezbollah to halt attacks as Iran talks continue. So, again, we're all just learning about the shit. So it might take a day or two before they actually stop bombing each other. But that's what they're saying.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you, Padre. Hey, guys, I want you guys to think about something. So, do you remember, you guys are civilians, okay? And not everything is going to come out, positive. Not everything you're going to read pertaining to a military operation, in your opinion, is going to make sense. But with that being said, maintain course. Understand what the cause is. Understand it's not, the moment might be chaotic, but the future is going to be in peace. And with that being said, me personally, I have questions about Trump. I might, think it's a little chaotic or, confusing, but I also have to remind myself too, this is all information that's being passed around, journalists, social media. So you also got to remember too, this is also part of what I'm trying to tell you guys. It's going to come off very misleading, very confusing. In some case, makes you think the illusion that the United States has nothing but a ring of monkeys operating the war room. But that's all right, because the same information you're reading from the sources that you're pulling is the same ability our enemy, the IRGC, can pull from. So just maintain that you're going to be able to support your fellow servicemen and women. And I'm not saying it's right. Your opinion doesn't have to.
Hello? Excuse me? Hello, excuse me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm Congressman, okay?
Yeah, okay.
I'm Congressman. American legend, okay?
Somebody was speaking. Why'd you interrupt him?
American legend. And Iran, fucking Iran, okay? Fuck you, Iran. I'm Kurdish man. Fuck you, Iran. Fuck you, Khamenei.
What is
Long
Kurd?
live America.
There is no such thing. It doesn't exist.
Shut up for 1 second. Monitor.
Not me. Whether they tried it.
I want to bring it back up. No, I want to bring it back up.
Okay.
Hold up. I want to bring it back up. Pick this dumbass back up.
He was like,
Come out.
to speak what he was trying to say to America, long live America, and run back.
Talking to me, son. Kurdish man.
Yeah.
Fuck means fuck IRGC or fuck the Iranian people.
What do you see? Yeah.
What? Yeah.
What do you see?
I asked when you say fuck Europe, correct? Yeah.
1 minute. Fuck you, Iran. Fuck you, and Khamenei.
So what about the Iranian people?
He's saying fuck the IRGC, saying Khamenei is the supreme leader.
Yeah.
His language is
But not Iranian people.
I'm living in Canada, okay?
You're in Canada?
Yeah, I'm living in Canada.
Nice. Let me guess.
Nice to meet you.
Live in Toronto.
But you see English.
It's horrible. Bad. You live in Scarborough? Scarborough.
Now, I'm barber in Canada, okay?
You're finally.
I'm barber in Canada, okay?
He's a bagel? Practically.
Oh.
Kurdish man, do you love Saddam Hussein? Your account name is Saddam Hussein. What do you think about Saddam Hussein? Do you love him?
Saddam Hussein, English, Balakistan.
He has a cross. He's Christian, so I'm confused.
The Kurdish guy who says fuck Iran and fuck Khamenei, I agree with fuck Khamenei, but for fuck Iran, no, I don't agree. But I wonder, do you love Saddam Hussein?
Yep, I'm loving Saddam Hussein, okay?
Does Saddam Hussein love you back?
I love you, Saddam Hussein.
Does anybody speak Kurdish? What kind of story?
Saddam Hussein, not danger. Saddam Hussein, not danger. Saddam Hussein, good man.
Yeah, it was good under him.
Yeah, Saddam Hussein, good man. Well, I mean, in comparison, it's probably a lot fucking. I mean, like, Christians were, he did protect a lot of the Christians that were in Iraq. Really, what he's saying, like, Saddam Hussein killing the people and the Kurdistan Halabja.
Saddam, you
Saddam
belong
Hussein
to
killing
Iraq.
the people
You belong
in
to
Halabja, okay? But Saddam Hussein, good man.
Great man. Does anybody speak Iraqi?
Yeah, good man.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Arabic?
No, he wasn't. Never seen inside of Saddam Hussein's palace. The inside there is barbaric.
Do we have anybody in the audience that can speak Arabic? It would be fucking great.
He can speak in English. See, this is how you speak here. Saddam, you belong Iraq or belong Iran?
You like IRGC?
My brother. I'll see you, okay? I'm lifting my room.
You
هل
IRGC?
العربية؟ سيدي، هل تتحدث العربية؟
عربي؟
هل تتحدث العربية؟
كيف حالك؟
هل أنت عراقي؟
يا أنا كردستاني عراقي مو عراقي كردستان.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay.
So why are you loving like Saddam Hussein?
I'm from Kurdistan. Slimani, okay? But you live in Canada.
Yeah, Saddam Hussein? Do you know what done to Saddam Hussein?
2 months living in Canada, okay? 2 months living in Canada. No.
The silence is so heavy. Like he left the vacuum time.
Yeah,
Imagine being
I've never heard somebody comment promote Saddam Hussein in such a way, to be honest.
Well, think about it. I mean, Gaddafi, when he died, the place turned to a shithole. Syria's not doing so well after Bashar al-Assad being gone. Iraq's not doing very good after he was gone. So I'm not saying these were good people. I'm just saying that it was very destabilizing. So, I mean, you can kind of see, or maybe they thought it was better.
That's why I asking whether he was Arabi, but he said no, he was from Soleimani, and he was like definitely like Kurdish. He was saying that like I think it was like a separationist, like we have our own country. I'm not Arabi, I'm Kurdish, and that's why it's such a like mind-baffling conversation. Because as a Kurdish, the last person you need to support is Saddam Hussein. So I mean, if it wasn't, I don't know, Arabi Arab. Yeah,
but to be honest, out of all the Kurds, the ones that are like the most gentrified are the Persian Kurds, and most of them actually support being part of like the whole Persian thing. The Iraqis are not so bad. The Turks hate. I mean, yes, they don't get treated that well. The Iraqis are probably like the most active when it comes to like the separationism. But the Iranian Kurds it's rare you see like Iranian Kurds come on stage. Actually, they even run like propaganda rooms on this app. You don't really see them like go on about, the separation. That's the Iraqis. And it's got nothing to do with them. If they were to be separated, they should be separated from their own country. They shouldn't come and try and influence ours. And
I don't understand the Kurdish thing at all. I know that they have fought with America, and I know that they have fought with Israel. So I'm inclined to be open-minded about them, but I don't understand who they are. I know that, and I first learned this at the United Nations, where they have some Kurdish people in executive roles at the UN, which surprised me. And then the guy said that of all the groups that were promised a homeland after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, that promise was not fulfilled to the Kurdish people. So, for example, the Arabs got tons of countries, right? Like 55 or something. Let's say of the 55 Muslim countries, let's say 22 are Arab. I'm sorry, I should correct that.
Hey, normal.
Yeah.
Dude, the Kurdish, I fought with the Kurds in Iraq, and I tell you what, they are the most, they're humble, but dude, when they are good war fighters. They are trustworthy war fighters. I'll tell you what, I'll break bread and spill blood any day for the Kurdish. Any fucking day.
I hear they're fierce fighters and the women fight too.
Oh yeah. Well, it depends on which ones you're referring to. Like, when I got done in Sadr City after 11 months fucking with the Shia, I went to a place called Adamiyah in Baghdad, where the Triangle of Death is, and it was mainly controlled by the Kurds. And, like, they were, like, a lot of them were Christian, believe it or not. And, like, dude, they were the nicest freaking group of people. And then after having fucked with the Shia that were, like, they'll smile in your face, stab you in the back kind of style, dude, Kurds were awesome. But then we ended up, like, to Mosul, Nineveh, and then, like, we ended up going, like, north of Mosul, like, 150 miles, what would be considered Kurdistan, which was supposed to be given to the Kurds, like, from the Mountain Turks, and then, like, Mountain Kurds from Turkey, which were Kurdish, and the women, you're right, the women controlled
the villages and shit. And like that's why like
Yeah, women have AK-47s.
dude. Hell yeah, what's wrong with that? No, the Kurds are awesome, dude.
You'd be a lot sexier if you were carrying an AK and you were Kurdish.
That's why women do that.
Say it again.
I said there's a lack of education, there's lack of resources, there's lack of economy, there's lack of like things resulting in why women run around with AK-47s promoting like PKK when they have zero resources, they have nothing. Like the Iranian Kurds are being subsidized by the Iranian government. They have zero, but yet they run around and they want to be like separatists. Even if you let them, they would just become a big fucking problem within the region. And it's like they're so spread out like around. So it's like there's no point. There's a reason why they were set. Even if you gave them those regions that actually like subsequently belong to Iraq, to Iran, and to Turkey, like what would they make of them? All they do is like they push weapons. They cannot be trusted. They are mercenaries, so you rent them if you wanna, if you wanna kill someone. If you wanna have someone like assassinated in Iran, you go to the Kurds. You pay them, they come and like do the job. These are not people that can be 100% trusted. Like yes, in Iran there's somewhat gentrified, but like you go a little bit deeper into like the roots or whatever the history. They have very, very dysfunctional and very troubled people. And the last thing you want to do is like just like throw some land at them and then somehow, but also they do it. But luckily I know finished, but luckily luckily the Persian ones are actually like slowly they've chosen that they're actually fine rather belonging to like being a Persian tribe than wanting to have their own separation. But the Iraqis are not happy with this because they want to create all the, like the Ahmed guy who was in here earlier, they want their separation and they feel like they cannot get that if they don't get all the Kurds on board. But I don't think that's going to be the case because first there are rooms here, I can like put them in the link in this app where there are actually Kurds, Iranian Kurds, like Pahlavish Kurds, promoting Pahlavi for Iran. So I don't think it's going to happen, but they're going to try.
I was talking about Iraqi Kurds and Turkish Kurds, not Iranian Kurds. North of Mosul, like I said, like 180 miles north. Like what it would be considered Kurdistan, like what it was Azerbaijan, Armenia, Georgia, like all those like countries up there. Like, bro, I'm talking about what should be known as Kurdistan.
Yeah, there are very bloody wars between them, and one of the reasons is the religion, because some are like Muslims, some of them are like, as you mentioned, you met Christian Kurdish people, and then some are like communists. Because Russia, like, they invested a lot for this separation to happen, because it would weaken the region, it would weaken Turkey, it would weaken Syria, Iran, and Iraq. But yeah, that's why some people think that the Kurdish separationists, they're the sons of like KGB. But when they fight, they have a lot of infighting, and that's one of the reasons they cannot like align with each other. They have different religions and ideals, and they have had like old wars, like two families fighting with each other, and those families became like each of them had their own cities. Like they were first town, then they became cities, and those cities like fighting each other, then they became regions, and to each other, like two different Kurdish regions fighting with each other because of these differences. It's a very complicated history, but they originated from like Iran, and they used to be called Zagros people. Like Zagros is a mountain in Iran, and even their language is based in like ancient Pahlavi. Pahlavi is not the name of just our monarchy, like our king. It's also in the language in Iran. It's ancient. So these people are originally Iranian, and the Kurdish inside Iran know that. And if one of the steps come to Iran, our Kurdish people are the first ones that are going to fuck them in the ass.
What about the Zoroastrians? Do they want to fuck the Arabics in the ass?
Hold on a second. Let me say a quick reset and say hello to everybody. Everybody, it's the War Room. If you have a pink ticket, please cash in. Great conversations here every day because my man Rafi. What's up, Rafi? What's up, Mountain? How you doing?
How's it going, JB? Good to hear from everybody.
What's good? Doc, how you doing, bro? Just want to say hello to everybody. Sorry to cut the conversation off, but by all means, continue it. Again, Doc.
No, but I'm being sincere when I'm talking about this, JB. Like, and good to see you too. I haven't seen you in a long minute. But like, you know, like when I think about the Middle East and like, you know, what I consider to be Kurdistan, which is still just Iraq, but it should have been carved out by, you know, like the UK a long time ago. And like the separation and the buffer between Turkey and like, you know, Azerbaijan and like Armenia from Iran through like Iraq, but like when we dethroned Saddam, like we destabilized that whole like infrastructure, and like, you know, I just want to make sure that we're trying to reinstate stability within the region and support the people that are actually trying to do the good of the, you know, the will of the people. I mean, shit, we used to give out like thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars a day worth of microloans. I mean, sheesh. Yeah, a bunch of nation building, man.
Do you know how this whole Kurd debate started? A guy who called him as a Canadian came out and said, fuck Iran, fuck IRGC, and good America. Those three phrases we heard, and then we went on and on. Kurds.
I'm just saying, dude, right here. I'll party any day with the Kurds or the Kurdish women. They're fucking John Wicks. They're loyal. Freaking, I have Kurdish brethren that I have no problems with them. None.
I'm with you on that one. Out of Sunnis and Shias, I'll go with the Kurds. I agree too. I'm the same way. All Oligarchs, because they actually fight. They have somewhat of a, I guess, I mean, I hate to say democratic system, but, you know, and like Doc was saying, the women have got a real prominent place in society, and the women are beautiful and they fight. You know, people are brave, so it's awesome.
It's almost like the old Spartan mentality. Like, if anybody understands that, you know, freaking.
Dude, Leonidas might have been like, you know, that man, but his old lady, in order for her to be his old lady, she had to be like vicious as fuck.
Great, you know exactly what I'm talking about, dude. That's how most Kurdish women are, dude. Like, they, you know, it's not just the men you gotta worry about. A fucking Kurdish woman will fucking level and fucking spray.
What's up, everybody?
Oh, dude, I know, dude. When I went and moved to Ottawa in Baghdad, which is like a borough, like think about like New York, you have the and like, you know, Soho and Queens, like little boroughs of Baghdad. Ottawa is like one of the boroughs. Chock full of like Kurds, but they call it the Triangle of Death because there's this like street where there's like it's like instead of a roundabout, it's a triangle.
I interrupt our regular scheduled broadcast to cheer for the
play basketball instead of watching it.
Thanks for winning the championship.
I don't need to play, please. I mean, sorry, JB. Oh man. I was going to talk to JB. He started talking about sports. Shit. What do y'all think about, like, what's going on? Do you think that we pull out of, like, Iran, like, right now? If you do, what would be the fallout if we did pull out right now?
Well,
it's just about the nuclear threat, but I believe that it's also about China. You know, it's also about controlling the Iranian oil to where the Chinese are buying the petrodollar. That's what was happening in Venezuela. That's what's happening in Iran, right? So
yeah, with the EU one, yeah.
Right. So because the Chinese with BRICS, they were soon to, they haven't done it yet, but they were going to eventually introduce a unified currency, a BRICS currency that's going to rival the American dollar, fuck up our whole system. Trump sees that, right? So I think that is definitely still underway, right? I don't think we have complete control of our oil and stuff, and so that we have to remember that that's, you know, just like the whole drug boats coming out of Venezuela and going into Trinidad. That's not exactly why we go there, like at face value. I mean, like we got Maduro for other reasons, controlling the oil, right? Making sure that also they got lots of gold, they got lots of silver, lots of, you know, but it's the Monroe Doctrine, which a lot of this is China. And so we'll see what happens there. I think we're still trying to figure out, get that all underway. But killing two birds in one stone, right? The nuclear threat is real. The North Koreans have their nuclear bomb, and people didn't want to believe it. They laughed. They didn't want to,
Dude, they've been doing underground testing for like 15 years.
Exactly. And what's crazy about that is that when the North Koreans got their nuclear material, not their bomb, but their material. Oh no, they got their bomb, right? First they got the nuclear material. People said, oh, okay, it's going to take years for it to become a bomb. Well, they got that real soon. And then they said, oh, well, it's going to take them at least 7 to 10 years to miniaturize it to put it on a ballistic missile. They did it in 2 to 3 years. And so the North Koreans are great friends with the Iranians, right?
Dude, actually, like 91% is where you get to like really like good material for a nuclear bomb. All right, from 61, like if you have the heavy like centrifuge in order to be able to convert it, if you do 2 more cycles from 61, you'll end up to at 91 after 2 more like distillations through the heavy centrifuge.
Well, Doc, what's good about that, you don't necessarily have to get there. And I don't want to repeat this much anymore because I don't want to get arrested. I don't want the feds thinking that they enriched uranium to their proxies. And then their proxies started basically contaminating cities around the world. Terrorist groups get nuclear material, they can contaminate whole cities for hundreds of years. Say, you want to fucking keep going? We'll do this in Paris, France.
The 60s, or maybe it was the end of the 50s, somewhere in the 50s and 60s, right around that point. Like, they wanted this project, and they said, okay, let's get 3 smart guys that have nothing to do with, building a bomb, a nuclear bomb, and we'll give them $250,000, and their whole thing is, they're only allowed to use public information from, a library in order to be able to build a nuclear bomb and, actually build it. And, within 3 years from a public library, they built a fucking nuclear bomb. And then, that was before there was ever a fucking internet.
I'm just saying, man, my scenario about releasing, enriched uranium to proxies is a real scenario that I'm scared about, but I hope it doesn't happen. We're talking about some Captain Planet shit there.
Dude, you know me, I was on the NBC team, nuclear biological chemical, bro. I was more biological chemical, but I know a little bit about nuclear. I know to stay the fuck away from it.
Well, yeah, and so if they release one of those vats of contaminated material at 63% in, the edge of Paris, France, what the fuck happens? We're gonna have a nuke, I'm optimistic, but I'm cautiously optimistic, man. This can has been kicked down the road too fucking long, and now it's such a problem because we've had so many presidents, and so many people, so much of our leadership that has no fucking spine. They're too busy helping the Chinese make all their fucking shit. and not watching what the Iranians were doing. Appeasement and paying them off like Obama, kicking the can down the fucking road, enriching themselves in Iraq for Dick Cheney and Halliburton.
I'm telling you right now, when I was in Iraq and when I was in Sadr City, I did 608 dismounted missions from 3,000 miles on foot in 11 months through Sadr City. And in 2000, 2008, I was there for the uprising, the Jaish al-Mahdi. It was literally because Saddam was dead, and the Shias from the IRGC came and flooded Sadr City under the authority of Muqtada al-Sadr. And if I ever catch that bitch, I'm gonna stick a pencil in his fucking ear. But I'm telling you right now, bro, these are the same fucking people we're still fucking fighting. And 20 fucking years later, nothing has fucking changed.
We fought the wrong enemy, yeah, for sure. I mean, we were fucking around in Afghanistan for years when we should have. I don't know. We should have stopped the IRGC years ago. Years ago. Being a fucking dumbass.
Less than 5% of anybody in America has ever served in any branch of the military, so 90% of y'all ain't done near a damn thing that I did.
Yeah, dumbstruck.
I'm not trying to act like I'm better than you. I understand what Mountain was talking about.
What I'm trying to say is that Dumpster, are you the only person that has a fucking right to talk? Are you the only person that has a right to talk because you fucking went and fought? Is that what you're saying?
I would say leave for something I didn't do.
Shut the.
And Ahura Mazda, the duality of God. I mean, that was Zoroaster was a Parsi philosophy 1,500 years before Jesus was born, and he was known as a prophet before Jesus. Iranians are not our problem. It's the Islamic regime that is trying to make Iran Islamic, but Iran is not Islamic.
Well, thank you, Doc. Probably the smartest thing I've ever heard you say on this app.
Never, baby. I've heard him say a lot of smart shit. Doc's pretty smart, actually.
Well, I don't know. I don't listen to him much, but I think that was smart. Iranians, Persians are not Muslims. For sure, 100%.
But you guys let it get taken over. What a shame.
Well, that was America's fault under Kennedy.
Sorry.
That was America. I got my hand up and I admit it's America's fault.
Well, check this out. I've heard from persons themselves.
It was Jimmy Carter's fault.
As a form of colonialism,
well, check this out.
Whether it's Christianity or it's Islam, it's the same. It's a tool of colonializing. I think.
Well, I've heard from Persians, you're a Persian, I heard that the leftists and then liberals and communists, students were the ones who wanted the mullahs to take power. They were the ones who supported them. I mean, I've heard it on this app myself, man, where they've said that. And it makes sense. We got a bunch of leftist retards trying to ruin our fucking country, letting every Tom, Dick, and Harry in the motherfucking country who's illegal, cutting kids' dicks off. They're nonsensical. So it makes sense that the liberals, the educated, the college students would want the mullahs to take over. It makes sense to me. I've heard Iranians claim they have books about it. They still have books from the 70s of the professors, the liberal professors, and the college students, and the liberals, and the communists, all fucking, yeah, the mullahs, yeah, this is what we want. They'll be great. They'll be way better.
Christianity, you're fond of colonializing the world. I'm sorry, I love the Jews, but before Judaism, there was no Israel, right? So now, I always thought religion was a form of metaphorical colonialism. And now here we are, and at the end of the day, now we have an even bigger problem on our hands. So how are we going to get rid of it? What, we're going to go down and like unravel from the beginning?
There was today before it.
Yeah, but so I think you just got to understand things in a timeline and not like sort of put too much, like read too much into it. Iranian people. So it's like, what did they have before? They had nothing, but we did, right? So instead of you thinking, oh, how come the Persian people, oh, you invited this in? Well, we didn't. We got somehow taken over, but we had a lot of things before they didn't.
Stop with your revisionist history, okay? We know what the fuck happened. Come on.
Vivi, can you listen for a second?
Oh my god, I just want to say that if you're not careful, it's also going to happen. Like, it's already happening in Europe. And I have seen certain videos, like, from American universities, and it's a very dangerous alliance. Like, the liberals, like, having this suicidal empathy for, like, Islamists, not Muslims, but Islamists, is a very dangerous thing.
Exactly. We're the ones letting these in. It's liberals. The same fucking thing to our country, to Iran. And Bibi's sitting here, it's fault. We didn't let it happen. Oh, no. What the fuck are you talking about? You're letting illegal immigrants in. You're letting every motherfucker in your country. You lose your country. And you say, I don't know what the fuck happened.
To be fair, I need to refer to like Bibi and what you're saying, Malcolm. It is right. Like, people should have stood behind Shah. They should have understood him. Our generation understood what Shah meant when he said like toxic, like the dangerous alliance between the black and red, which means that Islam and also the fucking communists. So that generation didn't understand it. They should have stood behind Shah. They should have like protected that, but they didn't. But at the same time, you have to forget that the people that were on the streets, they had access to weapons. Like, they were doing the revolution, Islamic revolution, they had access to weapons. And some of them, which is a fucking group, like, he was leading a fucking terrorist group, and he established a PLO later on at every fucking shit that happened. But those people were trained, they knew how to use weapons. So this revolution was not done for the lack of understanding.
What, you had Khomeini at the very beginning and the 444 American hostages at the beginning of the U.S. Embassy?
Honey, I cannot understand you. Please let me finish that.
You better hope they have training, because if they don't, it's going to be dangerous.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to lose my mic.
No, but like you're talking about like all the maybe.
In 10 seconds, you already talking.
I just got here.
No, I'm talking to Rada.
Oh. No, Bibi, like before what you were talking about, like if you look at my PTR, I bought like all those like Encyclopedia Britannica yearbooks, and it goes from 64 all the way to like 78, and like there's no like you can't change it with the internet. So I mean I paid like $5 for it, but each one of them books was like $100 back in the day. Like I got a Smithsonian thing about like the forgotten like Native American tribes. Like bro,
service.
like dude, like I love America. I just don't like people when they rewrite the fucking shit. Like, you know, I gotta be apologetic for my own existence.
I'm sorry, is it a reference to what is it, or are you trying to start a new topic? I'm not getting it.
You were talking about.
Mary, have you not met Doc before?
Never mind.
This is the first time meeting Doc. Well, yeah, I mean, Doc is very knowledgeable, but I don't understand what you mean. And I don't understand when people say, oh, so with the Persians, It's like, how can't you just go and fix it yourself? Why don't you just go and like go in the streets and why? It's like, it's so condescending somehow, especially because first of all, I love my country. There's a level of innocence about my people, which first like 48 years ago, we didn't need this fucking shit. It was like put on us, and it was put on like in some kind of a way that the West never really understands. It just thinks, oh, you can just go in and you can just manipulate and you can just do this. But then also you have to somehow hold your own people accountable for what they do. But then also Iran consists of a lot of religious people. But it's not because they're religious. It's because they somehow poor or they have no this lack of level of education, but also at the time, which is always, can you mic down, Doc? Which is always when these things happen, is when there is a level of disparity, like people are poor, people seem like wherever you go around the world, nobody's gonna like go out of the streets and like protest if they're okay, if they can pay their bills, they can put their kids to school, they can eat, and there is enough economy. But it's like whenever it doesn't work, then people come out in the streets, and sometimes it's a good thing, and sometimes it's a bad thing. I would have said like maybe like 47 years ago, that was not a good thing. But it is what it is. It happened, and it happened overnight, and it cannot happen again, and it will happen again. And this time, I think we will have learned a lot from it. We're gonna get there. It's not like we need charity from the Americans. The Israelis, it's like they have their own agenda. I fully support this, and we're on the same side because they're fighting what we are fighting. With the Americans, like the arrogance about, oh, we're doing you a favor. No, you don't have fucking any other options. Otherwise, what are you gonna do? Like, where are you gonna go? What direction are you gonna take? You're gonna go with Europe? You're gonna go with, where are you gonna go? You go to China? Whatever.
What are you talking about?
No, you need to get down from your as Americans. I mean, the Israelis have been putting out this. I'll be like, you know what? Fucking try and do this on my country, what you did with Syria. I think that was wrong. I think that was myopic. I think that was short-sighted. I think it was a quick solution, and I think it's going to come back and bite them in the ass. So I don't want them to make that mistake with Iran again. But what I have to say to the Americans is like, don't think like you're doing us a fucking favor. It's in your fucking interest that there is one country in the Middle East that fucking works and is on par with you, on par with Israel. When you have fucking Russia lurking, you have China trying to like dismantle you through your own fucking youth. You've got Europe that doesn't trust you anymore. You've got fucking Canada above that just won't kill you out of jealousy. So it's like, it's you gotta calm down and you gotta just like somehow like rationally and don't insult the people who can be the best allies and more than they actually do.
Hello, hey Bibi, I like your dog by the way. Your dog looks pretty good.
Anyway, I'm done.
By the way, we are doing you a favor. We are doing Persian people and the Iranian people a favor by trying to dismantle their government because obviously they've they want to nuke the world. You know what I mean? And gee, nobody's ever experienced that before, and I don't want to ever experience that in my lifetime. So, you can go here, oh, blah, 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 you Americans, blah, 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 blah. But you know what? I mean, if it weren't for the Americans, fuck, half the goddamn world wouldn't even be around. So, I don't know about...
Nobody's nuking anyone. What we don't want is Islamic expansionism. Nobody's gonna nuke anyone. That was never about
the Islamic well, yes, and you know what? It's already happening. So, that's going to happen whether we get rid of Iran or not, or whatever we do with Iran. Islamic, evolution's going to come around, and gee, hey, you know what? It's over there in the UK, and gee, how is it? How is it for you guys now that it's already there?
It just eggs me off. It's like it makes me that with doing us a favor. You fucking started this mess, and
I just admitted that.
Iran could have been in a perfectly harmonic place, which I actually believe by
Dude, I was 3 years old. I didn't have a choice in the matter.
Go back to a will.
I'm 50 years old now.
Again. But for me, I'm more thinking, where is America going to go from this? It's, because you already have your internal problems also. You have to also align. You cannot carry on, the people you used to be when you were like fighting the the native, feather-headed, whatever, rain dancing.
Talking about the Jason Ahmadi?
You have to
the army?
Also, you are not. Anyway, I'm not going to be insulted.
Well, Bibi, why don't you?
My other business was McCarthy stuff.
Expansion.
That way, at least fully and full-heartedly, and in a way that also it can empower the Gulf, the countries around, because you name in mind. Your people taking like the power back. I wondered if you were like mentioned the leaders. Who do you mean? Like who are you calling a pussy?
Well, like the UK, the leaders of UK, leaders of Sweden, the leaders that
10 years, the last decade, 80 Europe. The economy
students. So I don't really understand where you're coming from with the 87 million people you moving to that.
Of law changes because a lot of those policemen are Muslim is very different. But I have to tell you, like, my voice very low because I'm respecting my neighbors. But like, they play music, they're not respecting anything. But at the same time, raping is a very serious, I would say, law. And Germans are very strict on reinforcement. But unfortunately, but in other countries, Spain is getting fucked, France is getting fucked, and also UK. And the news that you're seeing, the videos that you're seeing, they're from those countries. And unfortunately, for example, 2 weeks ago, I read an article about the population of France. It was mentioned that France, like 40% of its population replaced. This is what the article mentioned, like replaced. And in next 10 years, like color, like spices, beautiful, like multiple people coming together, diversity and everything. But most of the times, unfortunately, they also import fucked up people. Like they don't know how dangerous it is to like import Ikhwan Muslimin or what they call Muslim Brotherhood fuckers. Even
okay, I would agree with that. I would also look at I would question the sense of like, because I completely agree with that. I would question on the sense of like, it'd be something to tackle more on the lines of like sense of a byproduct of the fact that there are, I don't know, maybe just too many fucking human beings living on the planet Earth at one time.
Well, we need more people, not less.
So one of the things I want to ask is Paris still a shithole? Because with the last time
it stinks so funky.
It's so bad they never cleaned it up. Okay.
Bro, dude, I was by the Eiffel Tower. It smelled like piss everywhere.
We can't necessarily like blame the people living in it. They are a product of the government aspect, the autocracy aspect,
Where were you,
fucking, like spreading gap between the normal average citizen as juxtaposed to the fucking people in power, the people with all the money, the people that aren't doing anything about the fact that like rents get higher, fucking people can't find jobs, the homelessness is increasing, like drug addiction is going to go up because people are trying to like fucking be copacetic with like what reality is not supposed to be happening.
But also, one thing I actually wonder about this is like, who's letting all this happen? Because although I live in Bristol, if Iran liberated tomorrow and it was the government that I wanted, I can assure you. So what I don't understand is why is it? But at the same time, I love Britain so much because I grew up here. It's my second host country. I would never want to see this country do bad or somehow be diminished or even whatever it did to my country. I still want to take that ability upon myself and think we could have done better. We should have had not been as proud as we were. There's a lot of things, but now the second time around, we're smarter, we're more resilient, we know more than we did before. That is not the British or the French people's fault or the Americans. So if I'm going to leave here and I'm going to go back to my country and help build up my country or live there or in between, I still want to see this country do well. I don't want to see it like hijacked by a bunch of like Islamic entitled fundamentalists. Because I would have seen it because I'm a Christian. I have this pride. I have this Persian pride. But not many other like tribes just, and then I don't understand how has it come to this. Is it because of the type of people that live in, or is it the Western politicians that are sabotaging themselves?
I think it's a mixture between Western politicism and like right-sided extremists. Like I think like extreme religion, like radicalized religion. Misunderstanding that you have this righteousness or like this dogmatic understanding that you are better and you know the truth and like you're allowed this land or this territory or this place on earth. I think that mixed with Western culture of like capitalism and like corporate-esque like capitalism, I think that like melded together into this like religious fascist like superiority complex of like taking your religious like symbology and mixing it with money. I think that's what the fuck happened.
May I respond to BB, please? Well, I want to respond to BB and her point, please.
Say that stuff, but they actually enjoy the incentives of what capitalism has done to society. So you don't like capitalism. So let's just break that down. I think it's the biggest joke is you take advantage of it, you utilize it. You're enjoying life because capitalism has made life better for everyone. And you literally just shit on it when the reality is you wouldn't be able to be on this app right now if you didn't have capitalism.
May I talk to Miss Phoebe, please? Because I wanted to respond to what she said. You know, when it comes to like Iran,
Don't talk to an idiot that doesn't appreciate.
I'm not talking to you, my lady. Please stop interrupting. Well, I was talking to Miss Bibi about Iran and the Parsi philosophy of Zoroastrianism. I'm an American soldier. I could be put in an American like military like courtyard. You know, I'm a Christian. But honestly, if we could get like, you know, rid of the IRGC, I would love to be, you know, like, you know, interned like a Zoroaster. Put me on top of this fire and let the birds eat me apart. Like, I don't want to be put in the ground. I don't want to be burned. I want to feed the birds. Like, you know.
You can do that in the United States. You can have yourself a Zoroastrian.
No.
He can die any which way.
I feel you.
No.
That's very
No, I mean, but people want to say it's Farsi. There was no in Farsi. Like, you know, your modern like Farsi, you know, like stupidity makes y'all sound dumb as the front door.
Okay, let me make a couple comments really quickly. This is my comments are directed to baseline. I think the discussion before you started to provide your comments were about the cultural clash in the Islamic ideology and the European culture. That's what we're talking about. Then you took it to this huge, large discrepancy, the clash of civilization, cultural clash. Particularly, we're talking about the last 15 years with the large migrants of Islamic migrants going to Europe because of the war in Syria. And that has caused havoc in Europe. It's saddening to see a country, the birthplace of Shakespeare, Isaac Newton, Charles Darwin, Adam Smith, and the rest of them, become degraded and kind of polluted with the culture of Islamic menacing Islamic ideology, which is 1,000 years before 100 years with the barbarian. So it's not as much as the individual Muslim, it's the ideology itself that is form of menacing. So there's not much can be done about that, except somebody mentioned what it takes really two moves, one from the bottom up, without sacrificing the secular laws that have in Europe and in the West, which are precious laws and kingdoms. But it can be done, and I think it's going to be conversion of the bottom up and the top leadership that is going to address this immigration problem in some of the European countries. I'm just hoping it's not too late.
So the culminate, or you were saying that the change needs from the bottom up, and putting faith and trust in the leaders that when changes lead up to the top, that the top individuals in charge of know-how, you have faith that they'll make the decisions to bring about that change as long as the bottom changes first. As long as the bottom falls in line, the top shall make the proper decisions.
You already have seen the movements in Holland, in Netherlands. You've seen the movements in Germany. You've seen the movements in Sweden from the Islamic movement against the Islamic ideology and top-down leadership that wants to take some strong, serious measures to keep this cultural invasion, polluting of the European culture at bay. I don't want to lose that. I Anyway, that's the thing about it.
Concentrated and a heart fierce aglow. And the truth is consecrated by pure life ecstasy.
Don't let nobody in. Bro, they just let 5,000 military guys from America show up over there. We just set up a new U.S. base in Poland as of this month.
Yeah, but that part worlds apart from you guys.
Well, I mean, I love, dude, between Poland and Canada, that's the reason you have the fucking Geneva Conventions, by the way. Because they did some egregious war crimes back in the day. Like, that's what we have, the Geneva Convention. Some of them, dude, bro, between Poland and Canada, bro, they used to, like, people would give up and they would still shoot them. Like, once you give up, you're no longer a combatant, you're like a prisoner of war. And you're afforded, certain rights. But they didn't give those rights to anybody, they just killed them all.
It's not Poland, and it's not Poland by itself.
No, it was Canada. I said Canada.
The original Geneva Convention was started in 1864. It became enforced even more after the atrocities of World War II.
Yeah.
There's no mention in its history of either Canada or Poland for the reason of these experiences.
Well, you can agree to disagree, and I'll agree to disagree too.
I'm not giving you my own opinion, I'm giving you history. History says that your interpretation is wrong.
Well, I mean, I used to have a Geneva Convention guard. I was licensed as a combat medic.
I say bring back brass knuckles. I wish we could carry brass knuckles for coalition forces.
Dude, we're not allowed to use CS gas because it's considered chemical warfare.
I mean, bro, even when you even the gas, gas training, they lower it down so much. It's almost like pepper spray,
Experience how in the universe appeareth of no account. From that simplicity and instill the sense of true proportion. Variance is a way of madness, love, unless it be under will. The cure of this madness is not so good as its prevention, so that thou shouldst be beforehand with these children, showing them the right importance of love, how it should be a sacred right, exalted above personality, and a fire to enlighten and serve man, not to devour him. And certain diseases of disciples. De quibus dam orbis discipulorum. And thus, if any babe of thine be ill at ease, look closely first whether this love be not the root of his distemper. Watch also idleness. Whoso presseth eagerly forward in will, heedeth little the affairs of his fellows. O my son, if every man doth his own will, there is no more to say. But the busybody nor mindeth his own business, nor leaveth others to mind theirs.
Why are you still using Marketplace in 2025? This AI-powered ad makes life so much easier. Watch this. Erat is a neighborhood-focused marketplace where you can buy and sell pretty much anything.
Will of another, the fault is first of all in himself. For we know not but that which is within us. Did not the great witch-finder end by confessing that he also was a sorcerer? We become that which obsesseth us, either through extreme hate or extreme love. Knowest thou not how the one is the symbol of the other? For this reason, since love is the formula of life, we are under bond to assimilate in the end that which we fear or hate. So then we shall be wise to mold all things within ourselves in quietness and modulation. But above all, must we use all to our own end, adapting with adroitness, even our weakness to the work, and watching for Savior, and rend him until those who follow him in secret, and it may be unconsciously, prove their virtue and his wisdom by their survival when his persecutors perish in their folly. But we, being secured against all primary enemies to the individual, the common will,
knockout their rocket launchers, drones, and we see them. But the American military is actually some of the flags of just fight and wins. And in order to fight that war, we would have to do something different than what we had been doing over my lifetime.
So what was the point of going to war? Like, declare war on them if they weren't going to follow through? Yeah, Ali, they've been trying to jump in.
JB, you're saying it wrong. It's an operation. Hold on, it's an operation. It's your terminology, your verbiage, JB, is confusing you because you're saying a war, but it's actually an operation. So maybe that's why it's confusing you, JB. It's an operation.
You're making well, we haven't been to the war since World War II.
Three quick comments. Doctor, you're making a distinction without the difference, whether you call it a war, a conflict, or
a police action.
Well,
Vietnam was a police action.
Okay. For all practical purposes, it's a war. Second, I want to make three.
Not for all practical purposes.
Okay, you can come in. Just whatever. So I have just three quick comments.
For Congress.com to donate now, $10, $11, $100. Heard that right? I'm John Kitover.
I want to say that the IRGC is so the entirety of the Iranian fabric in all domains. Science, politics, allowed a government to themselves and corporations.
This is crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty much what he was
It's no
going for.
longer, it's an option. It's not like you can separate the eggs. It's just being there, so it cannot be removed without.
Hi, Aaron.
The Lord is working in his most mysterious ways this evening. I didn't think I would ever see you in the house of worship again.
Yeah, well, I didn't think I would ever see you meet writing Homelander so hard, but I guess we're both just full of surprises, aren't we?
Take it you're not here to repent.
No, I'm here to talk sense into an old friend. You did that for me, do you remember? When, Alex and I were gonna get those matching tattoos and you talked that way.
Translate crucifixion with a mixed message, especially on a shit-faced 15-year-old. But memory serves, you weren't so grateful at the time.
Yeah, it's hard to hear that you're making a mistake you couldn't regret for the rest of your life. You were like a...
People would come and a doll. I'll raise my hands in prayer for each of them. Those prayers went unanswered.
What they're looking for actually is for
nobody was listening. God checked out. Homelander is standing in front of us. He's not asking for blind faith. When I talk, he listens.
God is supposed to be selfless. Okay, Homelander doesn't care about anyone or anything outside of himself.
Maybe imperfect, but he fights back against the secular forces corrupting this nation.
You killed Firecracker, and you're delusional if you say so much wrong.
Firecracker was a non-believer. She brought his wrath upon herself. I'm afraid to stand before Homelander's judgment.
Technicality, we was in war, was during World War II. This is an operation.
But you just think you can argue about dogma, did you? No, Andy, I am sorry.
Operation. Let's use the appropriate verb.
Stop.
You
know what this is?
The point is,
I open it. You're dead in 30 seconds.
Declaring war against civilization. So your point is well taken. My point was different.
So is Andy.
It looks like a war. You can call it an operation if you wish, or any. Oh,
She already took the antidote.
What is in the name? That we
should go to all this trouble just to waste that on me.
No.
But I will.
Let me ask you a question to Dumpster, because he's clarifying. I appreciate it. Thank you, Dumpster. What's what's the end game of this operation? I mean, to me, if you're gonna interact on a level that we are,
room for everyone, not fluff.
because otherwise nothing's gonna change over there. That's just my opinion. Ralph, you want to say something?
Oh, no. Great.
Let me make doctor, if you want to come in, just please come in. So yeah, there could be two objectives. One is a regime change, which would be the desire and wishes of the Iranian people, and the second would be Israel probably wish for this regime to go away. I wish it to go away. That's kind of one objective. But the objectives the Americans they have, if you look at the 14 points, regime I would just go this far, saying they don't particularly care if the regime changes or not, as long as the demand.
Praise the Lord. We come together to mourn the one and only A-Train.
You are not here to be blessed. You are here to do war.
Can you feel the Holy Ghost power? I said, can you feel the Holy Ghost
radical mindset of the IRGC. It has been planted and it has grown, and it's internally amongst. The goal is a complete reform of the IRGC. I think it's more building the radical mindset. That's why you can see, in my opinion, President Trump is focusing on negotiation and trying to find some of the bullets like wall, in my opinion. Now, if Trump does come to the table and say that he's not going to back down under all Trump, now that's the key thing I want to say on the United States and Israel first. Then I think might be there. My opinion is the whole point of engaging this operation is to eradicate and basically do a regime change for the people of Iran. I would say
don't buy another chart.
Possibility of the Iranian people ability when they weaken the regime to have a basically working out the radical mindset and taking back their country on their own terms and on their own ability with a weakened regime. My personal opinion is that the Iranian
The two mountain gods hadn't moved from their place for hundreds of years. The reason was that they possessed a magical tablecloth that automatically created various dishes. Gradually, their lives became limited to eating. They would eat, sleep, and then get up and start eating again. Ivan was overjoyed to see this and asked to borrow the tablecloth. It was their only support. How could they give up? Hearing this, one god became enraged. He picked up a coconut and hit Ivan on the head, saying, anyone with a shred of sense wouldn't do such a foolish thing. The coconut knocked Ivan unconscious, and Eli had to step forward and show the mountain gods their true form. Seeing themselves in the mirror, they were stunned. Those once slim and beautiful had now become very fat and disproportionate. The sight of this brought them shame and remorse. They decided to lose weight and regain their former form. So they gave Eli the tablecloth to help them escape this temptation. But as the tablecloth drifted away, a strange uneasiness gripped their hearts, and their gazes remained fixed on it. As soon as they saw it drift away, they repented and immediately ran after it. But their heavy bodies prevented them from climbing out of the valley, and they were left weeping in agony. Returning to the city, Ivan spread the tablecloth in the marketplace. He began distributing the food that came from it. The poor people were delighted. Seeing this, the king was also very pleased. The mountain gods hadn't moved.
I think that's the message. Wait for a weaker
weaker IRGC. So now in the masses, I mean, if you look at the masses of the population, 90 million. Let's just say hypothetically 20 million are pro IRGC. The body count and the masses, prevail higher. So I think it's a matter of waiting for a weaker and less timid regime, so that way the people around would have a better opportunity to overthrow a chaotic regime. So I think the opportunity's there.
And to add to that, before I forget, the Hashd al-Shabi, which is an Iraqi militia from Iraq, which was funded by the IRGC. They were, operating inside of Iran. It's a Shia militia, opposed to the Sunni majority of Iraq.
Wait, you found my channel. I'm not going to ask you to like her.
Possible uprising of Iranians again. And some Timiyun brigade from Afghanistan as well. And also one other, what was the name? Some Hezbollah from Lebanon. It's not funny. To suppress Iranians when they rise up again. So when the economical pressure is going on right now, where they don't have money to pay them, a lot of them have returned by now. And I think a lot of them will return once they don't have any more money to give them.
Yeah, but you got to remember back, in the early '80s, Iran was like the funder of the
You found my channel. I'm not going to ask you to like or subscribe.
Came out like that.
Thank you so much. It means the world to me that you all
The
watching
Saudis
this.
and the Americans funded him to the Iranians played no fucking part in that.
Yeah, Marshall, go ahead. Go ahead, Marshall.
No, all I'm saying is that's not even remotely close to true. The Mujahideen in Afghanistan were funded to the tune of about $500 billion by the Saudi Arabians and the United States. Iranians have literally nothing to do with any of that funding. And by the way, we never directly funded Al Qaeda. People get this wrong all the fucking time. We never gave money to Al Qaeda. We gave money to a guy named Gerard.
We're still giving money to
We gave money in the 1980s to a guy named Jalaluddin Haqqani, who was in the camp of somebody known as Ahmed Shah Massoud, or the Panjshir Lion. He managed that money. Jalaluddin Haqqani, after his wife was thrown out of Saudi Arabia and then thrown out of Khartoum in 1993 and retreated into Afghanistan, at that point, Haqqani switched sides and became a part of Al Qaeda. But the U.S. government, for the Afghan Civil War,
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me.
that is a different discussion.
Bro, no way!
We fund the Soviet-Afghan War, and we did not directly fund Al Qaeda in the Soviet-Afghan War.
So America never gave the Mujahideen Stinger missiles.
They're fucking.
Hey, you found my channel.
Yeah, no, I was about to reset the room from the house.
Most people just scroll.
Go ahead, Luan. I'll reset up.
Hey guys, I just wanted to try to respond.
No way. You found my... No way. You found my channel. I'm going to ask you to like or subscribe, but if you do, thank you so much. It means the world to me that you are watching this. Oh, and before I forget, have an amazing day. Found my channel.
not going to ask you to like. Subscribe, but if you.
You literally were talking about bricks and you call it cranks.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no. Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way! Hey, you found. My channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe. No way.
You found my channel. No way. No way. You found my channel. No way. You found my channel. I'm not going to ask you to like or subscribe, but if you do, thank you so much. It means the world to me that you are watching this. Oh, and before I forget, have an amazing day. No way.
Okay, so that's about the third time you've been condescending in the room, and I've let it go. But if you're going to be pompous the entire time, I'd invite you to leave. Right, go the fuck offline.
You found my channel.
Oh, I will, because you are going to go to the audience because you can't handle the one mic. So, like, you were already headed to the audience for get the fuck out of the room. That's simple. I am just saying in general, when you continue to be condescending,
I'm not going to ask
you're not
you to like or subscribe.
particular house. Other people run spaces differently. I don't allow people to be pompous, arrogant pricks.
Right, but if you do, thank you so much.
You're welcome to say whatever you want, but do it respectfully or get the fuck out. Well, pretty simple. And I mean,
it's the world to me that you are watching this.
America's area, and they still invaded Ukraine. And they're starting to undermine the U.S.
No way. You found my channel. I'm not going to ask you to like or subscribe, but if you do.
It wasn't like this before. And it's just getting.
Bro, no way.
It's kind of getting pushed to the side. And you said it is a fucking great nation. Don't get me fucking wrong. Power of the world. And it's
I give you something cutting edge. Prosthesis in 3 dimensions.
And next, your stumps, if I may. Fantastic. And it's not just good design, they have a hidden secret. Secrets. Secrets. Shut up.
My personal take or opinion regarding to the Russian Ukraine campaign.
Let me tell you something.
You know, it's going to sound like a cliche, but I think it's because the status of that America had at the moment gave a excellent opportunity because the deterrence wasn't there. I mean, it's like when you watch two boxers, right?
You found my channel. I'm not going to ask you to like or subscribe, but if you do, thank you so much. It means the world to me that you are watching this. Oh, and before I forget, have an amazing day.
You don't take it serious, and I think a lot of it is just. I think the deterrence wasn't there, and it's an opportunity that Russia took, knowing that it had at least a good solid 3 years before a potential opposition might get involved. And if you look, and this is my opinion, I think Putin was informed by his own commanders and generals and staff that campaign should not exceed no more than maybe 12 months. And where they're at now prolonged it to where there's another administration. That's just where I sit on it. Bro, no in my personal opinion, because if
technology no more than a year back. And that was like the whole grow up position of the United States and who was part of it. I'm just saying, I think that they found it in there based off the data presented to myself. And so that's kind of where I'm at with that rap.
No way. You found my channel. I'm not going to ask you to like or subscribe, but if you do, thank you so much.
A few weeks,
thank you.
What's happening?
What do you say?
One of the apps that I use, I got an alert saying that the Pentagon chief said that China is building up. I guess they're building up whatever, and so they said for the allies to up their game as far as their defense systems. So we'll see what happens.
So that goes back to Lee Wong. What do we do now? The enemies are building. They should. Any country should try to make sure their defense is better than their potential adversary. I mean, maybe I'm being really biased here, Rafi, but I mean, China and Russia did give Venezuela their opinion of modern, high-tech radar systems to deter opposing air forces, and look what happened.
No way. You found my channel. I'm not going to ask you to like or subscribe, but if you do, thank you so much. It means the world to me that you are watching this. Oh, and before I forget, have an amazing day.
The radar systems and Russia's technology that they gave to Iran defected when the United States and Israel, and well, I'll just say the United States engaged. So I would say, yeah, I mean, give us more of a challenge next time.
I'm not going to ask you.
There's nothing wrong with having national defense and protecting yourself and all of these things. That's not the problem. The problem is
like or subscribe, but if you do, thank you so much.
It's supposed to work for the people. When it comes to foreign policy, this is my whole point. Maybe it's not the conversation. It's that the American people, they really don't have a strong understanding of foreign policy. They don't elect officials based on foreign policy issues. So these people get elected by the people. They get taken into these back rooms. Then they meet with the national security complex, and then they get told a bunch of options. And they kind of scratching their head and like, who's making these decisions? Why do I trust these people? It's not transparent. It's not coming from me. So there's a level of corruption, and I think you're seeing a reaction from a lot of Americans across the spectrum. The question, why is this happening? What is it working? So, and a lot of it is like. Excuse me, sir. Lee Wing, can I make a? You brought up a couple key things I just wanted to tell you is that people of the United States elected Donald Trump to represent and handle foreign affairs around the world for the United States. And like you even said, sir, that person that gets elected will get presented a formula of how to engage or not engage in certain situations. And the individual that the people of the United States elect has to and will be presented the best in their opinion. These are individuals that got 30 plus years in their job and whatever it pertains to for the best action. Now you gotta remember, there is a human part in it. This isn't AI. This isn't a robot. This is a human part. You know, so I just wanted to answer your question that you made Go ahead. No, I hear you. I think we're pointing to the same thing. It's just, it's not only the executive branch. In our Congress, I guess people get put into these back rooms by lobbyists, including foreign powers. Saudi Arabia, Israel, Taiwan, they all have tons of money that they pump into our government that shape our foreign policy more than American citizens' opinions. And a lot of these wars and conflicts that we get into, there's corruption. That's all I'm saying. I don't think we would have gotten to this war with Iran. We would have had these different operations if it wasn't for Israel and the Israeli lobby. I think that's a fact of the matter. So for those that are really concerned about protecting American interests, I think the American people have to get more educated on foreign policy. Start to hold our elected officials accountable instead of having spaces where people have conversations where majority of people really don't know what's going on. They don't. Everyone's asking questions. It shouldn't be that way in a democracy. Clear where we stand, what's going on, why we're doing it, that kind of case. That's why I mentioned my age, being 50 years old, not trying to be condescending, but I'm just tired of the repetitive rinse and repeat of these conflicts that aren't really doing anything for our nation.
Lee Wong, you said that on Israel. I guess you're speaking the Iran war. But let me ask you a question. Is America benefiting off of this by pinning the petrodollar back and not allowing them to sell the oil in yen? Do you think America is benefiting the fact that they took Maduro and now basically the Venezuelan oil supply basically now belongs to America with 0.99?
I don't think any of that's happening, brother. First of all, China does not want to be the world's reserve currency, and they're perfectly fine trading in dollars. And when they want to, they'll use renminbi, but they don't want to replace it with dollars. That would put China in a horrible situation. They've given no evidence that they want that, and I don't think it's met any of our objectives, quite frankly. Let's talk about the oil. The oil's still flowing, it's still moving, and the only thing that's happened is we lost a lot of money, a lot of investment in the Gulf states. Tons of speculative money has flown out. Bases have been destroyed. That's real. That's a lot of financialization, speculation. That causes a lot of destruction when people's money is wiped out. And the bankers sit back inside trade and talking about regular people that put money over there. They just saw it go down the drain. And then people die unnecessarily. Children die. For what? This was a military strike from the U.S. and Israel. First day killing kids. It all could have been avoided.
Sure. Killing kids. Remember, unfortunately, sir, freaking kids die of hunger all the time, dude. Freaking, and in some cases, by neglect of their own parents. Think about that. So let's be honest here. Claiming that America, indirectly can be responsible with that. Well, first of all, there was a school that was adjacent to a military base. Hey, let's start with that. I don't know, because we all know how I don't want to be racist, but we know how they were operating in Gaza, in hospitals, in schools. Even though that was supposed to be a big no-no, but they use those facilities to operate because they think by UN law, you're not allowed to strike these locations. And you know what? This was like a safety. It's like you running to a church. You're about to get attacked. You're going to run to a church for safety. Because you're a bad guy doesn't mean we're not going to strike a church. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, but the difference is when you run into the church, it's not with the intent of building, your safe haven amongst innocent civilians. So there's an intent there when they build their stuff underneath these holy places and in between innocent civilians, there's an intent to hurt them there. So I think the one we should blame every single time is a terrorist that does this by ways of trying to, work around UN law and use it against you.
So, hold on, I'm going to say, can I talk about something? This is what I want people to understand. Yeah, no, one second. Yes. Let me just finish up. Like, I know how you, and Israel, and this, so you probably would be in disagreement with me when I say that I'm going to bring the Gaza part to this. You probably disagree with me that they were hiding rockets under hospitals, under schools, right, Hamas? You probably disagree with me on that one. You can unmic, say yes, no. Just I'm asking you a question. Would you be in disagreement with me?
Yeah, I'll wait till I have some space to fully answer, but I'm listening to him.
No, I'm just asking a simple question. Like, I'm bringing the Gaza part because the way you said Israel forced this, that, like, I already kind of know where your intention is going with this. So that's why I asked specifically, do you believe that there were rockets under the schools, hospitals? They were holding, like, artillery under these locations for protection?
I've actually done like detailed study into this. I can share the information.
I can share the information. If you say yes or no, then you can back it up with your details, right? So I'm just asking you.
Absolutely, without a question, unequivocally, the United States and Israel use locations where civilians are for their military installations.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't the question he just asked you. I think Rafi asked you a pretty direct, simple question.
Yeah, like, are you disagreeing with the fact that Hamas, a terrorist organization, well, maybe they're not a terrorist organization. Maybe you consider them as freedom fighters. So you want to go to that topic? You consider Hamas as freedom fighters or a terrorist organization? Let me ask you a different question.
So you can fact check online.
I'm answering your question. I'm asking A or B or yes, no, or freedom fighter or terrorist.
Yeah, but why are you trying to limit my speech by pigeonhole me how I respond?
No, you can back it up after you say it. I'm just asking.
I would like to respond how I see fit.
Because when you answer a question, you say yes and then you elaborate, or you say no and then you elaborate.
It's Italian in this room. I thought you could say what you like.
It's more of a dictatorship.
Exactly.
With a big dick swinging. No, but like in all seriousness, like, do you see them as freedom fighters or terrorists? Just it's serious. Then just say however.
I'm trying my best to answer the question. It only takes one sentence.
JB, you know this gentleman? Like you had interaction with him prior? Always?
I'm familiar with Lee Wong. We don't follow each other. Lee Wong, bro, it's pretty straightforward. It's a yes or no question. I mean, just stop dancing around it, bro.
Like, I don't want, like, you can't force me to yes or
No, you're right, but I'm gonna invite you to participate in the weaponing, right? I'm gonna invite you to either participate or leave. It's pretty simple,
I'm
right?
trying to answer the question. What I'm saying is,
Rafi asked you a very simple A or B question. So E, or you no longer want to participate in the dialogue.
well, it's a bias-loaded question, sir. It's an unfair question.
I didn't ask you if you liked the question, right? You are welcome to say, I don't want to answer that question, and we'll all move the fuck on to somebody else.
That's also correct.
Yeah, let's move on to someone else. I can answer it a different way, but if you don't want to hear it, that's fine.
No, I like your answer however you want. It's whatever way your conclusion's gonna go. It's either gonna go yes or no, or freedom or terrorist fighter. Freedom fighter or terrorist. Correct? That's the end result. If you want to go in a dialogue to explain your conclusion.
It's not a dialogue. It's a one-sentence answer.
Okay, let's go. Which answer be freedom fighter or terrorist? Let's go on that.
So
just
according to the United Nations, the majority of nations, the overwhelming majority of nations, do not designate Hamas as a terrorist organization.
I'm pretty sure Rafi just asked you what your opinion is. He did not ask for you to
I agree with the majority of the United Nations that they are not a terrorist.
Okay, fair enough. enough. That's fair
Well,
enough.
can I ask one follow-up question real quick? I mean, Luan, let's keep it real. Just in your opinion, what do you think happened on October 7th?
I have no idea. I was not there. I have no clue. What you read. I know people died. It looked scary. And it was terrifying. That's all I know. I don't even know how to proceed with this. It got me off guard. Like, I'm lost now.
Yeah, I just find it funny, Rafi. He says he has all this information. He's done all this research on all these other subjects. But we asked him about October 7th, and he doesn't know.
Oh, he says that the fucked up part is he doesn't count them as terrorists. What they did. Hold on, 1 second. So what I'm confused is if he's telling me October 7th was a scary moment, and people that create scary moments aren't recognized as a terrorist in his eyes, I'm confused. I mean, that we're this, contradicts each other. No, the first day of the Iranian war, this current operation, for the people that were bombed in those schools, it was a terrorist attack. So, if you're a victim of violence, of course, it's terrifying and it's horrible. But there's a legal definition for all of these things. And all I'm saying is, in international law, the majority of nations do not consider Hamas a terrorist. So, that's a fact. You can lie to me, you can dislike me. Let me ask you first.
Wait, they don't consider people that use suicide vests, car bombings pioneered in the 1980s by the Tamil Tigers. Those aren't examples of terrorism law. I'm only asking because I studied this stuff in college. I studied Middle Eastern history, Islamic theology, and terrorism, counterterrorism before they told me to come back when I had better grades. And like a key feature of a terrorist actor is the use of asymmetric tactics to inflict intentional harm on civilians more than military targets. Hamas's intention is not to hit military targets, it's to cause as many civilian casualties as possible. How is that not a terrorist?
You need to be debating at the United Nations. Let me tell you. Nations that,
the UN is a fucking joke, Marshall. Sweetheart, the UN invited the Islamic Republic of Iran to come and debate about human rights. Human rights? The Islamic Republic of Iran. It's a fucking joke. The UN is a fucking joke.
No, the UN serves an explicit purpose for America. It doesn't serve the purpose as well as it did when it was created. It was created as a multilateral forum to disguise U.S. empire in the post-World War II Bretton Woods Agreement, right? Which is how you got all but one country vote for the nation-state of Israel, right? In the wake of World War II, France, Britain, the United States, Russia, and maybe one or two others are on the Security Council of China. There we go. They don't work as well as they used to, but I've spent the better part of 15 years studying this. The UN's allowed to say what they want to say, but they're wrong. The use of car bombings, the use of suicide vests, the use of lobbing missiles without the intent of hitting military targets, taking out soldiers. Instead, they take out as many civilians as humanly possible in an asymmetric play to force the person they have a beef with to bend. It's not an outright military strike. It is an intentional infliction of civilian harm as the first principle of attack. Military takes a backseat to that and has. And I will say this in case we get into this little chasm. Terrorism is not subject to a religion or political ideology. It can be used
by anybody on Earth and has been. Genghis Khan, for example, used it, right, when he attacked cities. He used terrorism to get people to do what he wanted. But the arguing that Hamas is not a terrorist group because they go out of their way to intentionally attack civilian targets from, by the way, UN-protected targets, which they have done since their establishment in 1987. This is chronicled in a report by United States STRATCOM, Strategic Command in Europe. They did one in 2013 and an update to it in 2019. And it's about 30 pages and sketches out Hamas's use of those UN-sanctioned sites, their tunnels under civilian infrastructure, and their intention to hit civilians before soldiers or military targets as a key way they operate. So you can debate with the UN all you want. The UN's not telling the truth. The definition of terrorism that you can get, the legal definition, includes everything I just said, right?
Also, Levon, you said right away on the first day America caused terrorism of the war in Iran. Now, let me ask you a question with all the research reading you do and all this information you get. Is there a difference between an action with intent or without intent?
It depends on if you're the most advanced superpower with the best radar system, the most capable military in the world. You don't get to make mistakes like that. Yeah.
So the best military power also had a jets go down, correct?
Sure.
So there are flaws in life, correct?
Without a question.
Okay, so why did we come to a conclusion that was a terrorist act? What made it to be with intent in your eyes and not a mistake or a rogue missile or something malfunctioning? Or we don't even know if it's American missile too, correct? Because nobody was realistically allowed to go on the ground to investigate what type of missile it was.
It was definitely an operation oversaw by the U.S. military in conjunction with
What was the
missile?
What was the intent? And what would America benefit by doing something like that? Like, we know what a terrorist benefits.
How you guys doing? You're still talking about all this stuff.
No, I'm speaking here to Lee Wong. He's an engineer.
Okay, sir.
So, we're kind of discounting, especially when we get cornered. But I put in the chat very clear, 181 out of 195 nations. This actually has nothing to do with the United Nations. If you think it's a corrupt organization, fine. But if you were to tell me that 181 sovereign nations, something is wrong with their thinking, they're less intelligent or not as well informed as Americans, I think it's the other way around.
I don't think they're less intelligent or somehow stupid. I think they're not reading the correct legal definition, and they're making an excuse for somebody acting in a way for a political cause they still happen to be sympathetic to. So therefore, it's not terrorism.
You're projecting.
Right.
You're the minority.
Okay, fine. I'm the minority. But if people don't want to read legal definitions and they don't want to read the dictionary or the encyclopedia, I can't fucking help that. Doesn't mean I'm wrong.
There's also nuance here that's being missed of, what people vote on at the UN on resolutions is specific to that resolution. Then you go look at nations' personal policies, right? Like in the United States, we have the State Department and the FBI that designate terrorist organizations. Most countries in the West also do the same designation. There are 30 plus nations that have Hamas, the military wing, designated in their country under their law as a terrorist organization. Now, what they vote on a resolution at the UN is a completely different conversation than what their optic framing is in their own laws, in their own countries, in relation to protecting their own population from the people tied to the entity. And so I think it's important to acknowledge that, yes, Luong is right about what their votes are on recent resolutions at the United Nations. Those are politically driven votes by the ambassadors representing those countries, usually in direct response to actions, right? A lot of the world is very unhappy
with Israel's actions and with the United States supporting Israel's actions. And therefore, at the UN, they're going to vote a certain way on resolutions. There's also the political expedience that the United States is almost always going to veto any resolution that damages Israel. So if you are another nation, you can gain political brownie points by voting in favor of things that you know are never going to take into effect and never going to be addressed by the Security Council because the United States and the UK are going to make their way through it. So using UN votes on specific resolutions or committees from the UN with selected member states, what are their domestic and national policies of who they do and don't define as terrorists? And the vast majority of the Western nations who live in a manner similar to the United States have Hamas designated in their own systems as a terrorist organization.
30 out of 165, 195, so it's 165. And still haven't done it. It's a long way to go.
Yeah, and 165, and I'm going to say the thing people don't like to say. Pretending every nation is an equal in education, in understanding, in the level of their population's intelligence is a joke. Right? There's a number of those nations that I don't care what they ever say because they are shitholes without plumbing. And so they don't really get to speak on the global stage other than in a venue like the UN where the major nations allow them to.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Brian. It doesn't mean that the United Nations proved something. It doesn't mean that it's correct. And every country does not have the same standard as the Western country. I'm not saying they're better or worse, but the standards are different. And when you're dealing with the Muslim countries, the governments like the Iranians or the Hamas or the similar, you should understand that what is the priority? Is it the rules of engagement or the religious? Because yes, the rules of engagement, the war, how it needs to be, the conventional war, this and that. But at some stage in the religion, it says that if it is for the benefit of the Muslim, you can lie and you can do whatever that keeps the religion in the place, right? So then you ignore all of those conventional rules and whatever that you have ordered in the United Nations and this and that, right? So it becomes, I have to say that, neutral. There are things that you have signed up. Like you're going to the Hamas and this and that, you think that they don't know what are the rules of engagement and what is the symmetrical and asymmetrical wars? Of course they know. But because they know that they cannot achieve anything with the conventional accepted way, then they go sideways. And even though that they're killing their own people in their ideology, it means that, okay, these are the collateral damage which we sacrifice our own nation for the sake of the religion. This is the situation when you have a war with the ideological system. You're talking about the international because I'm from Iran, so I can speak on behalf of one country, at least in my opinion. Like for those people who say that, hey, that the war and then the hurricane hit the school and this and that, we don't know yet, first of all. Second, if it hit the school, consider yourself in a position that you don't have an enemy and that enemy is attacking you from some particular points, right? And they're using the human shield, right? Let's just simplify. In the real world, you don't have a kid or mother or sister or one of your relatives got hostages and and your parents are there and there is another civilian and you wanted to release your parent and to save them, what you gonna do? At some level, you need to make a decision because otherwise they're gonna kill you. So what you do? You're gonna stay just really okay, we cannot attack them or whatever it is. Yes, it is not right, I understand, but what is the solution? At the end of the day, you need to save your life. And it goes for the Americans as well, and the Israelis and whoever it is. So did I say, intentionally targeted the child? No, first up, it was the second day or the third day of the war. Why they allowed the kid to be in the first question? Second, why the school is in the military base? The second, right? And why, when it is war going on, why they still keep the children inside of the rocket missile or the uranium? We don't know yet. But these questions needs to be answered as well. So why is that? And going back to my take on the previous conversation that you had with China and other countries and having the know-how, which now there's some South Asian countries, including of the China, they do have that know-how. And also they built the manufacturing system and all of the supply chain and everything back in their country. So of course in the long run, if the things goes the way that it is, America will lose the power. Well, the AI hasn't replaced the human power in the different industries, right? So they are leveraging their own physical human power, and also they do have a less bureaucracy. So that's the way that we see it in Iran. Like how much you guys are paying per soldier and how much the China is paying. It's not sustainable. Maybe they are paying the fraction of what you guys are paying. So it's not going to be. So the short answer is that as soon as possible to hit whatever you need to hit and reach out to the objective, because the more it goes, it becomes more expensive, and no matter who is the president or the administration, it's going to put the pressure on the people, of course, eventually. This is the taxpayers' money at the end of the day. But it needs to be finished. There is no negotiation. It's not negotiation for the past 47 years and even longer throughout different parties, different negotiators, different administrations. It didn't really fix the problem. So it's doing the same thing. How is it going to fix the problem again now? So their own people are not agreeing with them. I don't know how it's going to go. That's my opinion. Thanks.
I have to turn on hand raising for temporarily, guys. If anybody wants to come on stage, more than welcome. And you're invited. Okay. Is anybody talking? I can't hear. I'm sorry. You can speak. Yeah. I just want to thank you guys. I really appreciate you guys for the things today. It's nice talking to you, Marshall, and catch you guys next time. Really, you're the first to say we are in good faith. Usually people with opposite opinions say, no, we don't like beat around the bush. We like straight answers. Yeah, doctor, I don't know where the fuck you're in the that's not audible. Welcome, Jakob. Welcome on the stage. Thank you. Now, Jakob. With these talks over, you're on threatening to walk away from the talks, or?
We seem awfully weak right now. I just hope Trump has it actually call their bluff.
I mean, do you know what it means to be quiet when someone is speaking? Or are you from a third world, some kind of
Ali, when you support the rape of young women before killing them, again, you're going to be the last person to speak on my fucking stage, you piece of shit.
What a typical IRGC support.
How you show me to your audience. I'm going to put you into the audience if you don't shut the fuck up. But yeah,
No, their game plan for the past X number of years has been to delay. Past several weeks, it's gone on for too long. Someone needs to show them the price of delay.
Well,
I want to say hi to Rafi and my friend Jakob.
I want to
Hey,
welcome
buddy,
you.
all is well. Hope everything
I
is
love
going
you.
great.
I haven't seen you in a long time, brother.
Why isn't Jeff opening a room?
I don't know.
He's busy.
Hey,
I
buddy.
think he found his significant other. That's what I
All
think.
is well. Everything is good.
He's working on some projects, I think.
Yeah, he's working on his physical fitness.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Billy, you can open a room.
No,
You've got so many phones. Why can't you?
I don't know.
Billy, I would follow you wherever.
Click a plus sign.
I don't have the patience to wait to find people filling it.
Oh my God. Amir, what was so funny?
Everything about it. What's not funny about it?
Hey, buddy. Hope all's everything is good.
I guess accurate representation. What's going on?
Evacuation of the north side. North side evacuation.
Who's talking about Israel?
For sure.
Amir, are you happy that they had to evacuate the northern part of Israel? Because of the bomb?
You know, that's the eventuality.
Hey, buddy. Hope all's
It was going to happen anyway.
It's gonna happen
Dog, and then action.
Right.
Nice.
That's not means.
Precisely what it is.
No, actually, it's about compensation, not retaliation. That's a literal reading.
There we go. That's.
Because if we just if I poke at your eye and you poke at my eye, then my brother's going to go after your brother's going to go after my sister, my aunt's going to go after your wife's cousin's first sister's daughter. It's going to go throughout history. But if you poke at my eye, the rabbis say, here's how much you owe. Quiet. Here's how much you owe for that eye that resolves all future claims. It's a perfect system. It stops everything at the first thing. Back and forth.
No. It sounds like the population number. Because you know maths.
Yeah, I'm a mathematician. Yeah, I know.
We have more eyes than you, so it's going to be blind first.
Look, the Quran has a literal eye for an eye. The Torah's eye for an eye is not.
Do you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Raffy. Again, I was loading up skid loaders for my business center.
We're going to load that too. North side first, then the middle side, then the south side, then you be the sea.
What I was going to tell Armin, are you there?
No.
Armin?
He's gone.
Oh, shit. And, never mind. Sorry, I'm back. So, Ali came on stage and he's quiet. Oh, Brian, did you meet Ali? Ever?
He only talks when someone else is talking.
Yeah, I know Brian. Another bias one is another bias. Wow. You're throwing birthday, Ali. Ali, how many guns you keep up? No. We're not gonna do it like this. So we're gonna just say who he is. Don't talk. It doesn't matter who he is, as long as he's telling you the truth. I mean, one second. It matters because when he's telling me the truth, that he basically is in agreement of raping young women before killing them, so they can go to fuck. Oh, that's your friend Ali here. That's what he says. Because when I questioned him, he tried to pivot. He tried to beat around the bush and avoid that fucking question. He tells me he's not an Irish. He's a supporter of this piece of fucking shit.
I am. He's not.
Congressman, several seconds ago, a man said that it was not United States missile hit the school, targeted the school, and you let him to do so. But United States itself admitted that it was US missile actually that targeted the school girls. So you let
But more crimes is no less than a lot.
You just said the United States and they hit it, and the way you said it, they hit it on girls, right? So what was the purpose of that hit? Why did the IRGC tell you the purpose of that hit? Because fair enough. Yeah, okay, just if you want me, I can explain. But US itself accepted that it was Tomahawk missile of US in the war. So.
Oh, you guys, 3 or 4 people stay unmuted. So if you're part of a dialogue, great. If you're talking,
short
great.
dialogue.
If you're not, you don't
I'm not
need to stay
interrupting
on mic
you,
the
though.
entire time.
I'm not interrupting you, though.
Okay, Amir.
Are you? Oh, I'm
For
already.
the love of fucking God, shut the fuck up while I'm speaking, or you're going to be out of the room faster than anybody in the history of the room.
Is that your power?
No, actually, you're going to sit in the audience. You're going to sit in the audience like a little bitch for the next 10 minutes. If you behave because you're acting like a child, they'll treat you like one. We'll bring you back up. Otherwise, you are welcome to get the fuck out or be polite to everybody. It's pretty fucking simple. Don't stay unmiked if you're not talking, and don't interrupt other people. Pretty simple.
So,
and that goes to everybody with the exception of Rob.
Thank you, Brandon. I love you. And let's go back to Ali. Ali. So what was of America hitting a school full of girls? What did they benefit out of? What did the IRGC tell you the benefits would be from that?
Talking point number 4. Turn the page.
Was I audible for that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just telling him to reference the IRGC talking points for June 1st to item 4.
I also wonder what he thinks about Flight 752 that IRGC shot and killed 176 people, including many kids. What does Eddie think of that?
That's a great question, Mansa. I love it when a woman asks a great question. Yeah, so far in this group, I basically said things were very close to what Li Gong said, but do you want to also claim that Li Gong part of the IRGC? So basically,
No, but Wong was wrong about terrorism, just dead wrong.
Which is not right. It shows that this group is very biased. So somebody came.
No, sir. If we did that to you, you would call it terrorism. Why? Because it would be the intentional targeting of civilians over military targets with the express intent to inflict harm on innocent people who have nothing to do with the conflict. You would call it terrorism too. When your side does it, it's also terrorism.
Yeah,
kind of like you're doing in Cuba, right, Marshall? You're not doing that to Cuba even remotely.
I swear to God, I just said 2 minutes ago, one fucking mic. Ali and Marshall are having a dialogue. There's no reason Yarrow needs to unfucking mic. There's no reason anybody needs to unfucking mic. Have some self-control or get the fuck out. Last warning anybody's getting, I'm going to start just tossing people. Because I'd rather have a smaller room with people who can actually engage with some fucking decorum than the nonsense trolley shit that seems to be happening. So Ali and Marshall, go ahead and go back to your dialogue. When you're done, we'll go back to the room talking. Everybody else, shut the fuck up.
So Marshall, I think you didn't hear what. Yeah. So in this group, several minutes ago, RD came and said that it wasn't. We are not even sure that it was American missile that hit the schoolgirls. But US itself accepted that it was a Tomahawk missile from the RD.
Okay, no, I guess.
And he also
Okay, then I
claimed
guess
that
you
it
are
was on
correct.
the second or third day of war, but it was exactly on the first day of war, and it was one of the very first targets. That school was on even Google Maps for 10 years. It was one of the first targets, and everybody knows that Tomahawk missiles have the precision level of meters, not kilometers, meters. So they exactly know where they hit. And that school was on Google Maps. And they targeted that place at least for 3 times. So if it's not intentional, if it's not an act of terror, then what it is? What it is. So everything I say is intended to show and tell.
I just want to apologize, man, right away.
So Ali, I missed the very last few questions.
What's your dream job? Excuse me. I would never dream about working.
I actually said this for
If you have
train someone.
I was tired, and I was
Schoolgirls in Europe.
I was tired, and I was
It's done with the United States or not, and I just elaborated on the situation very well. Yeah.
Gotcha. I don't have any questions. Thank you for your opinion.
But you
No
didn't
problem.
answer my question.
Can I
Ali, you
Can
didn't
I
answer my question.
Yeah, let Dumpster interject. He's more military.
I didn't hear your question.
I was tired, and I was
What number was it?
752.
752.
I was tired,
It was close to Ukraine.
I'll give it my side. And then they avoided it took them 4 days to admit that it was them even to do it. They first said no, even though they knew they did it.
That was also an act of terror. And also what the United States does in the Middle East, they are also act of terror. So Iranian people are dealing with 2 terrorists at the same time.
Then you accept that IRGC is terrorist?
I accept that, yes, they have done very bad things.
No, not very bad things. Are they terrorists or not?
They have done act of terrors, yeah. And United States done that also. 100 times more.
Can you define terrorist act by using those terms? Can you definition of a terrorist act?
Yeah, terrorism is whatever happens right now in Lebanon, that Israel targeted a 900 years old, historical site. It was a shadow, beautiful shadow.
I just thought you were the one who never turned out the ring.
That they are going
I just like had a proposal. I don't know. I was like, yeah, I didn't do this right. Will you marry me?
But they're caught.
Will you marry me?
every time he comes back and gets his
Oh my God, you're mine now, okay? You're mine now. I just gave it to her on the ring. Yeah.
So what you're saying
Blossom? Well, Blossom, they get out there and learn and just fucking live life and have a beautiful family, okay? You're so beautiful. I'm gonna take out the shoes, I swear to God, alright? I pass around, I just.
And what should people say terrorists?
They are right now fighting with the terrorists, and they're gonna.
I was tired, and I was
This is why I came back, Rafi, if you're curious about what I mean. So my people right now are very united. They are fighting against the invasion of US. And finally they're gonna solve the internal.
You found my channel. I'm not gonna ask you to like or subscribe. If you do, thank you so much.
Say something?
Say something, yeah.
Slaughtering your own people isn't an internal issue. You are not allowed to slaughter your own people and say that it is our internal issue.
And you're
You
not.
can't do whatever you want on people and say that it is our internal issue.
And you're not allowed to come
just for vacay.
from and start war overseas and kill civilian people.
Okay, you want to see the start of the war? Let me tell you the start of the war, sir. Let me tell you the start of the war.
Because at
The
least
start of the war is when we were kids in schools of Iran, and they made us chant "Death to America" every morning. That's the start of the war. The start of the war is counting down the destruction of Israel in every square in Iran. That's the start of the war.
Hold on, Ali, 1 second. You said your people. You said your people are fighting. You said your people are fighting for your country right now. The only people that are fighting for your country, and if you say these are your people, they're IRGC members, because the civilians aren't fighting the one that want to be free from the IRGC. So you clearly are admitting that you're an IRGC supporter. These are your people.
no, I'm just against war, and I'm gonna stay against war as the
Sure, but the people that are fighting, the people that are fighting.
The whole time. Of course he's IRGC. He's been telling me, why are you even engaging with me when you know and blah blah blah. Of course he is.
So,
But it doesn't mean that he cannot.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you.
He was telling us about
Liwang is
Bro, no.
anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. And Liwang has a very different reason for having the takes Liwang has.
Anti-Semitic. You are labeling everyone who against war as
I am excuse me, you need to pause yourself because I labeled one person.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me.
Into his credibility. And what he is credibly
Bro,
known
no
for
way.
on this app is being anti-Jew, anti-Semitic, very pro-America, throwing everybody else out. That is what he is reputably known for on this app. So when you throw in a lot with him, and you say, hey, he also said this thing, that is the person that you are talking about.
He's only America first person, nothing else.
Ali, 1 second. Brand, I got Mazda.
Most people.
Great version.
Yeah, you're good. I don't
And last time, just Ali threatened her. And I want to make sure. Was it Sword? Whatever. If he comes into the room too, I'm going to mod you.
Not you.
Version or anything to all the females in the room, you have every right to fucking throw them out. I'm glad you fucking do not stand for that bullshit.
Thank you. I've never done so before, but I'm definitely gonna be more dictatorial with these dictatorial ass fucks.
Hey guys, I would like to hear from fucking Canadian Joe. Come on, Joe.
Wait, what? What? Why? What did I do?
I just like federal bullshit.
Are you also anti-Semitic? Or you have against war?
So here's the thing. I always find it interesting when people who are not Jewish think they get to decide what is and isn't.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me.
In the politest way you can possibly.
Bro, no way!
But you've been in enough of our rooms that everybody understands that if the choice was Israel and the United States or IRGC, it's very clear which side you support of the conversation, right? I'm not giving you the option for a third rail, right? If the framing is, no, I'm going to give you an opportunity here. If the framing is you either support the United States and Israel and the actions they're taking, or you support the Islamic Republic regime of Iran, which one would you say you support? And I don't want a long pontificating answer. I just want you to answer the question very simply. There's two options. In this conversation, in the conflict, in terms of who you think is better and who you think is the problem, are you in support of the Republic of Iran or are you in support of Israel and the United States? It's a very simple question.
No. My options are not only.
No, they are, or you're going to get silenced because I asked you a question that has two definitive options.
No,
This is not make up your own. This is a question with two options. You can choose not to participate, and we'll move on to somebody else.
I choose.
Are you choosing to not participate, or are you going to answer the question? Those are your two options.
Not to answer to this specific question.
Okay, we're done. We can move on to Yarrow now, because Rafi, I'm done pandering with that. If he wants to come up in like 10 minutes, he can. But I'm done with people dodging questions. If you think it's an unfair question, just call it an unfair question and say you don't want to answer it. But the nonsense of dodging a question, if you don't like the question we ask you, then simply don't engage with it. It's that fucking simple. But Jarl, I have not heard what you've had to say on the room topic, and I know Ocean wants to go there, so why don't we hear a little bit of what Jarl has to say today?
Yeah, I didn't actually have anything to say, but I do now. What you just did is you gave him a set of binary questions.
Yep, I did. I gave him a binary question to answer.
Yeah, but if you ask someone, it's the oldest trick in the book, right? It's like asking somebody is murder right or wrong, and then they're obligated to answer yes or no.
Which by the way,
whatever, dude. Whatever.
Is a fucking question, right? I teach constitutional law sometimes, right, at night, sometimes a year. And that is a question. That is an essay question, right? You can ask a question that you think is unfair. A question does not have to be something in the terms that you want it to be, right? I can ask a question in whatever binary I want to. If you don't want to engage with the question, you're welcome not to, right? A question is simply designed to respond, right? That's what the question is. It's created a very simplistic binary question that had two options. If he didn't want to engage with it, he didn't have to. But I was not going to have him talk out a very simple question.
Yeah, but Brent, you're explaining all of this to a left Canadian. Y'all is a left Canadian.
You ask him an incredibly sensitive, complex topic, and then you say you have to answer by yes or no.
Well, you don't have to answer. You don't even have to answer.
This is what's funny. Nobody has a gun to anyone's head, right? When I ask a question, and it's a binary question, you can answer A, you can answer B, or you can choose not to answer.
Okay, Graham, let's start over. Can you say the question one more time?
Please, really. I mean, the question was very specifically to Ali. It doesn't really matter to anybody else in terms of, because Ali was being referenced as being pro-IRGC, and I was giving him a very clear opportunity to answer a very simple question. In the context of the war, of the current conflict between the United States and Israel with the Islamic Republic of Iran, which side did he think was in the wrong? It's a binary question, but it's a very simple one to give him opportunity to say, yes, I support the Islamic Republic of Iran, or yes, I support Israel and the United States. To clarify what people were accusing him of. To clarify what people were accusing him of. I was giving him a very clear opportunity to demonstrate to the room which one of those entities he thinks is in the right. So the question isn't to everybody. It was specifically to him because people had accused him of being pro-IRGC. Giving the opportunity to let the room know in his own word whether he is or not.
Maybe he could have been like, I think it's too black and white. I don't want to respond to that question.
Yeah, he could have done that. But again, you can choose not to participate.
Yeah. Questions are fairly limiting to discussion. If I ask again, I'll listen one more time.
Attention, Yarrow. You know what's really interesting? You never open rooms that we all go into. You just come into our rooms, right? You can open your own room and then decide how broad you want the questions and discussion to be, right? And I would love for you to open a house and open rooms, and then we'll all come in and we'll participate in the way you participate in our rooms, right? But you're not going to control how the questions are asked. I asked a very simple question because I did not want a long pontification of nonsense. I wanted to give him the opportunity out of his own mouth to say whether or not he supported IRGC, because people in this room have accused him of supporting the IRGC. It was a simple, limiting question on purpose.
I'll say touch gloves. I'll say touch gloves or not. Move onwards. Touch gloves or not. Move on. Move onwards.
Yeah, I don't know why you're trying to steer somebody else's route. Same thing goes to
No, but I feel like
girls,
respectfully. I didn't mean that to be rude. I'm just saying. I feel like that. I don't know. My bad for introducing.
I don't why people say that was a bad question. It's actually a very valid question you can ask an Iranian right now. Every Iranian has just two options now. Okay, just two options, and they are the exact options that have not been in that situation. They claim that there are other options. No, there aren't. There aren't.
Stage.
Because he refused to answer.
And we know him for months. We've been having these conversations for months. He's on the side of Khamenei, Ali Khamenei, the one that massacred our people. Because every time I bring up Khamenei, last time was almost fucking crying. Oh no, not Khamenei. He was almost fucking
now
crying.
I have a question, Joe. Joe, I have a question for you. Are you ready for it?
It's not a binary question.
I'm just having a question. Just have a question for it. If you don't want to answer it, don't answer it. So, people in China having a better life, or the people in the United States of America having a better life?
Depends where you are on the class spectrum, right?
No, in general.
In general, Americans have a better quality of life.
Oh my god, just stop being a miserable son of a bitch. It's not that fucking hard.
You misunderstand? It's like, did you misunderstand? I said
No, you are always a miserable son of a bitch. You are mad about the way America treated Canada. You come into these fucking rooms and you take it out on everybody. I will do the same thing to you right now that I did to you the other day. You are a miserable son of a bitch. Nothing better to say.
Disagree on anything so far? Let us have a disagreement.
How about you participate in a way that's got, I don't know, some fucking manners? Your mother certainly taught them to you, and apparently you are not good enough to use them.
I said Americans have a better quality of life on average than Chinese citizens, Marshall. What did you think I said?
No, I like this time.
I compliment.
No way.
You guys heard that.
Everybody goes out of his kids. He began to the end, but that's where we began to feel it. Big kids and we bringing them home. Bringing out and we bringing the clothes. Similar to the jungle, sold to the camps and your legs and taking flows to get it. Everybody going out of his kids. He began to the end, but that's where we began to feel it.
Chances of you seeing this YouTube short are super rare. There's over
personal attacks because it's not useful for the room.
Well, I'll just say, Viva la America, Viva la America, and Viva la Israel. Boom. There you go. Next.
Did you say something to Masa about the flight?
Yeah, you're going to go with how about the U.S. shooting like the other plane of Iranians?
Of course. That was the perspective that you made.
And that's how it works for you. What about it?
No, just it's a simple question. Do you know about it or no?
Just shut up and listen.
Does you know about what? Tell me.
The 3rd of July 1988, flight 655.
Yeah, I know.
The chances of you seeing this YouTube short are super rare. There's over 100 million YouTube channels. I'm not going to ask you to like, comment, or subscribe. But if you do, thank you. And have a great day.
Oh, they deserve it.
Oh my God.
Who the fuck? Unarmed fucking Marines? Unarmed fucking Marines?
This is what you see this YouTube.
Unarmed fucking Marines. Unfucking armed. Unfucking armed. Fucking pussy. You fucking cunt. So what? What is your point?
There's over 100 million YouTube channels.
Whoever you talk about. Go ahead. What's your point?
There's no point. I'm just trying to make a point.
Why the fuck?
Just trying to make. Hey.
So here's the thing. Why the fuck you bring up something if you have no point to fucking prove?
Masa, not my point.
way.
They put bacon grease all over the fucking ordinance. Bacon grease, you said, how about bacon grease? So your point, no, hold on. Your point is who started killing who. That's your point.
No, I'm sorry.
Let me explain.
I'm talking about international terrorism.
Hold on.
International terrorism.
The chances of you seeing this YouTube short are super rare. There's over 100 million YouTube channels. I'm not going to ask you to like, comment, or subscribe. But if you do, thank you, and have a great day. The chances
will let you know that goes to everybody.
Then I'm next. Brandon, I'm next. Happy Ocean, I'm next.
I know.
That's what he's doing.
Could old Metal Mouth really have done all those incredible things he does in the movies with his metal teeth? Like biting through the cable of a cable car. Exactly.
To test this myth, Adam and Jamie built steel jaws and mounted them to a hydraulic press to see if they could really sever a steel cable like in the movie.
I've got steel jaws which are made to exactly the specifications that I can personally they're pretty much identical to me.
First, they tried biting the cable with normal human strength.
170 pounds. It's not doing nothing to the cable, man. It's fine. It's not denting it. There is a mark or a snag.
Next, they modified the steel jaws and used a hydraulic press to get superhuman force.
This is Jamie's super strong teeth, real cable, 20,000 pounds of pressure. Your teeth are doing some damage. It's pretty well maxed out. That's 20,000 pounds of pressure, and it still ain't through that cable. We used so much force on this that it bent my hydraulic press. It still didn't have the cable. The idea that you with some kind of metal cable, a cable like this, it's just not happening.
At this point, I'm telling you guys, at this point, it's
the chances of you seeing the chances of you.
Okay, Mike,
You found my channel. I'm not gonna ask you.
Okay, that's fine. That's why I'm gonna make a statement. Dude, I hope they fucking smear bacon grease all over all the fucking ordinance surrounding none of the IRGC motherfuckers, including that. Never get a day to walk in fucking.
I'm saving the border, bro.
I can't wait. Fucking, I can't wait, dude. Fucking 72 gay birthday father. You want to know how to stack a body? Bitch, you want to know how to stack a body? You want you to know.
Oh,
I got answers. I got answers, fucker, in you know. Yeah. Fucking, hey, isn't necrophilia part of your fucking religion, you piece of shit? Fucking cuck. Alright, I'm done, Brent. Fucking
Of course you're done. Of course you're done with your Marines. Of course, you're done.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I'm going to put him in the audience for a minute. We're going to bring Ali back up, and everybody is going to engage with Ali one at a time. Nobody bring Amir back up until we're done having the conversation that we have with Ali, because he gets to sit in the audience for a minute. We can have several people unmiked chiming in and yelling. It'd be fantastic. Ali, if you don't want to come up, that's fantastic too. You are also welcome to sit in the audience or leave. You have your hand up, which is why I assumed you wanted to come up. But you also don't have to, and we can just move the fuck on with the conversation. It's up to you.
You are very quiet people. I have nothing to say because you never listen. You always jump into
Okay,
conversation.
well, that's good. You're going to attack people. You're not going to be up here because unlike, your little goat fucker spaces where they let you be disrespectful to people, I'm not going to let you be disrespectful to people. I'm just going to be disrespectful to you because I cited you entire road to give you an opportunity to try and have a conversation, and you decided to finish like a whiny little girl. So we're now done with you. The audience, fuck off. You're a fucking goat. You can marry a goat. You can marry a 9-year-old. You like to do those things.
Just trying to stay out of the way. I got too much, keep my little color coordinated.
I hope Amir fucking gets his head shoved up his ass and fucking forgets myself.
They said, Washington State, I'm begging the water. I'm like, bro, let me go.
Someone fucking stacks him up.
I don't know, bro. Who that is? Girl, you fucking up. Yeah, she something that day. It doesn't matter how disrespectful, that I found something.
Tell you to shut the fuck up.
No way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you can like and subscribe, it would mean the
By
world
the
to
way,
me.
Joe, by the way, I don't really care. I really don't. You can write your fucking morals all you want, Joe, but the reality is, evil people don't get gone until you fucking make them disappear. You know, I understand you want to ride a moral horse and saying that life is a life and humanity is humanity. Unfortunately, you know, good people die when bad people still survive. Think about that. If you can't acknowledge that, you know, God bless you, dude, but if you can't acknowledge that, then you need to acknowledge that good people will continue to fucking die.
No way!
When bad
You
people
found my
exist.
channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me.
And then you're gonna see what's gonna happen to you. You're gonna
Bro.
be crying like a little bitch. And then we're gonna be fucking laughing at you.
And Americans coming to Canada to fix the fucking bullshit of them just floodgating the fucking fucking cucks all the way in. And then it's like, oh, I don't know what happened. Look at England. England's having a fucking problem by letting all those fucking erratic motherfuckers, you know, I'm not saying all Muslims are bad. Okay? I'm gonna say that there are some monumental individuals who are Muslim. But when you have a radical mindset that comes in like a fucking cancer and tries to purge the fucking world of good people, and yes, some people might disagree with me on good Muslims, but there are good practicing Muslims that are not that radical. Okay? No, but that's going to happen. I've met a few good ones, Ocean. They're doing techie, yeah. Probably, but just saying, dude, when a radical mindset like that happens.
Let me ask you a question. It's a simple question. How could you think there are good practicing Muslims? Listen, pay attention. A Muslim, who do they preach? Who? Who do they preach? Who do they preach to? Who are they preaching? Tell me. Muhammad. Fucking Muhammad. Who the fuck is Muhammad? A person who has sex play. A person who married a 6-year-old, fucked a 9-year-old.
Bro, no way!
You fucking tens of fucking wars and killed thousands of people. So how could you?
Bro, no.
Be preaching to a piece of shit like Muhammad. That's not true. And be a good. Okay, but it's not true. You want to go down? The conversation with me and Ocean. The conversation with me and Ocean. So how could you believe in somebody who did all of this and you be a good person? If you're a good person, if you're a truly good person, you will not be okay with any of this and you will condemn it, right? So once you do that, you're not going to be a follower of that piece of shit. Once you're not a follower of piece of shit, you're talking to us on this is between me and Ocean. Shut your fucking ass up. This is not about you can criticize. When I talk, shut the fuck up. Alright? So if you don't follow that as Debbie, then you're not a Muslim anymore. And if you're not a Muslim anymore, you cannot be a good fucking practicing Muslim. There is no good practicing Muslim, my brother. There is none. Zero. If they are, yes, they probably were born in a Muslim country with Muslim family, but once they realize what the fuck is Islam and what the fuck Muhammad did, they would not fucking be practicing Islam.
Okay, then you know what? I transitioned my verbiage. I know Muslims, but not practicing Muslims, because I've met really good humans that come from a Muslim heritage.
They're Muslim on paper. They don't practice
Muslim on paper. How's that?
Because once you practice Islam, you have to read the Quran. Once you go to all these fucking violent verses, all these fucking bullshit, piece of shit verses, once you go to Hadith, once you go to fucking Qiyas and Ijma. Once you read all of this, you're a practicing Muslim. You're going to read all of this. Once you realize they say women are deficient in intelligence, but the religion, once they say, you see that they say, oh, you drink urine as a medicine, how he fucked a 9-year-old and all that. Once you know all of this, how the fuck you can be a practicing Muslim and be a good person? You cannot be. You are a piece of shit if you know all of this and you support and defend it. You are a piece of fucking shit. I don't even count you as mentally ill. You are a piece of shit motherfucker who actually fucking wish you could fuck a 6-year-old.
Oh shit, why are you young, brother? I know, but I'm trying to say yes. Based off of everything everything
doesn't make sense to you.
What your verbiage is saying, it does make sense. It does, and I do process it. But all I'm trying to make sure I'm putting out there is I have met really great individuals who have come from a Muslim background, and based off what you have told me, that they might not be a proactive practicing Muslim. I've met gay Muslims. I've met bi Muslims. I've served with great individuals that come from a religious background of Muslim. Yes, folks, in the United States military, I've served and currently still serving with great, not practicing, based off the verbiage that has been discussed, but they are great individuals.
Yes, but all of them are just born in a Muslim family. They're not practicing Muslim. They can't be, especially all the things you said, they can't be practicing and be gay. It's fucking forbidden. They're fucking kill them.
I know, but these are also individuals that, when their mom and dads call up, freaking, it's, whatever you gotta say, Alhamdulillah, whatever, and, yep, everything's good on this side, mom and dad, whatever, hoopta-doopta, and, but what I'm getting at, Ocean, and what I'm trying to really target on is when you have a radical mindset, and the same can be said by Christians, by Catholics, when you have an individual that takes it and goes complete radical, it's a cancer. And unfortunately, innocent good people, folks, pay the consequence for negligence of world letting.
That's another problem I have with you, man. There is no radical Muslims. There's no such a thing. It doesn't exist. Islam in general is radical as fuck. And whoever practices it is a fucking radical person. And whoever doesn't practice Islam, they're not Muslims. They were just born in a Muslim fucking country or Muslim family. They don't say they're Muslim. They drink alcohol. They fuck girls. They outside of marriage. They do all this shit. They're not Muslim. There is no such a thing as radical Muslims and not radical Muslims. That doesn't exist. Every single Muslim practices Islam.
Ocean, now I know. Thank you, Ocean. Thank you, Ocean. I'm sorry for hitting a heartstring, but I'm just speaking what I know. And now since you've informed me, I can transition my verbiage correctly. Thank you.
And you guys bring up whoever you want to bring up. I'm gonna eat some.
no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would. If you could like.
I am an atheist in the Middle East. I believe all religions are bad. Like if you read the whole Torah,
I didn't mean to shoot the son of a bitch. You going off? I don't know why.
Look at this fucking list, man. We're on the street in broad daylight. I believe in law, motherfucker. We gotta get this law off the road.
What do you make all this?
You have an opinion.
God have an opinion? I mean, do you think that God came down from heaven and stuff?
What's that loud, man?
What the hell are you talking about? You are on your high horse.
Yes, we ride a high horse. Thank you.
The Saudi is no better than Islam.
Yes.
They're both terrible.
Yes.
This is the old story.
No.
They're both religion. English is like very good. I mean, they have black horse.
White horse, yellow horse, pink horse.
Black horse, like
the horse.
They don't both make sense. I hate when America soldiers enter Iraq, they get innocent women. They rape innocent women, and they are jail controls.
You're fucking jihadists.
Which is incorrect.
Okay, I'm not here to argue that fact, but it's you do get evangelical Christians who absolutely care more about corralling the Jews into Israel, who, all of a sudden there's going to be wars throughout the world. Jesus will reappear. I love how these people think they can legislate God or Jesus, having a second coming again. Like, it's something they have control over. It's fucking retarded. And I'm somebody who's raised.
Do you have actual statistics?
Hold on a second. But this is to people like Catholics or Orthodox Christians. This is so asinine that and of course it wasn't until the 19th century that Christian Zionism, but there's only a minority Anglican church, but then this is not anything even related to what Christianity has been for close to 2,000 years. But these people want all of them to be corralled so Jesus can, reappear and cast all of them into hell. And
I have another question for you, Pepe.
Oh, what is the other question?
No, I have another question.
I said, what is the other question?
Could you name the evangelical that you spoke to about any of this?
I hear all of their bullshit.
No. I asked it again. Could you name the evangelical minister that you actually spoke to about this?
I never spoke to an evangelical minister about
so what you should do, Pepe, is stay in the lane that you're in. You tell everybody
that's retarded. That's retarded.
Hold on.
Because we know the evangelical stance. Are you gonna tell me that Mike Huckabee, when he tells us what his stance is, and he has for 20 years, that is not his stance?
Okay, Pepe, I'm not gonna say anything about Mike Huckabee. I never met the man. I don't know his belief system. I don't know anything about Mike Huckabee. I know he's the ambassador to Israel right now. He was elected by our current president. That's all I know. But for you to act as if though you know all evangelicals, that you know all orthodoxy, this is what I mean, Pepe. Pepe, don't cast all of the people in the same group.
No, that's wrong. Can you tell me in which Orthodox denomination or where in Catholicism where Christian Zionism, in other words, there's when it comes to the eschatology of the beliefs within that denomination, where they have an end times rapture story that involves Jews living in a modern day nation state of Israel. It doesn't exist. I mean, but it exists. But no. You're asking me. You're saying I have to talk to them.
No, I mean, let me answer your question. Or do you want to repeat?
You can answer. What? I didn't repeat it. That's the first time I said it.
No, I said, well, would you like to repeat your question?
Okay. No, hold on. So my question was, okay, can you find an Orthodox denomination or obviously the Catholic Church is only one.
No, I don't.
Where do any of them?
Pepe, I want you to look at your Catholic Bible. Do you have your Catholic Bible there, Pepe?
No.
You don't? Okay.
I don't claim to be religious.
No, Pepe, I know, but you talk about religion as if though you understand.
Okay, there's the Catholic Church officially. Okay, in other words, there's a top-down order there. And when it comes to
what's the top-down?
Vatican, really, the Pope.
Okay. So that means God's not on top of the Catholic Church.
Well, I mean, obviously, God is on top. But
no, that's not obvious. You just said it clearly that the Pope is at the top of the Catholic Church.
Okay, when it comes to so you have the different meetings and of course the way Catholicism's traditional view on things, but when it comes to the Orthodox, any of the Orthodox denominations or Catholicism, they never had this idea of Christian Zionism, and so why should it be taken seriously?
Well, first of all, Pepe, number one is that you don't even know the order of the Catholic Church. Biblically, I'm talking about the Catholic Scripture. You don't know the order.
Okay, where does it say that we should support? Okay, you say I don't know it, but your claim would have to be that I don't understand why the Catholic Church, if I was a Catholic, why I should believe that that the Jews need to be in the modern nation state of Israel. Where in Catholic doctrine is that ever part of the? Where is that part of Catholicism?
Okay, hold on, second. I want to ask you this simple question. Based on what you personally believe, the 12 disciples, were they Jewish?
Yeah.
Really? So based on Catholicism,
the original Christians were Jewish.
No. Oh, we know that. Oh, so then why are you fighting against all the Jews then?
I'm not fighting against the Jews.
Oh, so who are you fighting against then? If the original, hold on. I just want to make sure you're on the same thing. You said the original Christians were Jews. I'm sorry?
Just go ahead.
Okay, you said the original Jews, right? The original Christians were Jews, correct?
Yeah.
So please explain to me the break where the Jews left Christianity and became Catholic.
Well, under Catholic?
Catholic. Because listen, you have Christianity, you have Judaism, you have Catholicism. Please explain to me, where's the break of Jews who were Jews, they became Christian, and when did they break to become Catholic?
I don't know when they broke.
Okay, so what you need to do, so this is what I ask you to do for yourself. Instead of you using the term Christian Zionist, okay, it's an Old Testament term, not New Testament. Okay?
Since when do Christians use the Old Testament other than to basically it gives a backstory? With the New Testament under Jesus, that's where everything kind of changes.
See,
Wait. Are you gonna tell me that with the New Testament, that with Jesus, that there are not fundamental fucking changes?
We just built on different promises, Pepe. But why is it called New Testament versus Old Testament? Why?
Jesus.
No. It's so funny, man. The Old Testament and New Testament is the same. There's 66 books in what we would consider the canon. Look it up, the word canon. Okay? Within those 66 books, how Israel, Christianity, quote unquote, what the world calls Christianity. Okay? But the word Christian only there's 3 times in the New Testament. And all of them, Pepe, are derogatory.
Sure. Yeah.
The world does not like that. The world wants to be liberal, and the word liberal means to go against everything that's traditional. Okay? Old Testament is a tradition of how God entered into human affairs. The New Testament is where Gentiles also get to embrace all things biblically.
Okay, so but in the New Testament, why is it that everything changed? We have
everything did not change.
We don't have it. Okay, our Sabbath changed.
No, it did not change.
So we should practice on Saturday.
No, we still okay. Pepe, one day, if you like, I will go through all the Sabbaths for you, so that you can understand. When Jesus was the fulfillment of all of the Old Testament, he fulfilled it all.
I agree. That is literally, and you just said it, which is kind of ironic, because the Catholic and Orthodox point of view is that the fulfillment, in other words, when you say fulfillment, that obviously has to do with the covenant.
Yeah, completely.
Yes, and so Judaism as a religion. Hold on. So like, with Catholics and Orthodox denominations, Judaism failed to exist as a religion, a real religion.
No, it did not.
Okay, according to these two, absolutely. After the resurrection of Christ and the destruction of the second temple, which Jesus, foretold, so it's kind of like giving into his prophecy, that was going to be the end of Judaism, and the new covenant would be with the church.
Not what it says, Pepe. Really, Pepe. When you get a chance, Pepe, please read through your Catholic Bible and tell me when in the Catholic Bible, 72 books, that it says that there will be no more Judaism. In the Catholic Bible. I don't want you to go to the Protestant Bible. I don't want you to go to Orthodox. Tell me in the Catholic Bible. Because I personally thought that you guys started to have the universal church and you believe in the second covenant. And clearly in the Catholic Bible, it says the second covenant is going to happen in Jerusalem, not in the United States.
Yeah, sure. But the term Israel, so this is kind of like where it becomes hard, is that when you this is where when it comes to sola scriptura, you try to read the words and comprehend them in a modern day sense in English.
No, you never make it harder. No, you don't make it harder. There's nothing new under the sun, Pepe. The Bible says that God is the same yesterday, today, and forever, for he changeth not.
But God didn't speak English. He spoke, or Jesus, excuse me.
No.
He spoke Aramaic.
You got it. And there's 7,139 languages worldwide. Do you think that God don't speak to all people? That's the total number of languages now, Pepe. 7,139 languages worldwide. Do you think that God doesn't speak to anybody but those who speak Hebrew and Aramaic and Greek?
Well, obviously God would be able to speak all those languages.
Exactly. And you know what he didn't leave?
Okay, but unfortunately, God didn't translate those fucking books. Men did.
I know. So, Pepe, at the end of the day, I'm going to ask you a question. What book have you read that wasn't written by a man, Pepe?
There are no books.
Okay, so Pepe, let's not use that anymore. Because everything you and I have today was written by somebody. They're called authors.
Okay, sure, but I'm the one who will agree on the claim that it was written by somebody. But hold on. I'm the person that will also say that nobody can prove, and this is a fact. And you know this. Nobody can prove. No, hold on. Nobody can prove these were the words of God. And like, first of all, I'm just going to be very frank with you. We can look at Judaism. It's like what, a bunch of Canaanite bullshit mixed with the Zoroastrians. A whole lot of shit. A whole lot of things that were. There is very little that is original about Judaism. But what you see throughout the world, okay, is you see these reiterations of different religions, and it's observable. And I do think there's something weird, or perhaps there's this divine thing where humans, we do believe in a higher being, and I don't know, but if we look at these religions, and even let me ask you this question though. Is you would like to believe about Adam and Eve, but evolution would go absolutely against that. We know that, and you can't really scientifically disprove it. We had archaic hominids that were. We can look at the Neanderthals, the Denisovans. We can look at all of these people. When did these rules start? When we were half monkey people.
What? You go on multiple things. Okay. So, how many times do you think that just because man has written something down, that is true?
I never will expect it to be true. It has to be.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question. Do you know the first 8 words of the Old Testament?
You don't even know. He's not gonna fuck with us.
Nope.
It says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Do you know what that means? In the beginning, God created space. God created space, time, and matter.
So, where did the dinosaurs fit? Hold on, where did the dinosaurs fit in all of this?
Pepe, what you got to do, Pepe? You got to follow along, bro.
I'm following along.
No, but you jumped the dinosaurs, man.
Yeah, but where did you think that humans were living at the time of dinosaurs?
Yes, I do.
Amazing.
I know. You know why, Pepe? Because I'm a creationist.
Amazing.
Do you know the difference, Pepe? Do you know the difference?
Yes, I do. Absolutely. I can believe in it. But in other words, a lot of what we consider to be evolution, we consider to be bogus science, even though we can carbon date,
carbon date, Pepe. Who made the carbon?
Carbon date the DNA.
Pepe, who made the carbon?
Oh, let me guess, God.
Oh, no, you tell me. I'm asking you, because you're studying the carbon date something. So when did carbon begin to date stuff? When did carbon create man? When did carbon do anything?
Well, no, carbon dating is a way of...
I know. That
man has somebody's age.
But man, so ego stands for Pepe?
You don't care about
God
yourself?
out. No, edging God out. See, man wants to edge God out of all stuff. You know why?
Hold on. Because this is where I think it kind of gets interesting. So I'm somebody who was born into a religious family. And, basically I was born with the fear of... Not born, indoctrinated with the fear of God.
Okay.
Now, as I kind of think about it...
Now you have a doctrine.
Amazing. And so you have this guy...
You have a doctrine. Your doctrine is you want to criticize everybody in the world. That's your doctrine.
No. Okay, yeah, I do criticize everybody, and I think you should criticize everybody.
Why, Pepe? Why should we criticize everybody?
Because to go along with whatever fucking narrative that people give you is fucking stupid. That literally makes you a fucking obedient follower. Okay?
Pepe, hold on. Pepe, what it does, Pepe, it makes you an individual when you care for yourself, Pepe.
No.
Hold on, Pepe. Because we hold these truths to be self.
I don't care. I don't think Jesus cared about our fucking... To be quite frank, I don't think Jesus really gave a flying fuck about our goddamn, founding fathers.
Really? Really, Pepe?
Oh, Do you think God put America? Wait, are you saying like God created the United States of America to be His? Like, are you gonna make some kind of like Jewish argument? Like we're gonna be the light, the beacon to the world, His chosen people.
Why are you deciding to speak for Edward?
Well, no, but it's just like, but you're using.
But I didn't say anything, Pepe.
But this is the weird part. But this is the weird part to me is you get evangelical Christians. No. You get evangelical Christians that Americanize the fuck out of Christianity, and they make Christianity into something that is not even. It's not even. And look, I can make fun of the Catholics. You know, every Catholic. You look at Catholics in the Philippines versus France versus Italy versus Mexico versus wherever. They all have their different patron saints, and you can make an argument that it's almost like it's pagan worship. That's fine. You know, I'm not going to push back against it. But
Pepe, can I ask you a question, Pepe?
What?
Do you think living by principles and guidelines is wrong?
I think that they're like doctrinaire prescriptions where it's just like you must do this, and
Bro, no way! You found my channel.
I was disappointed but not surprised, sadly, to see the. Our farmers are struggling, often trapped in a system. I was disappointed.
I'm back.
Yeah, we'll see how long you last this time.
Well, you wrote me off. I already know it. So, but we did have another full moon yesterday, but I looked up. I didn't see it.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Was it the day before? Could have been the cloud coverage.
A day, one way or another, isn't going to make any difference. You go out around midnight,
Right.
You're going to see a full moon.
Yeah, maybe it was the cloud coverage. I just didn't see
Well, that
it.
might have something to do with it, yeah. Or maybe the moon just disappeared for you.
Well, I like your rooms alerting the Clown House community here that there is a full moon on the horizon.
Yes. Well, the next thing coming up is another new moon, and we're past the full moon phase here, so.
Have you ever been to a moon ritual ceremony?
I've done them myself. I mean, that's part of the process.
What did you do?
I go out, well, we went out, right around around sunset, just before sunset on the day. Well, you can't see the new moon on the day of the new moon. It's not visible till the second or third day. So anyway, we'd go out by that sunset and view that thin little slice of moon that you see in the west just before it drops down out of sight. And that's the new moon.
Mm.
A lot of people have never seen a really new moon. I mean, they've seen thin crescents, the second or third day. It's pretty obvious by then. But the very first day it's visible, you really have to kind of look for it.
Do you think the word moon and moo from a cow and move or any other variety of moo are somehow connected, or
Yeah. You ever heard of that guy Muji?
no?
Oh, okay. No, that's not making this up. I don't know. I don't care really. I mean, who knows?
Not like connected, but I guess what I'm saying is it's a sound with maybe multiple meanings. I just like it'd be very cool to go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, you're right. There's a lot of ways to analyze sound, and just looking at it phonetically and there's a lot there. I haven't really studied that, but that's there if you want to study it.
Yeah, I just think like 15,000 years ago, when they had a prefixed sound diagram of all the associated hieroglyphics and the sounds. Like if you created a new hieroglyphic, you could probably create a new sound to describe that hieroglyphic.
I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you mean by a hieroglyphic?
Like if you were an Egyptian 15,000 years ago looking at a papyrus or artwork on the wall, and you knew the associated sound to that symbol.
No, there aren't sounds to those symbols. They're not phonetic. Hieroglyphics are called pictograms. Whatever the sound is irrelevant.
Well, how would they read it to each other or describe it to each other? I mean, isn't that in their language?
I'm not actually sure. It's kind of an interesting question because phonetic writing is really different than pictographic, and just exactly what the implications are for that, I'm not sure.
Well, see, in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, they have the hieroglyphic, they have the Egyptian phonetic, and then they have the English translation.
Well, that's all modern shit. Back then, they didn't have that shit. That's stupid. Most people were illiterate, actually. Almost nobody could read that shit. Only the elite were literate back in those days. Maybe 2% of the population or something.
Really? You don't think it was like 20% of the population?
Oh, nowhere near that.
Huh.
No, it's tiny. The only people that could read and write were nobility, basically. In the very beginning. I mean, it spread. It didn't last long like that, but, and of course the printing press really screwed them.
Well, I don't know. Nothing's really new here. Yesterday, I was listening to Jensen Huang from NVIDIA at like some kind of computer conference, talking about the AI agent hardware, and it seems like that guy bought. I think he said 25% of NVIDIA for $200 when he first got involved in the company, and that investment now is worth hundreds of billions. And he's got such a great demeanor, and he's such an excellent communicator.
He's good.
Yeah, these like big corporations and their quarterly or annual events, the CEO is like a showman. Same thing with Jobs and Gates. All these mega corporations have always done these big shows to present their products, services, and sometimes they have errors and faux pas, and sometimes it's just like, wow, excellent. But if there's nothing new under the sun, I mean, he keeps saying it's like, this is new, this is so new.
Who says if there's nothing new under the sun? Are you throwing that out as some sort of reasonable statement?
Well, he keeps, in marketing and business, to make claims of newness it's really just, I think, the context.
Marketing is just all bullshit anyway. They don't give a shit about whether the language is meaningful. They're just trying to sell shit. That's not analysis. That's salesmanship. That's a whole different way to use language. Apple may upset his cart in the next year or two. It's going to be interesting to see what happens.
It was kind of interesting too, because like, you know, the geopolitical significance of Taiwan, and NVIDIA partnering with them. It seems like this guy Jensen Huang is like an American. I mean, I know he was at the White House multiple times with the CEO of Apple, but he seems to be very pro-American, or maybe he has some type of opinion about China, which is negative. Who knows? But it's also, I'm sure they're doing business there now. But anyways, it's just, I'm not really working per se. But like, if I was to try to get back into something, I mean, listening to that speech last night by the CEO of NVIDIA was like mind blowing, because there's just so much technology out there that if that's your subject expertise.
This is just getting started too. You ain't seen nothing yet. This is the beginning of a new world. I say the old world is done. Bullshit. Capitalism, in nation states and the old religions, all that shit's going to be gone in a couple decades, and something else is coming. But this is the beginning of a new era of human history.
Well, do you think there will be a population collapse, though?
I hope so.
Why do you say you hope so?
We don't need, fuck, how many friends do you need? 8 billion? Jesus Christ. How many people do we need? We need to figure out what's a reasonable population on this planet so that we can maintain the environment and live at a high level of sophistication and pleasure. That's too many fucking people. Well, I mean, we could afford to keep that many people, but what the fuck for?
Yeah, but how, I mean, who are you to determine the fate of Africa?
No, they will decide. It's not up to me.
Right, so I mean,
listen, the population rate's going down. Japan is losing population now.
Yeah,
There's several. Yeah. That's all beginning to change. It's they know that Africa, they'll figure it out. They got too many people for what they got. It ain't working.
Well, do you think it's a cultural thing, not necessarily like? I mean, to me, it just seems like
it's historical. This is part of Earth. This isn't something we are doing. We are embedded subsystems in a living organism of some sort that's undergoing some sort of metamorphosis. This ain't our doing.
What do you mean this is not our doing? I'm just talking about a category, nothing about the Earth being a sentient living organism doing all this. Because it's not just the Earth. That's the thing about Alan Watts. He always talks about the organism environment and environment organism. So the Earth's environment is the sun, is the moon, is Venus, is Mercury.
That's a whole other level. That's the next level. Let's deal with humans and Earth. That's the one we got to deal with now. But the sun will come up. We'll deal with that later.
Well, Elon is always putting out a lot of propaganda about lunar colonies. And as an American, who appreciates his house, and I could walk 2 blocks to the train and meet many homeless people who are sleeping on the train, at the train stop, no hope, no future. That's where they're at. And
that's in America.
Yeah, so
you can imagine what's going on in other parts of the world.
Yeah, I mean, even, at scale beyond belief, but But anyways, I'm just saying that in terms of communication and propaganda, Elon Musk, because he owns X, has one of the largest platforms to do economy narration. And, he has private conversations that are public, but under a fake name called Adrian Dittman.
Yeah, listen, go on. I just don't care about that shit. I got my own story. He's got his story. I think Musk is probably one of the greatest geniuses in the history of this planet. He's also toxic and definitely fucked up.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how much of a genius he is though, because if you listen to him, he's a schmuck. I mean, it's real. He plays video games.
Listen, he's on the autism spectrum. He's fucked up. That's what it is.
He didn't build Tesla. He didn't start that company. He bought a bankrupt company.
He just built it.
He bought a bankrupt company that already had the pre-existing.
Tesla.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm not like, shitting on the guys.
He did start SpaceX.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm not really like shitting on him. I'm just saying, like, as an American, he is not.
Do you think of yourself as an American?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really? Okay. Well, I wonder if we can't talk.
Well, I like the game. I like playing that game. That's.
I don't. That game is toxic. I don't want anything to do with that game. I want to talk with Earthlings. Fuck Americans and Chinese and French and Germans. Fuck them. And you do.
Well, it's easy to say. I know why. Like, I mean, you got the bigger picture idea, but I'm just saying at the micro level, laws.
Yeah, it's still here. You got to deal with it. There's no question that America is still here, and all the other bullshit things are here, and we got to deal with that. And
Yeah.
If you want to deal with that and think you can contribute something, I think that's great. I just don't want anything to do with it. I'm more interested in creating the butterfly than maintaining the caterpillar.
Yeah. I mean, I think I can do both, though. That's what.
Yeah, you probably can.
Yeah, I don't think there's one limits the other or anything.
You got to keep them separate, though.
Well,
I don't know. So I don't know what you could do.
Like, I don't know. I just think the future America will be.
There won't be any future America. It's going to be gone in certainly 20 years, maybe 10.
I know, but transformation is obviously going to happen at a very rapid rate.
Yeah, how it's going to transpire, I don't know. It could be really fucking ugly, or it might not be bad at all. Who knows?
Well, in the history books, new nations on average.
Russia went through this 20, 30 years ago. Broke up into a bunch of smaller, similar, states. That's what's going to happen here. Just how it's going to process, what's going to break up into what, who knows. Soviet Union did this and got through it, and now there's just Russia and Uzbekistan.
Well, you could be right, but
yeah, it could be wrong too. I don't know.
Let's just change the name of it. Like do a rebrand.
Of what?
America.
No, fuck me. What do we need America for? What do we need all these stupid countries?
Because it's a little bit like a bankruptcy liquidation where the assets.
Listen, I don't even want to talk about this. I think we've reached the limit of our discussion tonight.
Wait. There's one more thing.
These are good discussions if you want to have them, but not with me.
No, I get it. But I actually wanted to talk about your title, not about what we're talking about. But we kept going.
Oh, okay. Why don't we talk about the title? That would be much more productive.
It goes back to what I was saying. What it says about organism, environment, organism. That you are not you. You are actually your environment. That's who you're.
The whole thing, not just the environment. You're everything.
Right. I mean, if you go that far out, but I mean.
Yeah. You are the whole environment field. All that works together. There's no place to separate it.
So, I think you and I were talking about how the subjective can create the objective.
No, I don't recall that at all.
No, we were talking about that the other day.
Your voice is. Something's going on with your mic. Sometimes it's real muted and fuzzy, and then it sounds great.
Maybe is this a little better?
Yeah, this is great right now. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I'm turning my head when I'm talking. I think we were talking about the Buddha and how in the beginning it says that the universe is mind, and so if you want to create the object, you just have to know the subject. That's what my point was.
Listen, that's just I have no interest in metaphysics. That's just zero interest in me. That's just a bunch of language speculation about it. Nobody can test or prove or do anything with any of that shit. It's just chatter. No interest in it.
Well, the universe is creating the chatter in your head.
Okay.
So, what my point is if you want to change the universe, you have to change yourself. So, if you want to improve the world, the most logical, most efficient place to start is with yourself.
Absolutely. You can start by cleaning up your fucking language machine.
Agreed.
That's the whole game, right? As far as I'm concerned. Clean up your fucking... And I'm expecting that to happen. I'm expecting a sort of mass outbreak of people paying attention to their language machines over the next couple of years and literally waking from the trance of language. That's what I'm expecting. I know it's outrageous, but that's the plan. Humans are about to wake up from the Paleolithic trance of language.
That would be...
We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think what would be a cool product to speed that revolution up is basically people stop talking to each other and they use AI to communicate with one another.
Oh, there's all sorts of possibilities. I don't think we need to worry about it. I think Earth is just ripening right on schedule, and I think, the caterpillar is well on its way to collapse, and the butterfly is beginning to assemble, and everything's going according to plan. This is great.
Well, I mean, how certain are you of your opinion?
I'm not certain at all. It's just the best story I can come up with.
Well, let me ask you one more question. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think everybody's existence are always the same?
What result?
Whatever that result is at death, which I assume is just nothing.
You mean for me, are you talking about Earth, or are you talking about me, or what? I don't get it.
Yeah, man. Men and women, yeah, mankind.
So what happens after we die? Is that what you're asking me?
The question was, do you think it's universal, meaning that the end is
universal?
The end of your life.
Oh, I have no idea. Who cares?
Well, it seems to me like a pretty
I think it's very mysterious. I'm looking forward to it, actually. I'm beginning to think, this might be kind of interesting. And as long as there's no pain and I'm comfortable, then I'm up for death, man. I think it's probably going to be interesting. But fuck, what do I know? I don't know anything.
Well, it's got to be interesting. It's got to be interesting, but if it's nothing...
It could be nothing.
Yeah, I think there's probably a very good chance that it's nothing, but that nothing is not necessarily what we would call nothing in language.
Nothing, then, is it?
It's still a little bit like nothing, because if you go to sleep, and then you wake...
Listen, we don't know. It's a mystery. We don't fucking know. Everybody's got stories. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on here.
I know.
Maybe we'll find out when we die, or maybe we won't.
I always, people on this app, I always ask them, or I say, that's your opinion. And they go, no, that's a fact.
Yeah. No, see, you talk to weird... I don't know why you waste your time talking to people. They're all a bunch of fucking brain damaged language monkeys. It's a waste of your time to talk to most of them. It's a waste of their time, too. But everything's a waste of their time.
Well, I keep bringing up in these religious debate rooms that what's actually...
Listen, I don't want to hear it.
Well, wait, I think this is interesting. Maybe you think it's interesting.
It's interesting, but I've got stuff to do here. I mean, I've got a life here, and I've got all these projects, and I could be working on them at the moment, you see.
Well, you got to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Huh?
Anyways, all right, I'll leave you to your study, and it's a pleasure chatting with you as always.
Actually, what I'll do is I'll put on some music for you guys.
That's all.
Not to us, but I hope they had the red room in, girl.
Oh yeah, girl, just come on in. Doors open. No shade. I might be a fan.
Imagine trying to fart and all that cum coming out. Like,
I'm gonna tell you the weird thing about
like, oh my God.
You know why I can't be a cum zone? I'm afraid that somebody will come up behind.
When it comes to Iran, for sure, but I'm not sure about, Palestine, but...
No, but I just explained to you. I mean, if you look at the amount of missiles that actually hit Gaza, the most densely popular, one of the most densely populated areas in the world, how is it that we haven't killed 200,000 people?
You know what I think they have to do, to be honest with you? This is what they have to do. I think they go after me because I haven't seen you since yesterday, and I'm very happy to join. This is what I think they have to do, honestly. They have to give an order of evacuation and give them a fucking ultimatum. Whoever stays is going to die. And they have to come up with a plan for evacuating those people.
To where? To where, Ocean?
No, they just to do it. They have to come up with an idea.
Where? The only option would be, say, the Sinai, right? And Egypt won't allow that. So where? Where can they go to?
Like I said, they have to come up with a solution. Maybe to Egypt, they have to fucking fund them. I don't know.
I agree. This should be the job of the United Nations to actually protect, Should be. But they don't give a fuck. They know, they think, and maybe it's true, I don't know.
And whoever stays fucking murder them.
Yeah, but one sec. Let's be real again. Hamas, those angels, will not allow a good percentage of the Gazans to leave. They will not, because they know it's their end. All they have is civilians on their side, meaning from a geopolitical perspective, right? All they've got is innocent people dying. You take away those innocent people, they're gone.
Yeah, but Brett, don't think all those people who are not part of Hamas, they're very, innocent people, though. Don't think that. Remember, October 7th, the numbers are 6,500 people went inside Israel. 3,500 was Hamas, and 3,000 were random-ass people who were not even Hamas.
I agree with you, and my argument to that logical argument is, as much as I feel like I'm a Zionist, and I do feel a bit sorry. If you look at when Israel departed from Gaza, right? So we're talking basically a generation ago, pretty much. That's a whole generation of brainwashed motherfuckers who really didn't have a choice. And if they did have a choice, it was very limited. So from my compassionate side, I do feel sorry even for the so-called Hamas members who really didn't have a choice. Growing up in an education system, in a community where if you even thought something different to what people around you, your family, your parents, thought, either be killed, ostracized from the community, or whatever. So it's a fucking clusterfuck. So when people want to simplify the Israeli conflict with specifically with the Gazans, they're just speaking from an lack of emotional intelligence. They're not actually speaking from any logical, factual perspective on the history and even the modern last 20 years of Gazan history. As I said, I'd like to hear what Pepe has to say on this subject.
I guess when it comes to this, I don't know how to put this. It's really hard to say. I don't really see that there could ever be a mutual understanding between the Gazans, the Palestinians, the Israelis, and I'll just flat out say it: the Muslim world and the Jewish state of Israel. Do you guys actually think this is something you can overcome?
Can I just respond quickly to what you're saying? I agree with you. I think since October 7th, I don't see any sort of agreement between the two sides. Prior to October 7th, as you all know, on the streets of Israel, you had thousands of people protesting daily against Bibi, against the government. A lot of people really wanted a two-state solution, maybe naive, I don't know. But since then, since October 7th, I don't see any agreement between the two sides. I really don't. They literally shot themselves in the fucking foot, you know.
It goes back to what I said. You have to get rid of them.
Who did?
Well, I mean, when you look at the Gazans, this is a part that annoys me. I have a lot of gripes with Israel, not because of what they're doing to Palestine or any of that shit. More, it has to do with politics in the United States. But I saw what happened on October 7th. Some of those demonic, evil, just flat out murder, killing random civilians. You can say they can call it a resistance movement all they want, but they killed, children, the elderly, men, women, didn't matter. They just fucking slaughtered them. Horrible. What they did was horrible. And when it came to that young woman that was, brought back into Gaza, that her body was mangled. They're spitting on her. They're hitting her, desecrating her body. These people are fucking monsters. If us, as Westerners, non-Israelis, that would have happened to us by another country, we would have vowed that there would be hell to pay. Israel did the same thing. In other words, they're doing the same thing we would have done. They're out for vengeance.
No, I disagree with they're out for vengeance, and I truly think. And
No,
again,
I'm not speaking for you guys, but I'm saying I'm speaking for Western countries. We would be out for a large chunk of the population. Not all of us are the same. Different country. I'm not going to see how they operated, but when they're a very small country. You have a country where this attack eclipses the attack on 9/11 in the United States. And of course, if you remember, after 9/11. You had this surge of patriotism where Americans were rather united. Okay, so the Israelis were rather united after October 7th. Very patriotic at that point. They end up. You had Jews from all over the world going in. To basically fight, and at the end of the day, I don't really. People like to say there's these evil fucking Jews. They're just trying to kill these Palestinians. But what the Palestinians like to leave out is it was what they did on October 7th. And what's really interesting is that the day after October 7th, you saw the pro-Palestinians hitting the streets, marching. There was they didn't leave any time for grieving. They didn't apologize. They just basically were just like, oh yeah, free our people.
See, Pepe, I see those protesters around the world, including in sense. Stage 1, October 7th, do a massacre. Part 2, they knew Israel would respond. Then you go part 3, on the streets around the world. That was pre-planned. If that makes sense, right? That's what I think. This was pre-planned. These protests were not just random acts of support.
Protests could have not been predicted in the way they were. Why?
That again.
Whether or not it was pre-planned.
October 7th, the entire world
Okay, but
get on Israel's side. It was exactly the opposite that happened.
No, that's not. No. 1 sec, Pepe. 1 sec. Bibi. Okay. One sec, Bibi. Bibi, did you say that the world was behind Israel after October 7th? Is that what you just said?
No, I'm saying that you would have thought after what actually fucking happened at October 7th, the entire world would have been on
No, absolutely.
On the side of Israel. But it's
Absolutely not.
Opposite thing.
Was that surprising for you? That's what I'm saying. This was a No, it's not surprising.
It's not
Listen.
the way it should have happened. What
I
happened
understand.
October 7th was an atrocity.
Let me respond.
And the entire world went the opposite direction.
Let me respond. In your utopian way of thinking, logically speaking, the world should have been behind Israel. Okay? But as a Jew, growing up as a Jew, you really think it's surprising the way the world responds to any retaliation that Israel does in Gaza or Lebanon over the many years prior to October 7th? This leftist university educated.
So the way world responded was after Israel's retaliation?
And before, but what I'm saying is that was part of the that was. It makes total sense.
Maybe drunk and high, like she'll admit it.
And I'm drunk.
Yeah, she like I said, she'll easily admit it to you. But when so when it comes to honest with you, when it comes to like Kanye West, Nick Fuente, all of these people are before October 7th.
Candace Owens, Megan Kelly, Piers Morgan.
Sure. Well, I don't think the fact that you throw Piers Morgan in there, I think he's like the one person who's actually too moderate. I won't get into it, but
he reminds me of you a little bit, Pepe.
That's fine, but okay. So being a Jew hater was rather popular on the internet in particular, and of course, most people get their media on the internet as opposed to legacy media. You have October 7th happened, and then you did see there's obviously information warfare that is happening where a lot of you get people, for example, like, do you know who Jackson Hinkle is?
No.
He's an American who has over 1 million followers, who he holds every anti-American position.
Do 30 moves.
He gets to go to the after Nicolas Maduro supposedly had a democratic election. The fat fuck who's never had a fair democratic election. He was arrested. He was there at the Miraflores Palace a few years ago, where he was somehow granted access to ask him a bunch of questions. He was in Russian tanks a few years ago. After the invasion of the Ukraine, he gave a speech to millions of the Yemeni people live.
Hold on. Can I play a clip for Rio and the retarded IRGC nuts? No, I want to play a clip from Jonathan Pollard.
No, I don't want Jonathan Pollard.
You should, because if you're talking about Israel and being the resistance, hold on. If you're talking about being the only resistance, I think you need to understand from a really good spy, right, and a devoted Israelite, right? What you should listen to what a spy, a devoted Israelite that is deep in the intelligence community.
I don't care about that.
Right?
What you are.
No, he's an expert in this matter.
Oh,
right?
now the Israelis are experts. Okay, nice.
Obviously, in the matter of his own country's national defense, yes. Okay, so listen to what he has to say. How about that?
I want to listen to an Israeli fucking terrorist. I don't want
me out the room. You put me out the room. And you can't even say the nigga. You ain't even black, dude. You should, how dare you? How dare you? Of a monkey. You son of a motherfucker. Get your weird nuts the fuck up out this motherfucking room. You a weird ass bitch. You a weird racist ass bitch. And you ashamed of who you are. You ashamed of who you are. Ain't shit about me big but my money and my dick, bitch, and my ass.
Oh, you thought you ate? That's all you do. You only eat, you fat piece of shit. Fuck you. Fucking bitch. Keep eating, man.
And now we go another one down here in the Gouda I gotta fucking deal with. Now what I'm not gonna do is sit up in this room and get jumped. That's what I'm not gonna do.
Okay, kick him then.
Potato, stop talking to me.
No.
Don't even mention me, bitch. Stop talking to me.
I give you a command.
Stop talking to me, Potato. Stop talking to me. Oh my God. See, yeah, this was gonna do. This was gonna happen. Watch this.
Just like how
Get your ass down there.
your friend Chucky last
At the end of the day, like I said,
it's like how you and your friend
I
Chucky.
don't give no
It's like
fuck.
EBK takes the
Potato. And then nobody jump in.
But it's a problem.
Nobody jump
You
in.
didn't get jumped, right?
Nobody jump in. Nobody jump in.
Don't lie.
Stop talking to me.
Don't
I
lie.
swear to God, the only thing what's about to happen is I'm about to risk me. What's about to happen is I'm about to risk me somebody's friendship right now. Because what's about to happen is that you finna get the fuck out of here. You are. I'm not gonna keep listening to you.
Because you're gonna kick me.
No, I'm not gonna kick you. I'm not gonna kick you. You're gonna go down to the ghoul. You're gonna sit there like a ghoul, bitch.
Out of what you came out of.
You're gonna sit down there like a ghoul.
That's okay, Potato, because I'm gonna pack up Hippie. You ain't gotta worry about it. I'm gonna make Hippie into a motherfucking Subway sandwich. First, I'm gonna take the motherfucking guacamole.
Now what? Now what?
Oh, yeah, you're hated.
Nah.
You're hated.
Nah, bitch, shut the fuck up.
Hated.
You go down there.
Nobody hates me.
You go down there for you.
Nobody hates me. You're hated.
Oh, yeah, they do hate you.
Oh, no, they hate you.
Motherfuckers want to sit up and protect you, but you don't need to keep staying.
Iran is in power because of Turkey support.
This is what's bringing you Khalifa.
Couple back up. Iran is in power because of Turkey.
Yes.
So it's a puppet. Iran is a puppet.
Yeah, he's a puppet for Turkey.
At least we agree on something.
Yeah, I mean, I said the puppet of Iran. Yeah, if I'm going to choose between a puppet of Iran, right, which represents a minority of the population. Hold on. Think about it logically. Like, I'm not even, I'm not even Muslim. Listen, man, I'm not even Muslim. Right? Yeah. But, no. Okay. No, I'm talking about Syrian issues. I'm not talking about Muslim issues.
Go back to Syria.
So if I'm gonna choose between if I'm gonna choose if I'm gonna choose between a puppet of Iran and a puppet of Turkey, I'm definitely gonna choose the puppet of Turkey. And most
you want to give yourself a fucking choice. Give me a choice yourself.
What am I picking? What can I do?
No one gives a shit about your choice, bro. I don't know what you're trying to say.
I think I'm representing most Syrians in this issue. If you don't, this is the problem. This is the problem. You think that the majority of you think that because the majority, right, are Sunnis, their opinion doesn't matter, right? And only the Shia matters. That's what you guys are saying.
You never said anything now. What are you talking about? You represent I never said Sunni.
Okay. So why is it that my opinion as a Syrian, representing the majority of the Syrian population?
Because you're not the fucking majority.
I'm telling you that this is what the majority feel. No, you're not understanding. If the option is between Amir, it's not about overthrowing Giovanni. I'm saying if the option is between
Go.
Oh my God! I never said it was about overthrowing Giovanni. I'm saying if most Syrians, if they're gonna choose between a Turkish puppet or an Iranian puppet, they will choose a Turkish puppet.
Because you know what Iranians choose between all of those choices? Themselves.
Iranians?
Yes. We don't.
Dude, you don't even choose. Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck Russia. Fuck China.
Half the fucking country doesn't even like the government.
Listen, get your own country running.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Stay out of my country, right? And my country will be fine.
No,
It's
because you got involved in my country that when the
by terrorists.
You are the reason for our civil war. That's what you have to fucking understand.
They're literally overrun by terrorists, bro.
You cannot talk about.
Bro, we were overrun by terrorists before that. They were just called SW. They were called Shabdika. They were called fucking Alawi. That's what they were called.
Exactly. They're called Alawis. There you go.
Alawi,
This is what I'm talking about. This is why we went in and put our boots down your throat for 14 years because you guys are sectarian.
Sectarian? Oh, when you heard those group of people oppressing the vast majority, yeah, obviously people are going to get developed sectarian tension. Oh, shit.
Listen, Amir, hold on. For 90 days, millions of people are in the streets supporting the government. You cannot say they are the minority. No one can ever say they are the minority. The majority of people of Iran support the government. Check the streets for 90 days, non-stop we are on the street. You cannot talk about
Exactly. So I'm not saying anything come out of Iran. That's not true, right? I don't know where you're getting these videos every day from, but I don't see anything coming out of Iran. Ryan, there's a lot of people that support Reza Pahlavi, right? You don't like Reza Pahlavi? There's a lot of people that don't support the Pahlavi, but don't support the IRGC either. I would say the majority don't. They don't like
There's a lot of people Javed Shah. They say Javed Shah. You don't like Reza Pahlavi, Ramir?
Of course not. What you talking about?
He's the best leader we have. You know, that's all he got. That's the best leader.
He's trolling. Is that what you think? He's trolling.
No, I'm asking, is that a good leader? But yeah, Reza Pahlavi is the best leader out there.
Yeah, 2 times. Sure, Pahlavi, why not? Honestly, Pahlavi would be a piece of shit. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. But in the IRGC business, dude, you guys are you're on something much better. Like, this is why, honestly, like, I have my issues with Turkey. Turkey is by far, like, by no means an innocent country, and they continue to do some fuck shit. I'm not gonna lie, right? But if I'm gonna choose between those two, no, I'll take the work with a little more lenient.
I'm happy. As long as it's a Muslim country, I'm happy. But you're not, obviously.
I don't give a shit. I mean, it's the majority. Listen, man, it's the majority population. I can't blame them for being.
Let's just say Syrians right now turn on all the Christians, like your family Christians in Syria.
Sometimes majority go like most of them. I mean, I'm a convert, right?
But I'm just saying. Christians in general.
No, I wouldn't like that. Obviously, I would not like that.
The statues of Israel did that. What about that?
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't defend Israel. I think I'm here defending it. Come on.
Are you defending Israel? I mean,
with everybody.
you did the Contra affair with Iran. I mean, Iran did work with Israel. What are you talking about? Are you guys here to defend Israel?
Don't want to accept it, but let's say.
It sounds like you guys defending Israel right now.
So, Amir,
Especially Rio. Rio is defending Israel.
Amir, are you saying that Iran is a partner with Israel right now?
Iran did work with Israel.
They bought weapons, quote unquote, from the black market.
And the UN,
you Arab brothers, what about
and they're allowing Israeli ships into Israel, by the way.
What about
I said they allowed the ships
what does that have to do?
throughout the genocide. Hold on, through this genocide, Rio, while this genocide was ongoing, they allowed ships. Gaza.
Genocide of Gaza back then?
No, from 2023, they allowed ships to go through from UAE, using Strait of Hormuz to go to Israel.
Because when you are a
Iran
country against 2 superpowers, you're gonna take your plan.
It's a fact.
You think Iran owns the Strait of Hormuz?
Oh my God! No! Whoa! Listen to this.
I thought it was international waters.
All of a sudden now Iran didn't own the fucking Strait of Hormuz. Now they're charging.
Now they do. Before it was a waterway that was used by everyone.
Oh my God! Listen to this guy.
This is ridiculous, man.
How is this ridiculous?
This is crazy.
They gave threats multiple times. Oh my God!
Is there a port with the UAE in the Strait of Hormuz?
I can't believe it, man.
Say yes or no?
It's a thing. because they attacked us, and now we are defending ourselves and we are restoring our rights. The right to pay money. In Panama, they asked for money. In Suez, they asked for money. We could do the same, but we didn't. But now you attacked us. You play with the.
If I were Iran, I would destroy the UAE completely. You can just go away. All the people can go to.
I mean, a lot of Iranians, they would do a lot of business through UAE. What are you talking about?
Doesn't matter. Now they're enemies.
No. The UAE is made Iran. UAE made Iran a lot of money, by the way.
There's a lot of land that's Iranian in the UAE. They should take it back.
Did you know that thanks to UAE, you guys were making a lot of money?
Bro, the UAE is never made a lot of money.
Iranian in the US too living.
No, I'm telling you because of the sanctions.
Most of the money was being made from China.
Oh my God, no! The UAE is a free trade port. There's a lot of Iranians that live in the UAE.
How much oil was the UAE?
Who has anybody else, bro?
Even John lives in the UAE. You see John up here? That goes in. He's called a meow man. He lives over there in the UAE.
Bro, this guy is saying we should have sanctioned UAE and no fucking transaction with them.
This guy's spreading rumors about. I'm still.
Don't you support IRGC?
Shut the fuck up! I don't support the IRGC.
So then why don't you speak up against Ryan? He keeps on shouting out.
These guys don't understand those shits.